Chapter 161, Elite Level. Yuan was in a good mood as he stepped out of the light gate, which seemed like a water curtain, and into the bright sunlight. God Shine Crystal Prism. With this batch of treasures, and the perfect breakthrough stones previously sponsored by rich Lady Hanyu, the quantity of elite levels in the Tianyuan territory will soon make a significant breakthrough. As it was still early and the exploration team had not returned, he left the trivial tasks to Ilo and went to the cultivation quiet room, the Tian character number 1 VIP room, and entered. The character quiet, vividly placed before one's eyes, along with the lingering fragrance of sandalwood was calming to the spirit. In a moment, Yuan's joy, happiness, laziness, and irritability seemed to be cast to the ends of the heavens. His emotions came to resemble a peaceful lake, with not a ripple stirred. Such poise truly befits a sage. The day is clear and sunny. It's a good time for a breakthrough, he murmured. The top ranked after Dead Bone and Duo Lai in Tianyuan territory was not Bone 2, Bone 3, June or others who had been the earliest to break through, but it was him, Great Lord Shepherd. It wasn't that he used more resources. On the contrary, he used very few cultivation materials on himself on a daily basis, merely absorbing soul sand using the Duo Lai template. His cultivation speed might not even compare to that of Tree Demon Granny, Rakshasa, and other generals who benefited from the buildings supporting the soldiers. But, he was the Lord. The Lord benefited a little from the upgrade of the soldiers. The feedback wasn't much, particularly when Mr. Mu himself was already strong, this made it seem less pronounced. However, with the accumulation over time, the advantage of the Lord still stood out. There was a very noticeable rule in the Lord's world. At the beginning, most lords were weak, with only a very few top second generation possesses impressive combat strength. But in the later stages, each lord became an elite. Yuan quickly absorbed the power of God Shine Crystal Prism as his emotions settled. One piece, then two. His body, spirit, and energy were visibly growing at a rapid pace, quickly reaching the critical point, the overflowing status. Yuan took out a perfect breakthrough stone. He did not load any templates, but only relied on his own strong foundation to gather the energy in his body time and again, resonating with the perfect breakthrough stone in his hand. Vibration. The breakthrough stone shattered and a formless force integrated into his body. In the blink of an eye, it was as if Mr. Mu had taken a hormone, and his body was filled with infinite strength which propelled him to heights that previously seemed insurmountable. After a moment, his muscles and bones resonate together, and his entire body undergoes a rapid transformation, assisted by the pure power of the breakthrough stone, metamorphosing into perfection and reaching new heights. He stripped off his clothes to reveal perfect and uniform abdominal muscles. With a mere thought, energy surged out, attaching to the clothes and continually weaving to form a formidable armored suit. In a moment, it disassembled and then reshaped before disassembling again. One couldn't be more proficient. Yuan was already capable of this technique, but it used to be more laborious. After the breakthrough, however, it becomes incredibly easy, as if his CPU had been upgraded. He fixed his hair, exited the cultivation room, and his energy quickly receded due to the slight spillover caused by the breakthrough. At night, the generals who were out exploring all returned one by one. Those who didn't go out like Lulu and Ilo, also ended their busy day. Oh, not Ilo, she had a large workload and adhered to flexible working hours. It appeared she was not yet finished with her work. Boss Mu still gave her a break. After all, when night fell, it was time for cultivation. If one did not cultivate for a day or two, over time they would fall behind others. We have a cultivation room in our territory. You can select a room number you like to practice in. As for cultivation resources, you can collect them once a week. Here are also 5 God Shine Crystal Prisms, which you've never used before. I've never used them before. The normal use of God Shine Crystal Prisms is 5 pieces. If one exceeds this number, the effectiveness will diminish. The erudite Ilo naturally knew this. But even if she had never used this kind of treasure, she still felt that she was too extravagant. I am now at the second stage 7 level, I can't level up even if I use them all. It's better to give them to others. The other generals in Tianyuan territory won't lack these. I have told them to strive for elite level. As soon as they break through, I'll start the Time Maze City mission, in these few days. So, you can just concentrate on your work and cultivation. So soon. Ilo was surprised, but also had a look of anticipation. With the strength of General Duo Lai, and the boss Dead Bone, who had never met before but was acknowledged as the number one in Yuan, it did not seem impossible to delve into Trick City. And it seems that new elite-level powerhouses are about to emerge in the territory. The Lord is pretty steady. At present, the highest level in Yuan territory are Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4. All of them are skeleton generals of 3-star excellence, who had an early breakthrough and enjoyed the aid of skeleton cemeteries enhancement all the time. They had long cultivated to the first stage 9 level, but not yet completely there. Just taking in a little bit of the God Shine Crystal Prism would end with a breakthrough. A little below that, those at level 8, were Rakshasa, Hongyi, Lulu, 17, June and others. Except for June, the others all have the potential of 3-star excellence. Their potentials were high, the cultivation speed was fast, and the breakthroughs were easy. They indeed used 1-3 God Shine Crystal Prisms, but Yuan planned to prepare a more luxurious cultivation package for everyone. The effectiveness decreases if more than 5 are used. It doesn't matter, he has plenty of God Shine Crystal Prisms. Compared to them, Tree Demon Granny only just entered the first stage 7 level, and regardless of how much she was cultivated, she wouldn't be able to make a major breakthrough in a short period of time. This battle would have no chance of happening. Lord Shepherd had no plans to venture out during this period, choosing instead to stay safely at home. He hadn't forgotten, he had made quite a splash at the festival grounds, and was likely in the sights of certain big shots. Only being indoors, within his own territory, did he feel a sense of safety. Night. The moon shone brightly overhead, casting its soft white light down. Rumor had it, the moon of the eternal world possessed unimaginable power, but at the moment, it seemed no different from the moon back on Langxing. The skeleton cemetery, however, was shrouded in black mist, obscuring the moonlight. Under General Dead Bone's watch, Second Brother Bone, Bone 3 Wave, and Nigulasi began their breakthroughs one after another. Powerful forces emerged within the cemetery. They stirred and attracted the surrounding black mist to surge and gather, soul crystals shattered one by one, transforming into a visible tide of energy that enveloped the skeletons. In the blink of an eye, figures such as Second Brother Bone crossed into the realm of the elites. Second Brother Bone burst out laughing, feeling an immense sense of invincibility. In the very next moment, he was silenced by Boss Dead Bone, who had suddenly appeared before him and knocked his skull with a bang. Seeing Bone 2 and Bone 3, who showed no hint of inheriting the stable spirit of the territory, Boss Dead Bone let out a deep sigh. He would need to instill more stability to balance things out. The next day, Lulu, 17, Rakshasa, and Hongyi, who were slightly behind, also successfully broke through one after another. Only June seemed to be having a hard time. He was of only 1-star excellence stage after all, the other hawks also needed to evolve, and he was not a combatant of the territory, his evolution order was not high. The lower his stage, the slower his cultivation speed. Moreover, without the buffs from the skeleton cemetery and Treeman Forest, coupled with the fact that cultivation quiet room was too cramped for the azure bird like him, June did not like to squeeze in. With so many factors against him, even though June was one of the first subordinates to break through to the professional level, he has now fallen to be among the third echelon. June was sorrowful. He looked at Lord Shepherd with a bitter gaze. Yuan stroked his azure feathers, which felt like a gentle breeze, next time for sure. As a result, the line-up, Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Ilo, himself, the 4 heavenly kings and the 3 skeletal now unbelievably consisted of 11 elite-level strongmen. And each one was a strongman among the elites. Even Bone 2, taking on a powerful foe at the higher end of the elite level, would not be a problem. Such a force, even outside the newcomer circle, was not bad at all. However, the Yuan territory remained a village-level territory. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yuan stepped outside. The wind brought with it the fresh scent of grass and trees from the courtyard, along with fresh air. It was another beautiful day. In the distance inside the large hall used for working, lights were still on, and several figures were vaguely visible busily moving back and forth, piles of documents keep stacking one on top of another. Good morning. Good day, my lord. Perhaps because she was sleeping better now, even if Ilo only got 3 or 4, 2 or 3 hours of sleep, or even replaced sleep with cultivation altogether, her face was still rosy, and she was full of energy. She could work tirelessly. This is what you call having the competent undertake more work. Lord, I have some issues with the formation of the trading team and the exploration of the Panchi city route that I want to discuss with you. She lifted her head slightly to look at the Lord. The route exploration, it's not a problem, I'll handle it. He would let June handle it. Searching for Panchi city from a bird's eye view was undoubtedly the quickest and most convenient way. Furthermore, the fog inside the Taishan alliance was not as heavy as the outside. However, Lord Shepherd was not the kind to shirk his responsibilities, he needed to control the entire process. If June flies too close and is mistaken as a monster by Panchi city and shot down, it wouldn't be a good look. As for the formation of the trading team, regarding the personnel issue, Yuan signaled with his eyes. Leave it all to you. This was an immense show of trust. Ilo's cherry lips opened slightly, she started to speak, hesitated, then finally said. I understand, I will figure out a way to form the trading team. Although the personnel issue was tricky. But with the Lord's trust and the solution to another problem, what could she say? All she could do now was figure out a way. With so many strong men in the Tianyuan territory, the only way for her to become one of the Lord's right-hand individuals was to work hard in other areas. Let's do it. Suddenly, Ilo's self-made earring on her left ear started to tremble. At the same time, the tip of the domain interferer located 200 meters away began to flash and emit a deep humming sound similar to that of a buzzing bee. Hum. 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 With a serious expression, Ilo said, My lord, there are enemies attempting to divine and spy on our territory. It looks like the day has finally arrived. Chapter 162. Witch Rescue Operation. Yuan recruited Ilo with this factor in mind. Her profession, Star Queen, involves astrology and her bloodline contains such power. However, the Eagle Kingdom Academy she attended didn't provide much information in this area. Most of what she learned was orthodox techniques and her knowledge of astrology was unorthodox. Astrology and calculation, she's not very good at these. However, she can interfere with the enemy's spying and conceal herself. Ilo quickly approached the domain interferer, but after taking 2 steps, she realized that her skirt was inconvenient for running. She reached out, held her skirt, and a gust of wind lifted her and quickly took her away. Lord Shepherd also flew over in a flash and pulled out a soul crystal to shove it into the storage slot. It could be seen that the 18 soul crystals previously embedded in it had already burned down 1.5 and were consuming the energy of the soul crystals at a relatively fast speed. At the same time, from the shining tip of the domain interferer, a faint grey mist diffused, as if a thin, gigantic lid, covering the entire Tianyuan territory in it. However, this grey mist, like an artistic conception, is virtual and invisible, only visible to the Lord Yuan and other heroes. In the eyes of the territory citizens, the light of dawn was drilled out of the horizon and gradually spread until it filled the entire sky. They got up from their beds and prepared to pick up their hoe to start a new day. General Duo Lai looked at the grey curtain, a little confused, but still flew to the core area. Emperor Deadbone stared, slowly pulled out his wailing death, and his blue pupils twinkled faintly under the mask, like a morning star under the sky. Yuan looked at Ilo, what's the situation now? She quickly observed, making a judgment from the subtle changes in the grey sky, her taut spirit relaxed slightly, for now, the enemy still can't break through the concealment of the domain interferer, and this force is far away, vacillating, and can't point directly at our territory. It seems that Lord's information confidentiality work is done well. However, just to be safe and to save some consumption of soul crystals, I'll temporarily reinforce the domain interferer. Good, her cautious spirit deserves praise. The concept of saving money for the family is even more commendable. This girl is impressive. He heard that Mr. Tan had recruited a hero, but when he arrived at the territory, he had to be raised like a grandfather every day. His family is easier to support. Ilo wanted to improve the domain interferer, but the time was still short. No matter how genius she was, she couldn't understand this advanced facility and reform it in a few days. But temporary reinforcement was much simpler. She immediately opened her venue skills and domain, with star rings extending from the interferer as the center, together resisting the invisible prying force from the distance. After a moment, just 10 or 20 seconds, the humming sound on the domain interferer gradually decreased, the grey sky dissipated, and the soul crystals in the storage slot no longer glowed and burned. After a careful count, about 4.5 soul crystals were burned. Not expensive? No, not right, this was only 20-odd seconds. Ilo wiped her sweat and said, Lord T needn't worry, this kind of prophecy and surveillance consumes more energy on the other side and won't be used easily. However, as soon as they use it next time, the force will be more fierce. So, it's too dangerous. Ilo also appeared to be a bit weak, and she was sweating all over after only 20 seconds of opening her domain. She need to quickly spend some evolution points to supplement her. Ilo. From the Lord's eyes, she saw a look that despised her for her small energy reserves. But to tell the truth, her energy reserves already far exceeded the same level. However, the domain is usually an ability that can only be fully utilized at 4-order peak. When she uses it, energy is quickly consumed. Isn't this reasonable? She opened her mouth. However, thinking of General Duolas' far greater energy reserves, she fell silent again. Maybe she was a little lacking. At the same time, Shanyao Empire. Eyeball of Shiny Intelligence Department, N0.3 Intelligence Office, Long Distance Observation Station. An instrument that looked like a huge telescope was running drippingly. It was tilted at a 30 degrees angle, narrower at the end and wider at the front. Outside its end were one ring-shaped array patterns after another, with lights rapidly moving over the mysterious patterns. Surrounding it, the ground was entirely paved with high-quality materials. Mysterious array patterns were carved on it. At several key notes of the array patterns, there were people dressed in complex costumes and holding various tools to assist in operation. At the front of the huge telescope, there was also one observer whose pupils were shining bright. After a while, the ring-shaped array patterns dimmed and dissipated into countless light particles. The long-distance observation instrument also exited the operating state, and the humming sound echoing in the spacious hall gradually subsided. Mr. Haroon, the observation failed. We saw nothing. The one called Haroon is a man with short brown hair and a body as stout as a bear. His most noticeable feature is his right eye, which seems to have been implanted with a mechanical eye that flickers with a brass glow. That's to be expected. He said, regarding the information about Tianyuan territory, aside from the 2 words Tianyuan, there's nothing else. That portrait is mostly fake. If we could observe it, it would be better to pray for the Lord of Tianyuan to reveal his identity. Observation and divination require high-quality information. At present, they have no understanding of the Lord of Tianyuan, and the Taishan Alliance has also made certain concealments. It's not easy to spy on the real identity and territory of the Lord of Tianyuan. If it were easy, their Shanyao Empire would have crushed the Taishan Alliance long ago. Observation is just the first step. The higher-ups pay a lot of attention to Tianyuan, and they want us to find the location of the territory without fail. There was a pause, and then Haroon spoke, deploy our high-level spies within Xian country, regardless of cost, to probe for all information on Lord Tianyuan. No matter how confidential the information of such an outstanding lord may be, there are bound to be traces left behind. Yes, as long as we can obtain the true identity of Tianyuan, it will be much easier to observe. Haroon assigned tasks to his subordinates, then took out an ancient hardcover book and briefly flipped through it. In it were records of recent noteworthy intelligence. A new round of resource competition was about to begin, and noteworthy new lords in Taishan included. The fog-shrouded ancient city that appeared in the chaotic area adjacent to the Shanyao Empire and Taishan had attracted many adventurers. Tianyuan territory. Despite being subjected to a long-range attack just a few hours ago, Mu Yuan did not change today's task arrangement to undertake the Time Maze City heroic mission. The information suggested that the mission should be carried out within 3 months. However, it also mentioned that the city in the cracks was once again revealed, and Lord Shepherd was worried that delay might cause unexpected incidents. Since the power of the territory was sufficient, it was better to go earlier than later. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, it would greatly affect Ilo's state. Lord Shepherd could not bear to lose high-level talents. As long as these witches came to the bowl, whether establishing trade teams, opening schools, or other projects he had thought of, they could all be put on the agenda. I understand. I will find them and return as soon as possible. Mu Yuan handed the crescent-shaped mission tool to Ilo. She received it with both hands and followed the Lord to an wasteland a few kilometers outside of Tianyuan territory. Because it was unclear how the portal would open, the Lord suggested to use it outside the territory to prevent any mishaps. The Lord is indeed very prudent. Ilo looked around and saw not only the familiar faces of 17, Duo Lai, and others, but also the other generals of the territory. The mighty skeleton general. The ghost general who was either beautifully strange or burly and fierce. Including her, there were a total of 9 elite-level strongmen on this mission. If you count General Lulu who was still in the territory, and the Lord, doesn't that mean that Tianyuan territory, which was only established a few months ago, already has 11 elite-level entities? Thinking of this, Ilo's confidence was boosted significantly. After all, when they were trapped in Trick City, there were only 4 elite-level people in their group, and they were not in a good condition. But now, with so many strong people, including Duo Lai and General Deadbone who is even stronger than General Duo Lai. How many companions need to be rescued? Mu Yuan asked. Ilo replied, when we were in the Eagle Kingdom, at the most, there were 136 witches. However, not everyone dared to venture deep into the wilderness, to travel all the way to the distant Bright Empire. Most chose to lie low and live in the remote areas of the kingdom. When we set out from the border town, we were only 28 strong. Along the way, we were pursued and encountered powerful monsters. Finally, before I lost consciousness, there were only 16 of us left. The truth proved that our idea of going to the Bright Empire was utterly fanciful. Fortunately, there was still a chance for redemption now. Mu Yuan looked forward. The 9 strongest of Tianyuan, excluding Lulu, were present. The ordinary soldiers were not numerous, with only 10 skeleton generals, 10 resentful spirits, and the Tool Falcon. The weakest were just entering the professional level. It was, after all, a rescue mission. Previously, he thought of making it up in numbers if his strength was inadequate, but now since the power was sufficient, the team's scale should not be too large in order to infiltrate quickly, grab the people, and go. Besides, if numbers were needed, General Deadbone alone was as good as an army. This operation is codenamed the Witches in the Mysterious City, and is commanded by Deadbone, with Ilo providing assistance. I, the Lord, will also give you some long-range support. So, let's get started. After Mr. Mu finished speaking, he retreated 1,000 meters. Ilo, holding the crescent-shaped tool, lifted it high above her. The tool shimmered with light. The light tore through the space, creating a huge but irregular space gate with a diameter of more than 20 meters in an instant. Under the power of heaven and earth, this portal was slowly shrinking. In possibly 10 or 20 seconds, it would disappear altogether. It seemed a bit crude. Through the space gate, one could vaguely see a city standing on the plain in the distance, surrounded by a thick black mist, unclear, and wonderfully strange. General Deadbone looked at it for half a second, quickly taking in the situation on the other side of the space gate, and prepared himself to burst into his full power at any time. He then stepped out. Chapter 163. Ilo, hi. This space gate differed from the Secret Realms gate. There wasn't an obstruction resembling a water curtain, it merely tore through 2 places with immense force. Stepping through the gate, the skeleton generals and resentful spirits, who had been trained rigorously by Deadbone for several days, quickly formed their ranks. The generals wielded silver-grey massive swords and were equipped with a broad, thick shield, while the resentful spirits clung one to the bodies of the generals, ready to strike the enemies at any necessary moment. Naturally, the equipment of the skeleton generals was no longer the simple standard set. General Deadbone was not satisfied with the war general level armor. Firstly, standard equipment wasn't durable. After a professional level war general engaged in a few intense battles, the armor would already be close to scrap. Secondly, not only were the equipment poor, but they were also ostentatious. The elaborate feature of 2 lifelike skulls on the shoulders of the armor was like a beacon in the night or a handsome boy in a crowd, as if begging for attention. At the request of General Deadbone, Masterly had created new +3 grade armor for the generals. Masterly knew more about how to make the armor more suitable, more durable, and stronger, and General Deadbone was not one for too many words. He had but one requirement. Low-key, and low-key. Of course, it was being low-key, not pretending to be weak. The skeleton generals at this moment looked like grey tin cans, not easy to mess with at first glance, but not as charming anymore. Deadbone stood at the forefront of the formation and looked into the distance. Lord Shepherd also used the Tool Falcon, he had forgotten to take it in the previous chapter but had corrected it now, for low-altitude reconnaissance. The Trick City was still several kilometers away from this location, and nothing was around. It seemed deserted. It seemed this area was a low-risk area or so-called civilized area. In the distance, outside Trick City, one could already see some figures coming into view. Big goblins, jackal men, spearmen, barbarians, zombies. These were not monsters but rather players' troops. These brawny troops were all clad in sophisticated armor. Even goblins, who usually went into battle naked or wearing only large underpants, were so heavily armed that they were like moving fortresses. There seemed to be quite a few players, and at a glance, they all seemed to be veterans, Yuan mumbled to himself. In the past, the sight of veteran players would make him frown and order a retreat of a few kilometers. No matter how talented a newbie was, it was hard to make up for a gap of several or tens of years in development. But now, Tianyuan territory had grown strong, and even veteran players with ill intentions could hardly make waves. It's unclear where they all are. Even with the sharp eyes of the Storm Falcon, it is hard to find the whereabouts of other players, Mew added. After all, experienced veteran players are good at hiding themselves. They either hide in inconspicuous places or blend into their own troops. Let's move, there's no need to detour. Given that there seem to be many adventurer players in the Trick City, we should hurry. Mew seemed a bit anxious and ordered Deadbone. Understood, my lord. Deadbone's deep voice echoed through the spiritual link. Immediately, it adjusted the formation, and the entire team advanced rapidly in an arrow formation. General Deadbone was positioned at the very front, and the skeleton generals lined up slopingly on both sides. Hong Yi, Raxhasa, Ilo, 17, Duo Lai were all in the middle of the team. 3 camera falcons maintained a low-altitude posture and followed closely. In no time, the Trick City, shrouded in grey-black fog, was almost within touch. The city interior was very dim, somewhat similar to the dungeons they had raided before, but the shadows wriggled like flowing water, and eyes were opening in the black fog mysteriously chilling. Right outside the city, where they were just a line away from the shadows, many player teams threw glances at Deadbone and others, showing signs of apprehension. No one approached. After all, this was the wilderness, a place beyond rules. Encountering players here, everyone would keep a distance. The Deadbone squad also briefly halted outside the city, seemingly, like other players, preparing to observe the situation in Trick City. In reality, it was Lord Shepherd who wanted to gather information about the surroundings. At his mental instruction, Ilo immediately used a small technique, which could slightly manipulate the wind, bringing the whispers within hundreds of meters around them into their ears. Apart from that, it seemed that Ilo also controlled enigmatic techniques like the water mirror technique, telescope technique and so on. Of course, these techniques were minor and couldn't detect anything in intense battles or in a chaotic environment with elemental particles. With her minute operation, bits and pieces of information floated in sporadically which, via Ilo's relay, reached Lord Shepherd. Jipo City. From some players' discussions, Mew heard this frequently mentioned term. However, he did not recognize this city. Soon, another city name floated in. Ziji City. This city, the learned Great Lord Shepherd recognized. He had memorized all the big city names of the Taishan Alliance, among which Ziji City was one. The location, although not considered the outskirts of human civilization, was indeed the frontier of the Taishan Alliance. It was a wilderness facing the Shenyao Empire across a barren plain. This area must in all likelihood be part of that wilderness. However, there were still many Langxing towns here, just not belonging to any faction. Gradually, this area became a buffer and no man's land between Taishan and Shenyao. Jipo City was probably the big city standing in this region. He'd heard that the black market here thrived. Also, many wanted criminal players had escaped into it. This area indeed has many active players, so the appearance of this weird and mysterious city immediately attracts many players to form teams for exploration. For players, these ancient cities are almost synonymous with treasures and opportunities, especially those that appear so suddenly. But they clearly don't know that Trick City has nothing to do with the emergence of treasures. It merely appears because I, Mr. Mew, have accepted a hero mission. No, it's not to say there aren't treasures in Trick City. Ilo and her companions didn't do much exploration of the city. But whether there are treasures or not, for me, the rescue is the first priority. The Deadbone team began to move in. Stepping into the range of Trick City, the view darkened significantly, and eerie sounds echoed from all over the city, causing one's goosebumps. Although Ilo was not afraid of these abnormal sounds, entering Trick City flooded her with memories that made her tense. Her fingers tightened around her staff as if about to leave indentations. But for Hong Yi, Rakshasa, and others, entering here was like returning home. Could Trick City be darker than the skeleton cemetery? Hong Yi was someone who slept in graves every day. Lord has asked Duo to check if there is a general direction. There is. Ilo concentrated for a moment, then uncertainly said, I seem to have an instinct to go in this direction. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps of the skeleton generals made a clear sound on the ground when their battle boots touched the bricks. Deadbone frowned slightly. It was a bit loud. But the skeleton generals under his command knew how to control the noise during their march after going through his training. The soles of their boots also underwent special treatment at his request, so they shouldn't. The surrounding area was just too quiet. Just moments ago, there were strange sounds echoing through Trick City. Be alert. He unsheathed his sword, looking around. It seemed like within the low-hanging black fog, something monstrous was hiding. Eyes suddenly opened in the fog. Like a ghastly white eyeball suddenly floating up to the surface, a disconcerting gaze fixating on them. Then came the second, the third, the fourth, tens to hundreds of ghastly white eyeballs appeared, as if a crowd of monsters were about to emerge from the black fog. But they didn't. It was a monster made of black mud and shadows, covered with hundreds of eyes. Ilo didn't recognize this monster either. The creatures within Trick City took all forms, they seemed to be put together from different parts. However, she was able to quickly determine that the Eyes of Shadow was undoubtedly at the elite level. It was a complicated creature, making use of the power of the black fog to trap them imperceptibly. They had just set foot in Trick City and already encountered such a powerful beast. It was a bit of a mess. She gripped her staff, ready to attack. After all, General Deadbone was considered the strongest in the Tianyuan territory, so it was essential to save as much energy as possible to deal with stronger opponents. As for Duo Lai, whose movement was too huge in combat style, they could only let others assist her in killing this obstruction quickly. However, Deadbone chose to have Rakshasa fight. It may be a test. Indeed, it is said that General Deadbone has inherited the steady temperament of the Lord. It is reasonable to test the waters before really taking action. But didn't Rakshasa just break through to the elite level last night? Ilo thought. The eyeball monster suddenly let out a sharp howl, grey light shot from its pale pupils. Even from a distance, Ilo felt her thoughts being slowed down, and her body felt as heavy as if it had fallen into the mud. At the same time, the eyeball monster had already extended a number of dark tentacles. The ends pointed to form glossy black spikes. Several or even dozens were thrusted down, binding the surroundings and creating ear-piercing sounds as they tore through the air. The sight slows. Shadow thrust. The tactics used by the Eye of Shadow are vicious and ruthless. A normal elite-level strongman might have been pierced full of holes in just 2 rounds under such circumstances. But the shadow only hit the cocky smoke. At a speed too high for Ilo to see, Rakshasa had already appeared next to the shadow monster, his spear dancing like a dragon, making a series of thrusts. Muffled booms like firecrackers went off one after another. The eyes on the shadow monster's body exploded one by one, leaving only depressed, grey-white pits and whitish juice seeping out. But an even more piercing shriek was let out from the shadow creature, with tentacles flailing wildly, showing the creature's vigorous vitality. Rakshasa frowned, quickly retreating more than 10 meters away. His back slightly arched, his muscles bulged like twisted roots, and brown evil chi patterns spread across his body. Suddenly the patterns moved as though they were alive, swirling around his upper body and resonating with the thunder in the world. Evil chi like a dragon! He shouted. His soul body form actually resonated with the sound. He lunged directly ahead, thrusting out with his spear. Evil chi patterns followed the spear point, intertwining with the evil chi power that was rushing out to shape a roaring dragon that slammed viciously into the struggling eyeball shadow creature. It was like a needle piercing a balloon. The shadow creature's body bulged, then exploded, turning into hundreds of black mud splashes, leaving only the glistening soul sand slowly seeping out. The shadow creature had been killed with one hit. The scattered evil chi quickly returned, transforming into brown patterns adorning Rakshasa's body. Holding her staff and still stuck in the thought from 2 seconds prior, Ilo was stunned. What? It's over? Chapter 164, The Power of General Deadbone. As she walked through the eerily quiet streets, Ilo replayed the recent events in her mind. Is it over? That was fast. She glanced distantly at the Rakshasa, with its green, fanged face, dark, burly body, truly a fearsome, well, an effective, warrior, considering how his appearance alone could terrify opponents. Though, he seemed a bit too strong considering the Lord indicated that all other formidable beings just recently broke through, excluding General Deadbone and General Duo Lai. If the Rakshasa is of the same level as her, Ilo, after comparing, found herself lacking certainty in winning. She is a hero. The genius hero who defeated Windsor, Blaze, and Fei Shi, and stood out in harsh competition with a legendary demeanor. She once thought she was the strongest in Tianyuan, and would aid the Lord in reaching the summit. But after coming here, the second strongest, the third strongest, she had doubts whether she would eventually fall to being the nth strongest in Tianyuan. Ilo is skeptical about her life. When she goes back, she must work harder, exert more effort in dividing herself to handle various affairs. Otherwise, her dream of being the right hand of the Lord will keep drifting. Not far away. Bone 2 glanced at the Rakshasa, then at Deadbone, and stepped forward. Big brother, second brother also wants to fight. He thought, his ranking was the same as the Rakshasa, and so was their level. If the Rakshasa could instantly kill a shadow pupil monster, it doesn't make sense that he, Bone 2, couldn't. Bone 3, me too. Deadbone glanced at them and symbolically knocked on their helmets with a conjured black mist. Shape up, you lot. The group of skeletons, ghosts, and people continued their trek deeper into Trick City. They encountered some monsters along the way, but most were merely professional-level small monsters. Although the monsters in Trick City were strange in both form and ability, they could not make waves against absolute power. As for strangeness, the undead, like Deadbone, were never afraid. Which undead was ever scared? After they had gathered more and more information, the tactical commands from General Deadbone got increasingly meticulous. Sometimes they could evade encounters with monsters for up to 10 minutes or more, thanks to Deadbone's keen observation and skillful prediction. On the other hand, the player teams in Trick City encountered wave after wave of monsters. There were many explorers in this area. Deadbone treated the player teams with respect and caution, but never forgot to gather some information about them from a distance. Players from Taishan and Shenyao seem to have clashed in the east. Rumor has it that someone unearthed a rare treasure in the Black Tree area. Should we go and check it out? Watch out, there are quite a few wanted players in Trick City, all of them are ruthless killers. Upon hearing of treasure, Duo Lai, like a triggered puppet, had sparkling eyes. What a pity, General Deadbone would not join in any of the excitement, and he certainly would not covet any treasures beyond the mission's objective. Things like Taishan, Shenyao, treasures, killers, etc. have no concern to him. He follows the Lord's commands. He led the team at a steady but not slow pace. 1 hour. 2 hours. 4 hours. Trick City was far from small, and the environment was complex, not to mention the presence of unpredictable players. Deadbone had to be more wary than usual. If it was a standard attack raid, Deadbone would certainly take several, or even tens of times longer to carefully scout the terrain and push forward slowly. However, this time their mission was a deep rescue. Once they finished rescuing, they would leave. Of course, he had to avoid some tedious processes of brain and brawn. Being steady wasn't always an impediment. We seem to be close. Ilo said. An instinctual sense, or maybe a revelation from the heavens and earth, told her strongly that her past companions were not far from here. But at this moment, she grew more and more anxious, fearing her expectations were in vain. After all, it was so dangerous back then. Even her, the strongest one, was killed by a monster. Could the others really have survived? She was afraid. But she gritted her teeth, there was no use worrying. The sooner she faced reality, the more possibilities there would be. Follow me. This area was deeper into Trick City, filled with strange noises. The worn streets with their crisscrossing shadows resembled a spider's web, waiting for prey to be caught. But other than this, there weren't many monsters, and the players were much more sparse. Deadbone's group hadn't seen a team of players for almost half an hour. Suddenly, Mu Yuan's brows furrowed. From the low-flying camera falcon, he spotted several figures in the distance that were markedly different from the monsters. It was a team of players. About several players in the team, and some formidable soldiers like halberd guards, goblin warriors, and wolf cavalry accompanying them. A group that, at first glance, was filled with elite players. Only, they were running away. Fleeing in panic. Had they encountered a powerful monster? Deadbone quickly went into alert and silently retreated into a side alley. Battle should be avoided whenever possible. By commanding 3 cameras at the same time, Mu Yuan saw clearly. A dark red blade light shot from the shadows, entwining around the escaping goblin warrior like a python. It shredded the splendid armor and sturdy body as easily as tearing fabric. Only a green head with bulging eyes, filled with palpable fear, was left rolling around. It was a human. Stepping out from the shadows was a thin man with a blade. He wore a black cloak, had a lean and tall body, a narrow and long face, sunken eye sockets, and a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He extended his flexible, snake-like tongue to lick the blood from the blade, revealing a look of ecstasy. Several fleeing players looked back, their expressions filled with even more fear. It's Ghost Jack indeed. Damn it, why would we run into him here? This fellow has a bounty of over 30 million starlight coins, a high-level wanted criminal. He's treating us like prey, damn it. They were both afraid and angry, squeezing out all their potential to flee. Meanwhile, Ghost Jack maintained a certain distance and slowly pursued them, just like playing with his prey. The players grew increasingly desperate. At this point, General Deadbone had already hidden in a nearby alley. A wisp of black mist released from its palm merged with the surrounding environment and a faint domain power enveloped all personnel. One of General Deadbone's creeds, never to intervene in anything beyond the mission. Once these players ran far away, they could continue their journey. But then the ghost clad in a black cloak stopped in his tracks. After standing still for 3 to 4 seconds, his head suddenly twisted 90 degrees, turning towards Deadbone. His eyes, which were deeply sunk in, widened, and the corners of his mouth turned upwards. Found you, more interesting prey. He swung his knife suddenly. His dark red knife intent, filled with extreme killing intent, spread out from him, causing all the creatures hidden in the surrounding black mist, which wanted to pounce out, to tremble and shrink back again. Ilo's pupils contracted. This artistic conception. It's stronger than hers. It carried the intent to slaughter everything, as if all enemies standing before him were pigs and sheep that had their necks washed and were ready for slaughter. No wonder, the obviously not weak goblin warrior was killed without any resistance earlier. Under the cover of knife intent and killing intent, it indeed had no power to resist. General Deadbone frowned slightly and sighed softly. He also suddenly swung out an equally fierce and unmatched shadow slash, which collided with the red glow of the killing intent of the knife. The sharp energy spewed out, making the surrounding earth riddled with holes. A raging black flame also burned around General Deadbone, and he stared at the ghost from 100 meters away. It's time to retreat. Deadbone thought. He openly displayed his powerful strength on purpose, without covering the special effects. This was to let the enemy weigh his strength. According to normal logic, players in the wild are unwilling to confront enemies they are not fully confident about. Even hunters would worry about the prey being too strong, which may result in their own injuries. Getting injured in the wild is a big taboo. However, Ghost Jack was a lunatic who never talked about normal logic. He just looked more delighted, like a wolf seeing a beautiful woman. His momentum and artistic conception seemed even more rampant and terrifying, like a tide rolling over. Deadbone. Is this even logical? He had no choice. Through spiritual link he told Duo Lai, Ilo, and others, you go and save people first, I will be there later. But this ghost. He has a double artistic conception that can be fused, and his level is far above ours. And General Deadbone's level was even below General Duo Lai. No matter how good he was at fighting, he had his limits. Ilo made a lot of sense, and Deadbone agreed with her. This is indeed a very terrifying enemy. However, as long as we finish rescuing the target, we can leave at any time. You understand, right? Lord was overseeing their team, so Deadbone was assured. Ilo understood. General Duo Lai scratched his head. They continued towards their destination, while General Deadbone blocked the overwhelming momentum of the ghost and initiated a counterattack, as invisible powers of the curse descended one after another. The ghost's body slightly sunk, but his twisted smile was still there. He licked his lips and lunged forward like a shadow. Swords and knives clashed repeatedly. Almost all the attacks were from the ghost, but Deadbone's defense was also solid. It seemed that in terms of power and speed, he was not at a significant disadvantage compared to the warlord-level ghost. A great enemy, indeed. Deadbone's gaze was solemn. Ghost Jack retreated dozens of meters away and started to laugh creepily. He even flipped the blade of his knife and slashed his body, making several wounds. The bright red blood flowed out, flowing into the blade, which made the long knife look more eerie and terrifying. The artistic conception around his body seemed to materialize, showing a faint red, covering dozens of meters around him. Suffocating. Extremely suffocating killing intent spread out. Even the players who had fled a good distance felt a tightness in their chests and found it hard to breathe. It's over, this brave man is going to die. This brave man doesn't seem weak either, he just defended against ghosts several moves. You know nothing, just now the ghost was merely playing with his prey. Now he's going for a real attack. I've heard a bit about this move. It's a killing move drawn by his own blood after integrating several knifing skills and killing intent artistic conception. It carries dozens of technique variations, and it's extraordinarily powerful. You can't dodge it, you can't block it either. This brave man is definitely going to lose. We'd better run, too. Otherwise, we'll be next. The rolling killing intent, 99% of it falls on Deadbone. As the ghost slashed, the scattered faint artistic conception of killing intent that had already materialized around him, surged like a blood wave. The killing intent was overwhelming. The rolling knife intent also tore the ground, frozen space, and made the surrounding black mist keep retreating. Deadbone attacked back. It seemed like a common sword move, just like before. But... The moment Wailing Death collided with the red knife intent, the vast power was truly revealed. It was as if a towering mountain, covered with skeletons, stood behind Deadbone. Undead on the mountain shouted its name. Stars of undead energy gathered to form streams, forming a river that flowed from Wraith's sacred mountain, down to Deadbone, through refining and pressing for dozens of times, integrated through dozens of techniques, then merged with several high-level skills, and finally burst out from the black giant's sword. It transformed into the shocking and unadorned Stygian river. With a dominant force, it swept away everything in its path. What knife intent, killing intent, blood tide, whether tangible or intangible, all dissipated, only the Stygian river was roiling along, completely engulfing the ghost who was maintaining the slashing pose, and crashed into the buildings in the distance. The buildings also went under the gradually dissipative Stygian river. Deadbone wiped the sweat that couldn't possibly exist on his skull and looked at the missing corpse of the ghost, only then did he feel slightly relieved. He pondered again that this move was not perfect enough. Far away. Duo Lai and others hadn't run far when they saw the rolling black river overwhelmingly swallowing the incredibly tiny ghost. Ilo looked at the clean and tidy road, which was devoid of a speck of dust and had sunk quite a lot, and then at General Deadbone standing in the middle of the road, completely calm and relaxed. She fell into contemplation. She came to a conclusion. So this is what General meant by "we'll be there later," isn't it? Ilo has let her imagination run wild. General Deadbone is very straightforward, with his plan. Once the rescue is completed, they all have more freedom to fight or retreat. But if they have a chance to kill this strong enemy, they should seize the opportunity to do it once and for all. Dead men make the skeletons feel safest. After all, this is the wilderness. General Deadbone pondered for half a second and stopped considering his River of the Underworld's killing move. He also criticized himself for being distracted and contemplating his abilities. He glanced around, his gaze lingering on a few players in a far-off team, then turned and strode toward his own group. He left behind several players, standing frozen in place, their bodies covered in cold sweat, looking as if they had just been dredged out of the water. It took them nearly 10 seconds to suddenly wake up, their backs bent and breathing heavily, their constricted pupils still filled with lingering palpitations. "We can't stay in Trick City any longer." In the middle of the squad, Ilo glanced at General Deadbone in the distance and then at Duo Lai at her side. She had previously tried to gauge the power of Tianyuan's number 1, and Duo Lai's answer was, just a tiny bit stronger than Ben Duo, just a tiny bit. At this moment, Ilo really wanted to ask earnestly, you call this a tiny bit? Duo Lai, ahi. However, Ilo didn't ask, nor did she continue to think about how terrifying is General Deadbone 1, how did Lord cultivate such a general. Instead, she focused and used her intuition to search, her heart pounding. Trick City, somewhere. At the end of a deep alley, down from a passage that could only accommodate 2 people side by side, is an underground space of about 100 square meters. Flickering candlelight provides a few strands of illumination to the pitch-black ominous area. There's a girl leaning against a corner, her face pale, her eyebrows tightly knitted, and her eyes tightly shut. Her exposed arm is covered in scales that look like snake skin. Another girl has a scarred face and one abnormally swollen arm. Witch's disease, it's getting worse, crow. A black crow flutters down to a pile of miscellaneous items, attempting to strike an elegant pose. Unfortunately, her feathers look as ragged as torn clothes, and her eyes reveal traces of exhaustion. Next to her, is a grey white-haired wolf. She looks like an ordinary grey wolf, with faded fur that is thick in some places and sparse in others, as if she's a toy made haphazardly out of old newspapers. In the world of grey wolves, she could only be considered a runt. However, what comes from the mouth of the grey wolf is a crisp and sweet girl's voice, yet it sounds weak. No more bringing crow, all right. This is one of the symptoms of the witch's disease, crow. What can I do, crow? The black crow girl spreads her wings. Also present is a deer and a curled-up fox. Like the 2 before them, the deer and the fox are also a pitiful sight due to the effects of the witch's disease, or rather, the effects of the monster blood inside them. In their era, girls who awakened their powers and flowed with the blood of monsters were called witches. There's a reason why witches are feared and hated. Firstly, there's a long history of hatred between humans and monsters in the Eagle Kingdom. Secondly, witches who have awakened their monster blood often exhibit certain physical characteristics, scales like a snake, hands turning into claws, a fox's tail sprouting out, and so on. They usually only present a few of these features, but after Black Crow and her companions wandered into Trick City, they were afflicted by a strange curse. The curse stimulated the monster blood in their bodies. Black Crow and the other 3 girls were most affected, but their powers were also the strongest. What's the situation outside, Crow? It's the same, there's a ring of monsters surrounding us. They won't come in, but we can't get out either. And if we stay here any longer, not to mention the witch's disease, we're running out of food and water. White Wolf can't quite articulate why they're still holding on. Perhaps it's just human nature to fear death. She looks outside, through the narrow passage, seeing a crowd of black monsters clustered at the entrance of the alleyway. They are trapped here. Even if they could break out and surpass these monsters, how could they escape from the expansive Trick City? The answer is, there's nowhere to escape to. There's no sign of life. Not to mention the many wounded. I'm tired, let's end it all. We might as well face off with these monsters. Wait, the noise outside seems to be getting louder, Crow. It might be the monsters fighting. White Wolf walks over to the steps weakly, looking up towards the noise. Black Crow flutters over too, perching on White Wolf, and looks upwards at the same angle. Outside the passage, the area is still packed with monsters. But suddenly, as if attracted by something, the hordes of monsters began to rush towards the rear, screeching. Boom! A surge of flame engulfs the entire alley, perfectly confining its power within it. In just over 10 seconds, it has incinerated these monsters, even several elite-level monsters. This is the result of Duo Lai and Ilo cooperating to unleash fire. Like a river of fire. The orange flames illuminated the faces of the Black Crow and the White Wolf, also casting a glimmer in their pupils. The deer were stepping forward. The sleeping fox opened its eyes. They all saw a familiar figure emerge from the flames. Ilo was also gazing at her companions from hundreds of years ago. At this moment, she seemed to be standing in the midst of intertwined time, her eyes damp, murmuring softly. Finally, I found you. Outside the corridor, General Deadbone stood leaning on his sword, with the skeleton generals clearing up the approaching monsters. Duo Lai really wanted to join the fun, but the Lord summoned him to clean up the monsters outside together and pick up the shiny soul sand, which swiftly cast his confusion and worries away. Not bad, overall no accidents. Even though many players appeared in Trick City, and they even encountered a fugitive like the Ghost, as long as they found the mission's target and no one got into an accident, it wasn't considered unexpected. Yuan was contemplating while watching the silhouettes in the basement. He counted, including the black crow, white wolf, deer, and fox he had glimpsed before, there were 13 witches left. However, most of them were in terrible states, having difficulty walking. If they hadn't fortuitously discovered this basement free from monster disturbance, they wouldn't have managed to hold on. Even so, judging by their current situations, they couldn't hold on much longer. Lucky we got here in time, a few more days and it might have been. In the basement, Ilo took out a variety of prepared recovery potions and precious items like vitality spring water for everyone to drink. Although there was no immediate miraculous effect and it didn't cure the witch's illness, it at least made everyone feel a little better. She looked at everyone with a lot to say and ask, but Ilo knew this wasn't the time for reminiscing. Follow me, I'll take you out of here. MMMHMM. However, the underground space was not spacious, and rashly using a tool to tear open the space was risky. Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and many elite soldiers were still outside. She kept in contact with the Lord while instructing and ordering the witches. Wait, since we are leaving, do not forget this crow. The black crow flew to a spot not far away, where a black coffin was located in an area where it was hard for the candlelight to reach. The black crow girl clung to the coffin with both claws, and then dropped many black feathers, wrapping the coffin and flew up with it. Seeing Ilo's puzzled look, she said, "It's a treasure crow." Treasure. I may not know its specific function, but it's definitely a treasure crow. We're going to serve the Lord, aren't we? It's only appropriate to bring gifts. The witches were, after all, professional level at their weakest, so even with heavy injuries and severe illness, they wouldn't have problems walking a few steps with others' help. Soon, they came out of the underground space in 2s and 3s while outside, Dead Bone had already ordered the skeleton generals and resentful spirits to form a protective ring. Ding! Prompt, your hero Ilo has subdued witches 13, do you accept their loyalty? They actually exist as a troop type. Maybe it's due to the witch's lineage. In this era, it's a rank, a profession. There's not much of a difference from the civilians who have changed their jobs in other territories, in fact, being a troop is even more convenient. The recruitment went without any hitches. Next, if they could figure out what the witch's diseases were, it would be time for a construction boom. Mr. Mew thought. But all of a sudden, either to him, or to the camera of falcons, the ground in the distance started to tremble, and a series of rumbling noises could be heard. A black cloud was vaguely visible in the city's center. No, not a cloud, but endless monsters emerging from the black cloud. They were spilling out at a tremendous speed, like a wave of black. There were players clinging to griffins, grasping the reins tightly. The griffins were also flapping their wings hard, trying to fly away as fast as they could. However, their speed was actually slower than the wave of monsters. In no time, flying creatures caught up with them, tore them apart and devoured them, and they died after a single scream. What's happening? Yuan had no idea. Dead Bone General looked at Ilo, who quickly used a tool. The crescent-shaped tool shattered completely, an unfathomable force tore the space, forming a gate more than 20 meters in diameter and not evenly flat, stretching across the cracked patchy ground. The witches quickly stepped in, followed by the skeleton generals and resentful spirits. In a few short seconds, everyone passed through the space gate. But Dead Bone stepped halfway through the gate, when it suddenly stopped. It looked around and the edges of the space gate, looking like saw marks, were indeed closing slowly. However, it was much slower than before. It seemed that some special factors in Trick City were interfering with the closing of the space. This was not a big deal, normally. At most, the space gate would disappear completely in a few dozen or 100 seconds. However, they were deep within Trick City, and at the end of their vision, a black tide was already rolling in. In the center of the black tide, further away, was an enormous black shadow, indiscernible in detail, using the black tide as its vessel, guiding it forward. Chapter 165. The Lord should take action now. The eruption of the monster tide deep within Trick City jolted the players who were still immersed in their adventures and treasure hunts. They used various means to probe the situation in the city center. Yet when they saw the monstrous swarms that resembled black tide, they were all startled. I always said this ancient city's sudden appearance spelled disaster. Earlier I saw the fierce gun mercenary corps from the Shen Yao Empire heading for the city center, and they rudely drove away other players, seizing control of the entire city center. Damn it, those bastards must have done something. The fierce gun mercenary corps, the one that once explored the ancient ruins and obtained a large amount of technical information? This was no obscure mercenary group. After all, those who could delve deep into Trick City were generally experienced players. Yet, the fierce gun mercenary corps still managed to monopolize the adventure, which said a lot about their strength. They were equipped extraordinarily, each player owning an exploding fire gun. Yet at this time, bang, bang, bang. Before the black tide, players in uniform combat suits, holding silver and red intertwined fire guns over half a meter long, fled in panic. The soldiers covering the rear were nearly annihilated. Some players turned back, pulling the trigger and shooting a dazzling gun light, each shot killing a dozen monsters and blasting a hole over 2 meters in diameter on the patchy ground. However, these seemingly infinite black monsters gushing from deep underground were unaffected by such minor damages. It was like missing a few drops of water in a lake, insignificant. They were quickly caught by the black tide, screamed, and were reduced to nothingness. At this time, all players in Trick City were desperately fleeing outward, but even players at the periphery were trembling with fear. Even from a distance, they could still see the terrifying black tide. It was like a tide. Or like a dark cloud, spreading an oppressive and suffocating aura. Perhaps influenced by the black tide or the terrifying shadow, the black fog in Trick City churned more violently, and an invisible disturbance enveloped the city. Some players were terrified to find that no matter how hard they ran they couldn't close the distance, as if they were trapped in an invisible formation. Stronger players, through their powerful spirit and will, could break through these disturbances or find the correct path using various special methods. However, they also delved deeper into Trick City. Everyone was in danger. Unless some powerful player troops had just arrived in Trick City and had not ventured deep yet. The Hand of the Yellow Scarf mercenary group from Ziji City had just arrived. They were so astounded, stupefied, and alarmed by what they saw. They were one of the top 3 powerful mercenary groups in Ziji City. Having received numerous honorific titles from Taishuan such as City Guardian, Great Explorer, Spear of Ziji, and Friend of the Citizens, each player in the group was elite. However, even the elites didn't dare to confront the black tide. They were just humans. They stood on a hill outside the city, looking out into the distance. Thank goodness our group leader slacked off earlier, otherwise if we had come a few days earlier, sheesh. No, it's not the time to relax yet. A strong player stared. Judging by the current trend, the monster tide is likely to break out of Trick City, sweeping up a real monster wave in the surrounding areas. Our Ziji City may be affected as well. This is already a catastrophe. We mercenaries can't solve it. No one in the Trick City region can resist it. Hurry, notify the Lord of Ziji City. At a location not far from the center of Trick City. General Deadbone furrowed his brow. Another accident had occurred. The already slow rate at which the space gate was closing had slowed down. Even more. This was inevitably due to the influence of Trick City, or rather, the monstrous tide and the massive shadow. If the massive shadow could be killed, this eerie disturbance would surely be eliminated. However, General Deadbone had a very accurate understanding of his own combat power. There was a huge disparity between him and the shadow, he was far from being its match. Not to mention the massive shadow, even the seemingly endless tide in front of him was hard to confront. It was just too numerous. And too powerful. There were numerous elite-level monsters inside, such as the Shadow Eye monsters, the Black Giant Birds, Hundred-Eyed Crows, and so on. Powerful monsters mixed in like droplets of water. What should we do, Gojiji? Defend, just hold out till the gate closes. Deadbone said. Soon, the black tide spread to this area. Deadbone, Duo Lai, and Ilo were all forced to take action. Duo Lai's flames blazed, covering and easily burning the ordinary monsters in a whole street. General Deadbone then precisely finished off the elite monsters that were hard to burn to death. As for Ilo, she found herself too poor. Her energy in this kind of situation had very limited effect. She could only provide support, casting some buff statuses on Deadbone and Duo Lai. General Deadbone was quite satisfied. A teammate who can provide enhancements, not bad. The three of them stood like a reef, resisting wave after wave of assaults from the tide, unyielding. In the center of the black tide, a massive shadow towering like a skyscraper, let out a deep, hoarse roar. Intruders, die! Eagle Kingdom, wait for me, to gather, my soldiers, to trample on. The giant shadow repeated these words over and over. It had some consciousness, although not much, but it gradually turned its gaze towards Deadbone and his companions who were the most resistant and difficult for the monster tide to swallow. An invisible pressure suddenly swept over. It felt as if a mountain was weighing heavily down on them. Back off! Lord Shepherd spoke up. He looked at the terrifying shadow, not through the eyes of the Storm Falcon, but in person. He had come to the outside of the space gate, separated from Trick City by just a gate. Standing here, he could also feel the suffocating oppression coming from the terrifying dark shadow. Stronger than the Orokai that had descended. Embodiment of obsession? A fallen demon? Monster mutation? What it was didn't matter anymore. What mattered was, the dark shadow posed a threat to the safety of Tianyuan territory. The gigantic shadow cast its gaze. So did Lord Shepherd. His short hair began to grow longer, surrounded by a faint but stronger suppression force than Duo Lai and Deadbone. Lo, as expected, Lord is indeed the real strongest. Mu Yuan extended his hand, palm facing up, as if supporting the sky. Techniques, come forth. A few kilometers away, at the core of Tianyuan territory. In the magic furnace that resembled a giant silver pot, red and blue auras suddenly shot into the sky, thunderclaps rang out from the ground, like an enraged giant dragon roaring. One after another, giant dragons made of fire and sculpted by thunder lay transverse, projecting a full sky of radiant reflections over the wilderness several kilometers away. The nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon. This large-scale magic held various changes and usages, but controlling such a technique imbued with terrifying energy was extremely difficult. Or you could say it was impossible. Usually, you could only launch such large-scale magic according to an established setup. However, at this moment, veins bulged on Great Lord Shepherd's forehead. After using the Duo Lai template, his inherent strong spiritual power seemed to have broken through its limits. Based on the cornerstone of his spiritual link talent, his psychic power turned into threads, firmly holding the impulsive beast that was the nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon, and swung it towards the space gate that was not so wide and had jagged edges. Whoosh! The thunder flame dragon roared as it flew past Duo Lai and Deadbone, stretching its immense body of thunder and fire once more over the dimly lit Trick City, casting endless light and heat over the monster tide. It dived down. The black monsters disintegrated into ashes inch by inch, and the ground also caved in amidst the charred traces. The nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon surged towards the enormous dark shadow, appearing to reveal the image of the shadow. His body was as dry as wood, his eye sockets sunken, wearing a black crown, surrounded by endless black fog. The black mist made him appear as if he reached the heavens and pierced the earth, like a king overlooking the world. He manipulated the black fog, vaguely forming an invisible giant hand, reaching for the thunder flame dragon. Yet another vein bulged on Mu Yuan's forehead. His spirit spread out like a net throughout heaven and earth. The energy burned fiercely like a blazing fire. The nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon, contrary to its large body, performed a spiral flip in mid-air, flying past the giant hand of black fog, heading towards the massive shadow. The massive shadow formed by the black fog, entangled ring after ring, tying it tighter and tighter. The extreme heat of the fire and the annihilating thunder impacted close by, causing the black fog to sizzle and dissipate. Not waiting for the dark shadow to roar again, Great Lord Shepherd raised his hand that seemed supporting the heavens, and tightly clenched it. The ultimate light radiated from the thunder flame dragon, as if a sun was gently rising in the pitch-black land. Wherever its light shone, the surrounding black fog and monsters turned into smoke and vanished. The glorious light finally reached its climax. A deafening explosion that could be heard clearly outside the city. The huge sun tightly clung to the ground, with visible ripples spreading rapidly all around from the center of the blast. Wherever it passed, the bodies of the black monsters twisted and were then torn apart. One after another, either grand or low buildings were instantly collapsed. Rubble and broken wood were swept into the raging wind, flung outwards. Even the ground and roads were uprooted in large patches, forming a devastated land with a diameter of at least several kilometers at the center of the explosion. General Deadbone was stationed in front of the space gate. The ground rose up numerous skeletons, forming a sturdy wall of burial, but the wall still creaked under the impact, cracking and then healing again and again. In less affected areas, some players were lifted by the aftershock, rolling several tens of meters away. They quickly got up and climbed to the roofs of buildings that hadn't collapsed in that area to look out. They were stunned. The black tide, it's almost gone. A player murmured, most of the monster tide giving chase like a matter of life and death had suddenly been wiped out. Were they safe now? But they couldn't laugh, they couldn't relax. Their hearts were still trembling under the just now world-shattering force. Humans are so insignificant. What on earth happened? Suddenly, a player looked up. Above the Trick City, surrounded by black fog and swirling clouds, a huge hole had appeared from nowhere, the heavenly light shining down strand by strand, extremely bright. Shining on the land of Trick City that had never seen light, and also falling on some players. They stopped and stared, as if waking from a great dream. No matter what, we survived the great calamity. Outside the Trick City, a strongman arrived, walking in mid-air. His eyes shone brightly, gazing at Trick City that was shrouded in dark clouds and black fog, covered as if by a gigantic pot lid. His expression gradually grew grave. A bad omen. Trouble, an ominous thing has been born here, it will bring disaster. No, I must report to the city lord immediately, but the situation is somewhat unclear. Just as he was hesitating whether to return immediately with the message or venture into the city for a look, the ultimate, dazzling, brilliant flame rose to the sky, tearing through the year-round black clouds over Trick City. Like a flaming sword of heaven embedded in the city, casting a cleansing brilliance. Also, it seemed to reflect the shocked and gradually astonished face of the imposing figure hovering in mid-air. Shock! 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 What on earth happened? At the same time, Mr. Mew didn't bother thinking about whether the nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon could succeed or not. Seeing the closing speed of the space gate significantly increasing, he quickly urged Deadbone and the others to get away. He watched it, waiting. 1 second, 2 seconds, 8.5 seconds. The space gate was finally completely closed, leaving no gap. The space gate finally closed, showcasing the vast wilderness in front of him. Tall, robust trees stood erect, rustling and crackling as the wind blew. It's safe now. Yuan murmured to himself. Even though he failed to collect any loot and felt somewhat regretful, it was unsure whether the giant shadow was dead. After all, the nine-headed roaring thunder flame dragon was a large-scale magic technique primarily aimed at area damage. He didn't dwell on it too much, as safety was paramount. The mission had been completed satisfactorily, and the only additional expenditure was the large-scale magic technique. If he could squeeze ILO a bit more, he would have a new technique, which was completely environmentally friendly and waste-free. The dozen or so witches he had just recruited were still in shock and tense, and their physical condition was rather poor, so Yuan merely showed them a little attention before leaving. The rest would be taken care of by ILO. But unexpectedly, ILO herself was at a loss. Lord, do you really have no opinion on witches? You've asked this question before, haven't you? It seems I haven't completely persuaded you yet. Well, let me put it this way, Yuan gave an example. One, you can look at what our main force in the Tianyuan territory is. ILO thought carefully. Halberd Guard, Treeman, Flower Fairy? No, none of them. It was the skeleton general, adorned in heavy grey-black armor. It was the skeletons, the undead. In the Eagle Kingdom, witches were discriminated against and seen as enemies. However, their circumstances and treatment were somewhat better than those of the undead and undead mages. If the latter were discovered, they would be immediately sent to the pyre. In this regard, staying in the Tianyuan territory indeed provided some peace of mind. I see. Said ILO. On the contrary, Yuan felt that it was the Eagle Kingdom that was too backward. Witches and high-ranking undead were highly despised. Look at the current era, both witches and high-ranking undead are very popular troop types. If you were to say which class was not very popular, it would be the goblins. The team quickly returned to the territory, and the witches, the girls were settled in newly built high-end houses. Yuan had prepared a building for them. It would be somewhat crowded for 13 or 14 people to live there, but the environment was many times better than normal civilian houses. This was preferential treatment for talents. The girls needed a suitable environment to rest and recover at this point. He also asked Tian Yuan's first doctor, Holy Light Master Sacrifice Laney, to take a look. As for himself, he opened the territory panel and pulled up the information about the dozen or so witches he had just recruited. Black Crow Sophia. Rank, Rare 3-star. Level, Second Order 7 level. Skills, Crow's Call, Black Feather, Feather Transformation, Black Claw. Fireball Technique, Wind Blade. White Wolf Lian Yu. Elk Irene. Fox Daisy. All 4 of them are of the rare 3-star rank. They possessed the highest rank among the witches. This rank potential was not low. If they could cultivate normally and steadily, it would not be difficult to climb to the peak of the second order step by step. If they were a little bit more diligent and had enough resources, they had a good chance of stepping into the third order warlord level. Mu Yuan didn't know the specific situation in the Bright Empire, the strongest human race before the Great Catastrophe, but in the Eagle Kingdom, a third order war general was sufficient to serve as a city lord of a large city. The Central Magic Academy where Ilo was enrolled, had teachers at the second order level. Unlike the present era, in the Taishan Alliance, many veteran players could bring out a squad of elite-level second-order troops on their own. The ranks of the other witches are much lower, with only 4 stepping into the rare rank. Among the witches, Black Crow, White Wolf, and Elk are elite level, with Black Crow having the highest level and probably the strongest combat power, followed by White Wolf. Of course, what Mu Yuan saw in recruiting the witches was not their combat power, but their talent. Except for White Wolf, it seemed that all 4 were from noble families, cultured individuals, and some of the other witches also possessed talents and skills. Compared to the vast majority of illiterate refugees, they already had many advantages. Setting up schools, processing documents, and organizing trade caravans could all be arranged quickly. Mu Yuan thought. Everything would have to wait until the witches had finished their physical examinations and recovered. He turned his head and saw Duo Lai tapping on the black coffin placed on the floor, producing a crisp bang. He almost forgot. They had brought this coffin out of Trick City. It appeared that the underground space was immune to monster intrusion, which was somewhat related to the coffin. Could this really be a treasure? It is a treasure, but the specific function is not clear. Duo Lai said. Mu Yuan took a look and identified it with the abilities of a lord. Sacrificial black coffin. Category, Special. Function, those who sacrifice to the black coffin can reap rewards. Mu Yuan. This explanation was very vague, but some of the more advanced items, especially special ones, were indeed hard to identify at a glance unless they were opened from the box of light balls. He wasn't in a rush, he immediately fetched several rare-level appraisal stones from the next warehouse. It was one of the tools that he had been hoarding from time to time. He took one and patted it against the sacrificial black coffin. The light was dazzling, enveloping the entire black coffin. After several seconds, it gradually dissipated. On closer inspection, the description of the black coffin has become more detailed, but not enough. He continued to use the identification stones, one after another. Finally, the accumulation of stones let the black coffin's description become clear. Description: open the black coffin and sacrifice a sufficient amount of monster remains to exchange for a certain amount of remnant souls of troop. I note, the amount and rank of the remnant souls of troop type obtained from the sacrifice will be far lower than the original sacrifice. J. I note, the type of remnant souls of troop type obtained will correspond to the type of remains sacrificed. It seems to be an artifact with a very special function. As Mu Yuan contemplated, he immediately asked Duo Lai to fetch some monster remains. Tian Yuan territory doesn't collect monster corpses, only some processed small monsters such as brown bears, grey wolves, and mountain sheep, commonly known as refrigerated ingredients. Duo Lai, with his mouth pouted, fetched some food, then pushed hard to open the coffin lid. Creak 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 creak. The coffin lid, covered with eerie patterns, was pushed to a certain extent before getting stuck. It looked pitch black inside, and not a single ray of light penetrated it. It was as if it was a black hole or a devouring monster's mouth. Duo Lai dumped all the remains of brown bears, grey wolves, etc. into it. Oddly enough, the opening of the coffin wasn't large, but when the whole brown bear fell in, it naturally slid in and disappeared like it had fallen into an abyss. After a while, Mu Yuan and Duo Lai pushed the coffin lid back together. The moment the lid was completely closed, a creepy gnawing sound came from within the coffin. Duo Lai wasn't creeped out, he thought it was wasteful instead. So many wonderful ingredients for a feast. The gnawing sound only lasted a few seconds before ceasing. The next moment, the coffin lid pulled itself up just a little bit, as if it was deeply dissatisfied, and spit out a small remnant soul light ball. Grey Wolf's remnant soul, common 1 star. Duo lie. You swallowed so much but only spit out 1 remnant soul? Give me more. Thump thump thump. Duo lie was hitting the coffin with great effort, but the lid of the sacrificial black coffin had been fully closed, appearing to ignore him. No, this kind of output rate is very normal. Yuan said. Duo lie. Has the Lord lost his mind? Yuan said, sacrificial black coffin consumes monsters, it's not limited to things that can be eaten like goblin corpses, jackal men bones and so on. Anything that's a monster's corpse can be thrown in. Not only there is no cost, but it can also save the work of cremation and clean up in the future. Duo lie, it seems so. Lord, you are indeed smarter than me. He quickly activated several mental power seeds on the storm falcon, letting the tool falcons hunt and bring back a group of monsters. Soon, after several batches of tests, Yuan confirmed his guess. The sacrificial black coffin indeed doesn't pick. As long as its monster remains, it will swallow anything. From this point of view, regardless of how many remnant souls it produces, it would be a profit. In front of him, more than a dozen remnant souls were piled up, including bat remnant souls, grey wolf remnant souls, goblin wraiths, and so on. The majority of them were common 1-star remnant souls. From a waste recycling perspective, the output rate of the sacrificial black coffin can't be said to be low. But judging from the rank of the remnant souls produced, it's really low. Yuan suspected that even if he fed a large number of rare-level monster remains to the coffin, it could only produce a small amount of common-level remnant soul. If he wanted to produce an excellent tier remnant soul, he probably had to feed it with epic-level monster remains, right? Not to mention whether the maximum output of the sacrificial black coffin is that high. Even if it is, the value of excellent and epic-level monster remains is quite high. It may not be worthwhile to feed them to this coffin. For an ordinary lord, this black sacrificial coffin is useful, but only to some extent. It can earn a bit more on daily basis. But for me, the sacrificial black coffin proves to be of significant use. The more remnant souls, the faster the rate of accumulating evolution points. It's important to note that purchasing remnant souls is not only costly, but also time-consuming. What's more, the black sacrificial coffin can produce remnant souls of a specific type. Like the hard-to-amass falcon evolution points, they can be accumulated in the future by hunting flying monsters like harpies and feeding them to the coffin. The future looks promising. In the future, he may need to form several transport teams in addition to the exploration teams. It shouldn't be difficult though. Tianyuan territory has ample military power. At this moment, the Storm Falcon and other hunting teams such as Bone 2 and Bone 3 that he sent out were bringing back monster remains continuously. Yuan also pushed the lid of the sacrificial black coffin to the top and continued to throw monster remains into it. 10. 100. 1,000. No matter how many he threw in, the pitch-black coffin seemed like a bottomless pit. It was terrifyingly dark. As Yuan closed the coffin lid, the gnawing sound came out again. This time it lasted for tens of seconds. Afterwards, the coffin lid was slightly lifted, revealing a black gap. From it, one after another, remnant souls were spat out. Even though they were of a low rank, the amount was quite impressive. After spitting out dozens of remnant souls, the coffin lid did not immediately close this time. Instead, a wisp of black smoke floated out from within it, transforming into a tall black figure. A pair of eyes opened from within the black figure, and it let out a roar. What the hell? Upon seeing the black figure pouncing towards him, the Great Lord, Yuan, instinctively threw a punch at it. Energy spread across his fist, and his power was channeled through it. Boom! The powerful fist smashed into the black figure's body, crushing it as if it were a water-filled balloon. The black smoke scattered, and the sharp roar vanished without a trace. It was as if nothing had appeared before. This sacrificial black coffin does have some side effects, huh? Yuan pondered. He also, like Duo Lai, gave the black coffin a kick to see if it would spit out anything else. But the sacrificial black coffin remained motionless. Perhaps it's impurities of some sort. Regardless, the benefits of the sacrificial black coffin far outweigh the drawbacks for me. Yuan got a few tool war generals to move the black coffin to the skeletal cemetery. At this time, Laney Yuan, Yuan's first doctor, approached him and said that the symptoms of the witches were very tricky. I can heal wounds, cleanse negative infestations, but their witch disease is rooted in their bloodline and has become one with them. Cleansing such a disease is akin to cleansing their entire being, which is not possible. Not only that. According to Laney, the witch disease in Black Crow and others has the potential to worsen, making the situation quite difficult. Wait, bloodline? Mr. Mew stroked his chin. In a high-end shelter, witches such as Black Crow Sophia and White Wolf Sickle Moon had already regained a lot of color in their faces. However, they still retained the forms of a Black Crow and a White Wolf. Not that they didn't want to return to their human forms, they just couldn't. After being cursed in Trick City, their witch disease became more severe, and they had the faint feeling of being monsters themselves. Let alone others' opinions, looking at their own appearance, they felt somewhat inferior. No matter how much Sophia groomed her Black Crow feathers, they wouldn't soften. What's worse, they were fragmented, like those of a mangy crow, which made the beauty-loving Sophia feel uneasy. The others were in similar states. Although their spirits and condition were better than before, they were limited in strength. They felt rather despondent. After all, Laney, the Holy Light Master's sacrifice, had handed down a death sentence to them, meaning there was no hope. Don't despair, there is always hope in survival. Ilo tried to comfort them. She naturally had the witch disease too, but when she returned as a heroic spirit and rebuilt her body, she chose the best version of herself. Even so, looking down, she could see through the gaps in her clothes that her fair skin was covered in strange deep blue patterns. She didn't know what her bloodline was, just that it contained considerable power. Back then, to become stronger, she changed her body to further tap into her bloodline potential, and indeed took a big step forward. The consequence of this was that her magic blood became even more unstable. Nevertheless, her lineage and potential were still far from General Duo Lai and even more distant from General Dead Bone. She had accepted her fate and decided to devote all her efforts to handling various tasks in the future. This was one way of assisting. She had also heard that a hero and a lord are tied to a territory. As long as the territory can be continually upgraded to a very high level, they can receive gifts from heaven and earth. As the right-hand men of the Lord, the potential of the heroes also has the possibility to further advance. Regardless of how much progress they make, in Yuan, it's better to just be an honest civil servant. Sophia and the others weren't too disheartened either. After all, they had left the Eagle Kingdom, and even escaped from Trick City. Having obtained a stable living environment, what more could they ask for? Besides their painful bloodline disease and a little ugliness that might make them unsuitable for public appearances in the future, everything else wasn't too bad. Great Lord! Good day, Great Lord! A particular Black Crow bowed elegantly, but after catching a glimpse of her reflection in a nearby mirror, she swiftly hid behind a shelf, peeping out cautiously. The Lord is handsome. But me, the ugly crow. Yuan and Laney came to visit and comfort the witch group yet again. Great Lord, don't worry. Everyone has stabilized emotionally and will officially start work tomorrow. Ilo said. She was aware of how large the shortage of staff was in the territory and how eager the Great Lord was. They couldn't just give the Great Lord a bad impression right after they arrived, right? Yuan. This made him seem like a heartless boss, although he did hope just a tiny bit that Sophia and the others would get to work soon. I came to tell you not to worry. Witch disease may be tricky in the Eagle Kingdom and Laney may not be able to cure it, but in this era, within the Tai-Shen Alliance, finding a cure may not be impossible. While the Tai-Shen may not be as advanced as the ancient Bright Empire, and may lack the profound foundation of Yangxing, the flow of information is smooth, the resources are shared, and there are fewer barriers. As long as village-level territories have money and contribution points, they can also enjoy top-level potions. Worst-case scenario, they could buy potions that could suppress the progression and prevent it from worsening. And so on. Would Laney, a green hand unit that has awakened its self-awareness less than a month ago, have the ability to prescribe the suitable medicine like the Master Lord? Really? Absolutely. Yuan paused for a moment. Also, I have a method here that may cure your bloodline disease. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes were on him. Ilo was taken aback. The bloodline disease was deeply rooted in her body and soul, becoming inseparable. She had researched it for a long time in the past, but the more she researched, the more hopeless it seemed. In the end, changing her body and awakening her potential was in fact nothing more than a byproduct of her research experiments. But could the Lord really just be shooting in the dark? It's just a possibility. But whether it can heal or not, this method has no side effects. Who wants to give it a try? Yuan said, looking at Ilo, your situation isn't suitable. After about 2 seconds of silence, Miss Elk started to step forward. Black Crow Sophia spoke, I'll do it, Crow. She fluttered over, unabashedly hovering in front of Yuan, at a spot 1 head shorter than him. What do you want me to do, Crow? You don't need to do anything, just feel with your heart. The truth will show everyone that he, Lord Shepherd, is the true healing master. Evo power, light it up for me. He stretched out his hand, gently touching Sophia's forehead with his fingertip. An invisible yet profound strength erupted from this point. Yuan stepped back 2 steps. The next moment, a dazzling and heartwarming white light bloomed from Sophia, encompassing her entire crow body. In the white light, her body's outline remained unchanged, still small. But after about 10 seconds, the brilliant white light gradually faded, revealing to everyone, still a crow. But at this moment, her crow eyes are deep like gems, feathers full of vitality, and a faint dark power lingering and guarding around her. If Sophia's previous appearance was like a ragged crow, now she was a king among the crows. It's the difference between heaven and earth. Did it work? White Wolf Lian Yu crawled forward, sniffing vigorously. Ilo's eyes were wide open, this transformation seemed to be more than just. The surrounding area was filled with pairs of expectant and somewhat anxious eyes. I succeeded. Crow. Sophia spoke, her voice more clear and pleasant than ever before. But you still look like a crow. Who said that, Crow? Black feathers flew all over the sky, like petals, circling and wrapping around the gradually elongating figure in the middle. Black waist, long hair, gem-like eyes, white neck, delicate collarbones, milk-like smooth skin, and the fluttering black feathers formed a simple corset and mini skirt. Just a little bit short. Sophia's eyes widened, she looked down at herself, curled her toes inwards, feeling the long-lost human body. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, she suddenly realized something, a blush spread across her cheeks. Bang! Suddenly, she turned back into a black crow amidst the fluttering feathers. I. She stuttered, looking at her sisters, then at the Lord. But it seemed, it could be, perhaps, everyone's focus wasn't on her. Could it be that she was really too flat? The echo in the ear indicated that Black Crow Sophia had evolved to the Excellence 1-star grade. Not only has she awakened advanced skills, but she has also understood the Venue skill Black Crow Forest on her own, showing that Sophia's talent is also very high. Of course, Yuan's focus was on another aspect. 145 units of evolution points were consumed, which is a bit more than normal evolution, probably the extra consumption needed for complete recovery. He had expected this. Not only that, it seemed that after he had given Sophia the evolution baptism, he could vaguely feel that the connection between himself and this girl had become much closer. It's like the difference between a newly recruited soldier and a veteran who has fought 100 battles. Although he felt Sophia was already in a pretty perfect state, he still asked, your dark crow bloodline is still there, but the influence of the bloodline disease should be gone, right? It's gone, it's so miraculous, so comfortable. Lord is amazing. She flew around Yuan, cawing, looking like she had become the Lord's most loyal fan. But without her telling them, everyone else could see that Sophia was radiant, and in a great state, without the slightest signs of being affected by the bloodline disease. Yuan stroked her crow head, then glanced at the evolution points. The human system didn't have many points accumulated yet, so it was a long way off to use it for Ilo's evolution. But for the 13 junior witches, it was just a sprinkling of water. It would only consume a few hundred points. Well, let's get it done all at once then, so they can get rid of their suffering sooner. Everyone line up, one by one. No rush, be good. Lord Shepherd's healing hands were once again in action. Shortly, White Wolf Lian Yu also emerged renewed from evolution, her fur becoming pure and glossy, so inviting that one would want to hold her and rub her hard. Next was Fox Lily, then Elk Aaron. The evolved fox was very beautiful, with snow-white fur that seemed even better to stroke than the white wolf's. White light bloomed time and time again. So did the girls' smiles. Seeing this, Mr. Mew felt very happy. Spending a few hundred evolution points was totally worth it. Great value. So, can everyone start their 997 shifts now? Chapter 166, You don't want to lose a precious opportunity to evolve, right? Of course, the matter of assigning jobs was left to Ilo. She was the elder sister of the witches, so it made sense for her do this sinner job. However, after Yuan left, without Ilo needing to say anything, Sophia and the others began to chatter about work. The Lord had saved them, provided them with shelter, and even cured their blood disease. If they didn't repay him, would they still be human? I think I could, you know. A certain girl said. Before she finished, Ilo slapped her on the head, You're dreaming. At the moment, there are many positions in the territory that are understaffed. Let's talk about what each of us is good at. She gave them a rough idea of the current state of Tianyuan territory. The territory was newly established, simple and monotonous, but this didn't disappoint them. On the contrary, they were all eager to build up their home, so they could feel more at ease staying. Elk Aaron was one of the older witches who came from a noble family. She awakened her bloodline quite late and had already been engaged to another noble family with a similar status just before her awakening. But once she awakened, her life changed completely, and her fiancé came to unilaterally break off the engagement. The broken engagement made her family lose face, and since she had witch's blood in her veins, she became a stain on her family's reputation. Afterwards, Erin left her family and experienced various industries. She listed all the things she was good at. The Lord wants to build a school, Sister Erin, you're more than capable of managing that. But in the initial stages, there won't be much to do, so, you should come and help me. I'm working at the City Lord's mansion now. Ilo found that Sister Erin was a treasure trove of skills, knowing more things than she did. She wasn't really good at administrative work either, she wanted to be a combat person, but what could she do? She could only shine in civil service positions. Miss Fox also spoke up, My family used to be merchants, though we were wiped out later on. I can definitely handle putting together a trade team. Black Crow Sophia didn't want to lose out, I can do teaching, business, negotiations, and so on. My family was a count-level noble family, though my stupid and garbage brother sent assassins to kill us. In short, I, Sophia, am a genius girl who'll definitely become the Lord's right-hand man. Thud. Ilo held her head and ruffled her hair wildly, making the hair reaching down to her waist messy. No way, I am the Lord's right-hand man. After their blood disease was cured, the witches became much more confident and cheerful. Now, those with special skills were speaking one after another, even competing with each other. I think I can work in the City Lord's mansion. No way, I'm better than you, I'll go. Ilo looked at White Wolf Sickle Moon. The Black Crow, the Fox, and others also turned to her. Feeling their gazes, Sickle Moon stopped playing with the fluffy tail behind her butt. She reached out her hand, and the fair palm turned into sharp claws in a moment. She raised her claw. I can fight, I can kill monsters. That's not enough, do you have any other specialties? Ilo asked. Miss White Wolf stared at her claws, deep in thought, her head drooping. Half an hour later, the swift and decisive Ilo returned to the City Lord's mansion. Lord, this is the preliminary staffing arrangement. What do you think? Yuan took a look. Each girl's field of expertise was highly detailed. It surprised him because the quality was even higher than he expected. If we're talking about skills, Black Crow Sophia, Elk Aaron, and Fox Daisy were at least SR level talents. Although they weren't as special as Masterly, who was at least SR++ in the field of forging, they were good at so many things. Each of them could take on multiple roles, they won't have to worry about finding jobs. Even Miss White Wolf, who seems to have no particular skills, had her talent. She'd catch up as she learned. And she wasn't like other newly awakened troops that lacked common sense. That's fine, follow this plan. I only have 2 requirements, fast and steady. Understood. Ilo responded, paused, and then couldn't hold back her curiosity. Earlier, your power wasn't only used to cure the witch disease, was it? That's correct. Lord Shepherd didn't hide anything and said, since it's a blood disease, I filled in the gaps in their bloodlines and took it a step further, naturally curing the disease. He made it sound easy, but Ilo was stunned. Fill in the bloodline? Take it a step further? The attempts to do the former had always ended fruitlessly, and the latter seemed beyond belief. Improving bloodline potential had been attempted by many, but it was costly, unstable, dangerous, and time-consuming. But what did the Lord do? He just reached out his hand, gently touched them, and gave them a baptism, filled up, and evolved. This almost broke the theories and worldview she had learned. But Ilo trusted her own eyes more. She saw and judged that Sophia and the others' bloodline power did indeed increase. The Lord, he truly lives up to the reputation of being the most mysterious person in all of Tianyuan. However, even the most inconceivable power must obey the fundamental rules of the world. Those who defy or break the rules inevitably have to pay a tremendous price. Looking at the Lord, she began to worry, glancing up and down as if searching for signs of any price that had already been paid. She wore an expression that suggested him to stop pushing himself too hard and consider his health first. I did pay a considerable price, but it's manageable, Yuan said, looking at Ilo. Also, you too have wished to evolve, haven't you? Ilo averted her gaze, as she had indeed harbored the slight thirst for evolution. You can also evolve. Her head snapped back towards him, her eyes widened, she pointed at herself, saying, me? But I'm already at the Star Maiden level. Evolution is a miraculous phenomenon indeed. Besides, if even she could ascend further, wouldn't that mean she could potentially step into the legendary epic level? Of course, there is a chance. You saw the changes in Sophia and the others, didn't you? Yuan paused. However, your potential is much higher, leaps and bounds ahead. You understand that if you want to evolve, you'll have to pay a much larger price. So, go and work hard now. If you're not determined enough, you don't want to lose this precious opportunity to evolve, do you? Boss Mu cast a tempting bait, yet it was not illusory. Ilo stared blankly for a while. She was just pondering what price she would have to pay, and it turns out, it was merely to work hard. A swirl of emotions brewed in her chest, a mix of gratitude, on the verge of tears, and an impulse to regard him as a mentor. When she regained her senses, the Lord had already left the office, leaving behind only a silhouette haloed in the golden evening sun. I trust you can handle all the official duties. His shadow disappeared around the corner. Ilo remained rooted in place. After several seconds, she lowered her head and looked at the desk, where a stack of messy documents had accumulated since morning. She flicked her hair with a chuckle, swiftly split into several clones, and set to work on dealing with the various loose ends. Next, we need to buy more remnants of the malicious souls. Although Ilo's position is akin to a civil officer can also make meteors fall from the sky at whim. Yuan gazed at the light ball of evolution. The requirements for continuing to evolve from the epic 1-star level are 5,000 evolution points, which is quite steep. But the epic level possesses the unique trait of natural growth. There's a chance, he wants to quickly promote all of Tianyuan's generals to the epic level as soon as possible. And after the epic level? The level above the epic appears to be the legendary tier, however, it will be more challenging to evolve at the epic level. He had tried on Dead Bone and Duo Lai. The requirement for the next round of evolution was 20,000 points. While it seemed lower on the surface, the feedback from the mysterious forces revealed that it could only evolve to epic 2 stars. The epic tier can no longer skip the 2nd star evolution. It can be foreseen that when the epic 3 stars evolves into the legendary tier, it will require an enormous number of evolution points. We have to take it slow. The current small goal is to evolve all Tianyuan generals to the epic level. At a certain place in capital Taishan, an unfathomable power projected itself from across the void, morphing into lifelike illusions. One of them, dressed in an ice blue armor, had eyes that seemed to freeze the world. Even though it was just a projection, an invisible chill emanated. However, the others present were not strangers to each other and had grown accustomed to such feelings. Let's start the meeting. The main topic is the selection of candidates for this edition of the Dragon Court Tournament. According to our contract with Shenyao and Yongxing and other countries, we can only choose candidates from the new lords. Tournaments for resource competition between various nations abound, and among them, the Dragon Court competition carries the most weight. Its results can directly impact the nation's fate to a certain degree, so it is not a small-scale event like the Festival of Heroes. This is because the results of the Dragon Court competition determine the distribution of recruitment quotas for top-notch troop buildings. The allocation rights to buildings that are jointly guarded by all large nations, where no one can dominate, belong to Dragon Nest. Who would you nominate? Nominations? Haven't the past years been decided by battles? That's true, but what I meant to ask was whether there are any promising talents. Otherwise, it might be a bit difficult for us this time. The person speaking glanced at Han Yu. Thinking back to the previous edition, he felt extremely refreshed. Maybe it was because the Lord of Han Yu City randomly killed and seized too many quotas last time. It's his turn this time not to perform well. It's not like it's completely inconceivable. New stars like Wu Ji and Kong Ming were indeed up to the standard of previous editions, but there was a lack of truly exceptional lords with overwhelming power. The dozen or so people present were discussing fervently, each putting forth some candidates. Han Yu joined in and said, "If that's the case, I'll recommend Tian Yuan." Silence fell for a moment. Tian Yuan? Isn't he a complete rookie? Don't joke around. I'm not joking. Since the battlefield is the land of challenge, and the quota selection is based on the records in the land of challenge, why shouldn't we let Tian Yuan have a try? There's no cost in trying. Han Yu crossed her hands. Although she was embracing an exploratory mindset, there was a faint, irrational expectation deep inside her. Was it possible for a miracle to occur once more? As for this man, whose prettiness probably did not fall short of her own, she found it increasingly unfathomable. As time slowly passed, with personnel in place one by one, the development of the Tian Yuan territory proceeded in an orderly and rapid manner. Lord Shepherd now had a lot more leisure time. Apart from patrolling through the Camera Falcon, his daily work was mainly to purchase remnant souls and various materials and tools. These two tasks were also quite troublesome and fragmented. Ilo once suggested that he should have a secretary, Sophia or Daisy could take up the role, but Lord Shepherd stubbornly refused. In reality, having an assistant would indeed be nice. Many lords indeed have a large team in reality, but staff were scarce in Tian Yuan territory, and to keep talents like Sophia by his side would be a waste. It's better to call them when needed to do menial tasks. For this reason, Mu Yuan has opened a course teaching Xian country's language in the newly constructed primary school located in the residential area. How can Sophia and the other girls be his secretaries if they don't even understand Xian country's language? When they are out on trading missions, they are mostly dealing with other players. They can speak the common language, but they must also know Xian country's language. No problem, we'll learn quickly, Lord. Mu Yuan also believes in this. Evolution and leveling up might not necessarily make every individual very smart, but it will definitely enhance their logical thinking, learning capacity, and memory. Therefore, in his little classroom, serious students like Sophia, Daisy quickly learned. That's the advantage of talents who excel in both culture and martial arts. Many awakened elite troops in the territory who understood thinking and rational learning also needed to go to school from time to time to learn knowledge and perfect their thought consciousness. At first, they learned slowly because they had no foundation and their self-cognition centered only on combat, but as soon as they built up their foundation, their learning efficiency would increase rapidly. After all, rare 3-star quality is a small genius among ordinary people, let alone excellent tier. You can't possibly have an excellent tier soldiers who can't memorize a few words, right? Chirp. A duo Lai, half asleep, was swaying back and forth until it fell face down on the table, awakening with a start. Seeing the stare from Lord, it tries to hide behind its book and acts cute to get off the hook. Mu Yuan. Double the practice exercises. While the territory's interior was being constantly built, externally, troops after troops were constantly dispatched. During peacetime, there were 4 kinds of troops in Tian Yuan territory: exploration troops, hunting troops, transport troops, and defensive troops. The hunting troops and transport troops were newly established to provide materials for the sacrificial black coffin. Under the view of the Camera Falcon, Mu Yuan could see hunting teams scattered in all directions from the east, west, south, and north of Tian Yuan territory, hunting, especially flying monsters, and constantly transporting them back to Tian Yuan. After a day of hunting, the security situation around Tian Yuan territory was significantly improved. There were times when the hunting teams swept all around and there were very few prey left for the day, forcing the hunting teams to go deeper into the wilderness where it's more dangerous, and the transit becoming more difficult. Of course, the main exploration troops led by General Deadbone are once again delving deep into the wilderness to look for special buildings and exterminate monster tribes. With the present capabilities of General Deadbone, even if they encounter the Orokai again, they can handle it with ease. Lord, another batch of crops have finished harvesting, their yield is even higher than the last recorded batch, almost 6 to 7 times the regular yield. Ilo said. She was referring to the regular farmlands. She had previously collected data and made a simple projection estimate, so she could not help but exclaim when comparing it now. With plenty of grains, there's money, and there's no worry that the territory won't be able to develop. Yuan was not surprised, this is the charm of the flower fairy. And its potential has not been fully exploited yet, we have to slowly find the crops which are most suitable for the flower fairies to level up, and produce the best economic benefits. I see. She quickly took note of the instructions, acting like a secretary, and then mentioned, I suggest not selling the vitality spring water directly, as selling raw materials would yield too little profit and waste too much. I am researching a new formula for the vitality potion, which is most suitable for our Tianyuan territory. In the future, we can plant some supplementary materials for the vitality potion in our farmlands, produce rare potions and then sell them, there will be more intermediate profits. Good. Ilo is indeed very capable. She is a true all-rounder with a plethora of skills. Under the evolution, Ilo is full of energy, her enthusiasm is off the charts. Lord Shepherd was also very happy, and he also wasn't idle. He had already found the township under Panchi City according to the approximate map location Shilling Town, and judged that Tianyuan was still very far from Panchi City according to the location of Shilling Town. It's not worth it for the newly formed trading team to trek all the way to Panchi City. At least for selling some common goods, there's no need to go that far. There are many trading companies stationed in Shilling Town and there is a large flow of players, which is the most suitable place small territories like Tianyuan to sell goods. Even Shilling Town is several hundred kilometers away from the territory. Only on Tianyuan territory, where the troops are very abundant, can a newly risen territory dare to venture into the wilderness for trade. There are also some officials' territories nearby. For example, the newly risen territory Shimu domain that rose to power around the same time as him. But that place didn't quite meet Yuan's requirements. Several kilometers away from Tianyuan territory, a well-dressed merchant convoy was slowly advancing. They were all wearing the same white and yellow uniforms, with a pair of yellow wings painted on the front, as if they were ready to fly off with their goods. Around the players lurked several bulging rock beasts, standing over 4 meters high, their bodies hung with all kinds of packages. This was a common 3-star stage troops, known for their stamina and weight-bearing abilities. Around this rock beast convoy, dozens of well-equipped troops fanned out, prowling the area and killing any monsters that might emerge. It's strange, there are unusually few monsters in this area. That just shows we haven't found the wrong place. Indeed, given the surroundings, this is definitely a low-risk area. After we collect the goods from this territory, we can probably head back, right? Staying outside for too long is wearing on my nerves. Ha, we're almost there. The woods in the distance had thinned significantly, with signs of felling. It was clear that the destination was not far off. In a short while, the caravan was stopped by a dozen warriors clad in black armor. The leading man began to speak. The area ahead is private territory, temporarily closed to all players. We understand, but we are merchants from the Flying Wing, here to purchase some goods from you. Could we perhaps come in for a visit? You must be having a hard time selling the agricultural products from your territory. The boss of the caravan, a slightly fat man, squinted his eyes as he spoke. The reason they chose to rush to various newly established territories at this time was that they had calculated that new lords would not be able to transport goods out, so they could buy batches of goods at a lower price. Then resell in places like Shilling Town. However, the sturdy man Lulu still refused. The territory is off limits, but as for purchasing, if the price is right, it's not out of the question. Please wait a moment. With that, Lulu closed his mouth, standing there like a statue. Newbie territories normally welcomed caravans like theirs as honored guests. This was the first time they had been turned away. The slightly fat player was somewhat displeased. But they didn't have to wait long before another group of people came from a distance, carrying boxes of goods. In the lead was a girl in a black outfit. Her face was exquisite, and her eyes gleamed like black gems. "Are you the lord of this place?" "No, but the boss has entrusted me with full authority to handle this. We have lots of goods here, it just depends on how much sincerity you can show." Sophia, the black crow, was in charge of this matter, with Daisy, the white fox, assisting. The boss of Flying Wing Caravan opened a bag of jade crystal rice. The grains were full and round, like crystals, which were among the best he had ever seen. This territory had something to offer. He said, "The quality is just passable, and I can only offer a price of 0.28 soul sands per pound." 0.28? If you are so insincere, then you can leave. Sophia scoffed, "The market price for this type of jade crystal rice is at least 1.26 soul sands per pound. Isn't that difference a bit too much? Young people, you should understand how hard it is to be a cross-wilderness merchant. Besides, without us buying, your jade crystal rice would either rot in the territory or you would have to pay a high trans-dimensional fee for transportation. Everyone knows that it isn't worth it to transport bulk goods across dimensions. If you sell to us, at least you can make some profit." He squinted his eyes. However, the young woman in the black outfit remained expressionless, making a gesture of "as you wish." "You have no idea how dangerous it is out there in the wilderness. Without sufficient power, you can't even take a step." "Power? Is this enough?" Sophia snapped her fingers, and numerous black crows began to circle around her, exuding an immense pressure. This was the pressure of an elite level 7 warrior with an excellent 1-star rank. The convoy leader was speechless. The young female player seemed to be even more powerful than him. It seemed that trying to buy the goods at a low price wouldn't work. The convoy leader and Sophia, along with Daisy, argued for a while, and in the end, thinking that they had come all the way here, they ended up purchasing a batch of jade crystal rice and some supply items. Wait, they were about to return home, so why buy supply items? On the return journey, the leader of the caravan couldn't help but wonder. The others were somewhat envious. Envious of the status of the Lord players. No need to be envious. Do you really think Lord players can just casually hire veteran players? Not a chance. The convoy leader said, either the Lord here has some big backers, or he has already been hollowed out by the investment conglomerate. And I'm more inclined to the latter. After all, the female Black Crow player was too impressive, someone as outstanding as her wouldn't serve under a newbie player. But boss, I'm more inclined to the former. Go ahead and tell me why. I saw a fluffy foxtail attached to another seemingly strong female player. Would a player who hollowed out a lord normally accessorize with such an item? The convoy leader pondered. The convoy leader fell silent. The convoy leader couldn't help but show a grimace as if he had tasted a lemon. The lord of this place really knows how to play. Chapter 167. Slime's Transportation Work. Lord Shepherd wasn't aware he was about to be brought into disrepute. He merely watched the departure of the merchant group called Flying Wing until they vanished deep into the wilderness, then he sent his camera falcon to continue its surveillance. It seems there's no issue letting Sophia and Daisy pretend to be players and communicate with other players, he thought. That is one of the advantages of having witches on the team. In fact, Sophia is the most suitable person to be put forward since the other witches have one or several additional distinctive features. Daisy has a fluffy fox tail, Lian Yu has a wolf tail, while Irene has a pair of deer antlers on her head. Only Sophia, when in human form, doesn't have any external distinguishing features, except for some quirks in her speech, which she can control. Even Ilo has certain distinct features, albeit hidden beneath her clothing. Their negotiation skills seem to be in order, too, he thought. Yuan considered. The deal he just made with the Flying Wing merchant team was also an examination for Sophia and Daisy. He didn't have high expectations, he wasn't asking for exceptional results, but they at least had to perform above average and not be easily misled. So far, Sophia and Daisy seem to have done well. Daisy has a special talent that can subtly influence others, giving her a negotiation advantage. Charm will. Description: this talent increases Daisy's affability and reduces others' hostility and resistance towards her. This talent passively takes effect, and deliberately triggering it can greatly enhance its effect and weaken the target's will. Daisy actively triggering her talent would be a blatant move and therefore easily detectable. But without active use, its influence is imperceptible and can't even be called an influence. It's like how handsome and beautiful people tend to be treated more favorably. Daisy is simply further leveraging this treatment on top of her inherent advantage. With this in mind, the nearly fully prepared merchant team could make an attempt at more distant travels. The next day, the Tianyuan trade delegation, temporarily named Guangyuan, meaning prosperous wealth, set off. Their destination, Shiling Town, had already been confirmed. The key personnel included Sophia, Daisy, Lulu, and Miss Duo. Lulu, as the head of the security team, brought along a group of elite guards, some of whom had even awakened a sense of self-awareness. Naturally, they were quite naive and mainly responsible for fighting and maintaining morale. The burden of interacting with others fell on Sophia and Daisy. Even so, as this was their first time in these roles, the Great Lord remained concerned. He planned to remotely control Sophia and Daisy throughout the journey. Duo Lai was deployed to serve as the communication antenna and base station. Mr. Mew's spiritual link talent had expanded its effective range to several hundred kilometers along with his raised level and spiritual strength. While still within the Tianyuan territory, he could remotely control Sophia located in Staling Town. However, this would be a one-on-one interaction and rather taxing. In addition, Duo Lai also served as an auxiliary transport. The reason she was only a backup was because the merchant team had to have their own transport resources in order to keep business running, instead of relying on General Duo Lai for long-distance transportation, even though Duo Lai's dimensional pocket was spacious, far beyond the storage capacity of regular space equipment, and quite convenient for carrying goods. The merchant team must have their own mode of transport. In the inner circle of the Taishan Alliance, wagons and various other transport vehicles could be used on flat roads. But they were not suitable for fringe territories, especially those nestled in forests and mountains. The mode of transport must be able to cross mountains and hills. The Flying Wing merchant team used rock beasts, which were large, endurance strong, and had a large carrying capacity. Their disadvantage was that they were somewhat cumbersome and slow-moving. Rock beasts are one of the most commonly used transport animals in merchant teams. Some larger and top-tier trading houses might even possess their own unique transport animals or transport puppets. The conditions in Tianyuan were somewhat limited. They could specifically purchase types of transport troops like rock beasts and then train them, but it would be quite wasteful in terms of expenditure and energy. Thus, Yuan used the resources at hand. From the existing idle troops that did nothing apart from eating all day, a suitable transport beast was selected. Yes, it was the slimes. Duo Lai, are the slimes transport training okay? Of course, Guji. When Benduo is in charge, how could there be a problem, Guji? Duo Lai banged her chest confidently. While she often came up short, she showed talent way beyond her learning ability when it came to instructing her own kind. After all, Duo Lai once held the title of Transport Squadron Captain. It's precisely because Duo Lai was skilled at transporting goods even before she evolved that Yuan conceived the idea of letting the slimes transport goods. Not far away, halberd guards and big halberdiers, with intelligence and the help of civilian aides, transported several boxes of packed goods. The boxes were wrapped with some anti-corrosive materials. Of course, their resistance wasn't very strong since the cost had to be considered. Yuan picked up a box with one hand and came to a slime that was faintly gold, large, and from a distance looked like a pile of golden manure. He rubbed its soft belly and said, "Come, swallow this box of goods. Remember, don't eat it." Guji. The golden slime's big eyes flickered, its body slightly rocked forward, as if indicating it understood. It advanced slowly, swallowed the box measuring 1 meter in all dimensions into its body like a mass of condensed liquid. The whole process wasn't fast, it didn't own the skill condensing liquid shaping after all. But because they possessed decent wisdom, they knew how to use their condensed liquid-like body. After about 10 or so seconds, the box was ingested into the golden slime's body and seemed to solidify inside. No matter how the golden slime wobbled, the box wasn't likely to fall out. Moreover, the golden slime even demonstrated a leap on the spot. Leaping high, when it landed, its body continued to jiggle like a large belly while the goods inside remained undamaged. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? This is all thanks to my teachings. Duo Lai puffed out her chest. Yuan ruffled its hair, yes, very impressive. It indeed achieved the goal he set. Considering the size of the golden slimes, stuffing a box into 4 out of 6 of them wouldn't make them too bloated, and it won't affect their mobility after stuffing them. Although the slimes move slowly by crawling and rubbing, they are swift if they resort to bouncing, which makes it easy for them to leap around in the mountains and forests. Since this was their first time, Yuan only planned to test it on a small scale. The caravan was also small in scale, only bringing along 6 golden transport shmes, along with 10 royal guards, 10 big halberdiers, 10 god archers, and their usual tool, the camera falcon. That's it. The guards all wore standardized equipment with unified identifiers, and he also specially made uniform small capes for the golden slimes, engraved with the Guangyuan Business Association's logo. Furthermore, he provided portable tents, daily necessities, tools, and so forth for key personnel like Lulu, Sophia, Daisy, and Duo Lai. Lord Shepherd was very meticulous. But since it was their first time and he lacked experience, he had to prepare everything he could think of. Isn't it a bit too much? Ilo watched tools pouring in from space and broke into a sweat. Sophia and Daisy felt the same. However, they were deeply touched. With a lord like this, what were the sisters waiting for? Rush forward. Cheers for a lord. We've got Duo Last storage bag for this trip, the more we can take with it, the better. We will learn from our trial and error. Understood. Ilo thought it made sense. Indeed, this was a man Mars General had referred to as Father Steadfast. Yuan looked at Sophia, Daisy, Lulu, and Duo Lai. Well, forget Duo Lai. He turned to the first 3 and said, the primary objective for this trip is not just to sell goods, but to familiarize yourselves with the outside environment, and secondly, to understand the local market in Shilling Town. Yuan was also curious about the real Lord's city out there. The official cities are usually the most prosperous and most constructed in the Lord's domain. However, he had never seen it before, and the few pictures he found on the internet were too one-sided. Understood. Servant. Half an hour later, at the southern exit of the Tianyuan territory. The fearless general, Lulu, dressed in black treasure armor and holding the shield of the earth rock in one hand while a black spear hung from his back, standing more than 2 meters tall, his mere presence was enough to project an indescribable oppressive power. Guarding, marching, and commanding soldiers were Lulu's responsibilities. Witch-type talents, like Sophia and others, knew more comprehensive knowledge. But Lulu, a soldier by profession, also had his advantages. Their fighting intuition and acuity were deeply ingrained in them. This was a soldier, with his main duty being combat. Without external factors, a player would never beat an equally ranked soldier of the same skill level with emerging intelligence. Even though Sophia is 6 levels higher than Lulu, her chances of winning in a fight against him are probably less than 20%. Of course, their professions were different. Suddenly, the caravan started long journey. Yuan, acting like a worrying mother, gave them numerous reminders. Seeing Ilo covering her mouth to hide her laughter, and Duo La's head drooping as though she had already fallen asleep, he finally bid them farewell with a wave and a heavy heart. Before long, the caravan disappeared from sight. Pop pop pop. In the rugged forests, one golden ball after another maintained a synchronized rhythm. You leap, I leap. They leapt over streams and over hills. The rest of the guards also leapt agilely through the forest, their speed much faster than yesterday's flying wing caravan. After all, the slime transport workers were flexible and had already entered the professional stage. Sophia and Daisy, both elite level, moved through the forest as though they were walking on flat ground. As they walked, they examined the information given by their lord while discussing with each other. They wouldn't waste a single moment. Lulu, on the other hand, remained serious, his gaze moving inch by inch over their surroundings. Even though there were no signs of any monsters at the moment, he didn't let his guard down in the slightest. That was his attitude. Duo Lai looked left and right, feeling like it was somewhat redundant. It was only when the caravan had traveled more than 100 kilometers and Lulu ordered a temporary stop to rest that Duo Lai came out of her daze and began her performance as Chef Duo Lai. After they had eaten and rested, the caravan set off once again. According to estimates, the journey from the Tianyuan territory to the distant Shilling Town will take more than half a day. Since this was their first trip and they were unfamiliar with the route, they might end up taking even longer. Chapter 168, The Outside World. After covering 100 miles, despite heading south towards the civilized regions, the environment gradually became more dangerous. With the help of the scouting and alerts from the Storm Falcon, Lulu managed to circumvent several monster encampments. However, while conspicuous monster camps could be avoided, groups of monsters lurking in the forests and wandering monsters were challenging to evade. Roar! A giant python, seemingly made entirely of steel, and over 20 meters long, bolted out from the forest, toppling countless trees along the way. It rose to its full height, casting a huge shadow as its metallic body glistened in the sunlight. "I'll cook it," said Benduo. Just as he finished his words, he felt Lulu's death stare. Lord has specifically instructed that General Duo Lai should not intervene. Okay. Duo Lai scratched his head, remembering the warning. What did the Lord say exactly? It was something like, the merchant group must reach Shilling Town safely and effortlessly with a regular arrangement to qualify for future business. However, this snake seems a bit tricky, doesn't it? Sophia asked. Yesterday, she had taken a quick glance at the Monster Illustrated Handbook, and now she found a matching target. It's the giant steel snake, a rare 2-star monster. Looking at its aura, it's undoubtedly an elite level 1. Wild monsters do not usually hide their aura, and thus, an oppressive force was emanating from this giant steel snake. Sophia nudged Daisy with her elbow. Should we step in? Probably not. General Lu said he would handle the journey to Shilling Town. We should conserve our energy for the tasks after arrival unless we meet a formidable enemy. Also, your sister once mentioned that General Lu is very strong, Daisy pondered. If Daisy had to confront this giant snake, she'd be a bit terrified. The giant steel snake seemed to possess slight intelligence. It stared at Lulu, but after merely 3 seconds, it couldn't resist its inherent instinct and launched its attack with a roar. It appeared like a thick pole, falling heavily. But it stalled halfway. Lulu, in his black armor, rose up with tiny bits of golden light. With a single hand, he managed to hold up the head of the falling snake, even though the ground beneath him cracked open, his figure remained unwavering. By the name of fearless! Lulu muttered under his breath, grabbing the earth shield with his left hand as if it were a lightweight plank, and swatted the snake's head powerfully. In the resounding bang, the giant steel snake was thrown up high, and Lulu appeared in front of its head, pierced its massive eye with a black heavy spear. Boom! About 10 seconds later, the giant steel snake stopped struggling altogether, extracting soul sand and remnant soul. Without uttering a word, Lulu wiped his favorite weapon and ordered to set off again. Sophia and Daisy, in a daze, followed him. They couldn't help but crouch when they passed by the giant snake, poking its hardened body, which was as hard as a rock. Is it over? It's over. Duo Lai stepped forward, found the only thing he could do, collect the soul sand, remnant soul, and the gigantic serpent's body, then resumed the monotonous journey. Since the process lacked any thrills, General Duo Lai started to ponder upon his skills and artistic conception. He remembered that he almost lost to Ilo the last time. If the Lord gave Ilo more advantages, wouldn't his defeat be certain? No way, absolutely not. He, General Duo Lai, must uphold the dignity of his elders. While Duo Lai followed the group levitating, his chubby face turned serious, pondering upon his ideas. In mid-air, the camera Falcon was delivering highlights of their journey to Yuan. Occasionally, the camera Falcon was attacked too and had to quickly descend to seek reinforcements. Traveling through the wilderness is indeed not easy, especially for a large merchant group that's an easy target, Yuan thought to himself. His family's slime transport workers managed to scoot quite swiftly in the face of danger. But the commonly seen rock beast transport workers, with their sluggish movements, couldn't even escape. Of course, encountering a strong wandering monster like the giant steel snake was an infrequent event. However, what the merchants need to be prepared for are these rare incidents. If they couldn't handle this one encounter while making 20 trips, their earnings from previous ventures would make up for the losses. No wonder the new lords could only sell their local specialties at low prices to the passing merchant groups. The Guangyuan merchant group resumed the journey, without encountering any formidable enemies like the giant steel snake. Still, they faced a succession of relatively powerful monster swarms. The most troublesome encounter was when a group of camp-level goblins targeted them. This group of goblins clung to them for a long time, harassing them continuously without launching a direct attack, being as nauseating as cockroaches. Eventually, Lulu hatched a plan and led a group of elite guards to defeat the core power of the goblins. They finally got rid of these monsters. As he stroked his chin, Yuan thought, this also highlights a problem: when Lulu leaves, the guard team is left without a leader. Duo Lai and Sophia can indeed command, but the guard team still needs a deputy commander. The problem was not a big deal. Nowadays, more and more territory elites were awakening their self-consciousness. It was not difficult for Deadbone and Lulu to devote more effort into cultivating them and picking out a few with some command abilities. Yuan did not intervene in the whole process, nor was he always peeking. He was busy with his own affairs, and didn't have time to keep an eye on this all the time. After the caravan left the territory, the earlier part of the journey was calm and the middle part was fraught with danger. However, after they had been walking for 7 or 8 hours, the frequency of monster attacks they encountered started to decrease significantly. The caravan still maintained roughly the same formation. The Imperial Guards and the Halberd Guards were spread out in the periphery, the archers with their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, and in the center were Sophia and another individual, a bouncing slime, and Duo Lai. We probably still have about 100 kilometers to go. At this point, they occasionally encountered teams of players venturing out. From a distance, Lulu even saw 2 teams of players clashing, apparently fighting over some treasure. Sometimes, players were more dangerous than monsters. Lulu avoided them whenever possible, deeply understanding the way of Deadbone. As the distance to Shilling Town drew nearer, the forest gradually thinned, and a small path formed by pedestrians trudging over time appeared in the woods. Every once in a while, they could see signs marked Shilling Town. 15 kilometers to Shilling Town. 5 kilometers to Shilling Town. At this point, the journey became much easier. Soon, the silhouette of Shilling Town loomed in the distance. Sophia halted her steps, her mouth slightly opened. Is this Shilling Town? Lord said that Shilling Town was quite prosperous, but this is too exaggerated. The first thing that caught their eye was the town's city wall. The brown wall, standing more than 10 meters high on the ground, seemed like a gigantic dragon. Numerous arrow towers stood on this majestic wall. Roughly every 100 meters, there were massive, fierce black cannons. The dark barrels facing the outside world were extremely large, big enough to fit Sophia inside. She opened her mouth in astonishment. What kind of weapon is this? She was born into nobility and had seen quite a few things, but she had never seen such powerful and domineering defensive weapons in the Eagle Kingdom. It felt that with these cannons, the defensive power of Shilling Town would be stronger than that of the Eagle Kingdom in her time. It's quite normal. From inside her head, came the steady voice of the Lord, which calmed her fluctuating emotions. Yes, she is now representing Tianyuan territory and she mustn't act startled. But Great Lord Shepherd was quite surprised. Despite its name town, Shilling Town was incredibly impressive. He had a clearer view than Sophia and the others through the battle falcon. Within the city, there were numerous buildings standing in great numbers. The traffic on the roads was very busy. By preliminary estimates, Shilling Town was home to tens of thousands of people, including not only players, but also a great many native residents. There were native territories of Shilling Town, foreigner native merchants groups, mercenary corps, and even travelers. In fact, the concepts of players and native residents only existed in areas like Taishan Alliance and Shen Yao Empire. Like the Yongxing Empire and the Shen Mu dynasty, they were also national camps founded by the Chosen Ones, fully integrated into the Eternal World, without the concept of the Chosen Ones, only the difference between nobility and commoners. In Taishan Alliance, many senior players had almost settled down here, starting families. Even for native residents, who could clearly state whether their ancestors were from the Chosen Ones. Just like Masterly. As for the weapons and defense capabilities, this place is, after all, the forefront of the Taishan Alliance's defense line. It used to be the frontline fortress against monster waves in the past. Therefore, it's quite normal to have such a configuration. Moreover, there are many hidden trump cards in the city that you can't see. Yuan was explaining to Sophia and the others. Although he could understand such configuration, he still couldn't help but admire. Living in such a territory would give a sense of security. He wondered when his Tianyuan territory could reach such a level. Sophia was no longer surprised or envious. No matter how prosperous Shilling Town was, it was still someone else's territory. Yuan territory was their true home. As long as they worked hard enough, she believed that Lord would definitely be able to build all these in the future. It was time to get to work. Let's go. Sophia's eyes burned with fiery determination. Now that we're here, it's up to us. We can't disappoint the Lord. She tied her long black hair, which usually fell to her hips, into a bun and was wearing a cyan robe. Despite being pretty plain, she radiated an extraordinary aura from all aspects. She was from a major noble family, well educated in various etiquettes. She was quite prepared. Daisy's attire was more casual. She wore a loose cloak over her clothes, which hid her fluffy, large white tail that grew from her tailbone. Upon arriving here, the command of the caravan was handed over to Sophia. She steeled herself, and headed towards the bustling north city gate of Shilling Town in the distance. Chapter 169, Observation and Peeping. The city gate of Shilling Town is majestic. When fully opened, even large-type soldiers like giants could easily walk through. On either side of the city gate stood a dozen well-equipped city defense soldiers. Among them were yet unawakened troops and Shilling Town citizens who had reached a not insignificant level of power through job changing. There were also 2 players dressed in flamboyant silver armor, styled as military officers. Shilling Town welcomes all visitors. Fighting is prohibited within the town. Violators will be warned and serious offenders will be arrested on the spot. Some notices were hung high at the city gate, written in both Suanwen and the common language of Eternal World. Players coming in and out of the city were not restricted, only a small number of excessively large creatures were prohibited from entering. When Sophia and her group walked by, the large golden slime attracted some attention, but not much. The city defense soldiers glanced at it and then turned their attention away. Here, a golden slime isn't considered special. However, using a golden slime as a mode of transportation did seem novel to some. Could slimes really be utilized in such a way? Some players planned to try it out when they got home. They couldn't buy golden slimes, but the size of a common 3-star big slime was not much smaller than a golden slime. They thought it seemed feasible. After entering Shilling Town, everything around them was very novel for all of them. Skeleton generals, bipedal flying dragons, royal griffins, spring spirits, and other eye-catching and rare troops were not seen everywhere, but could be encountered frequently. There were also players hawking their wares, or shouting about things. Sophia could understand their language, but she didn't understand what they were saying. Take a look, freshly picked small lantern grass. Exploration group forming for the ghost forest to the southwest, currently 3 members, need 1 more. A sister with a nun troop, or someone who can heal, big-chested men also welcome. Newbie, 3 dimensions XXX, able to wear sexy silk clothing, are there any brothers to take me? Which is Heritage Stone? Which is Heritage Stone? Only 1 available, interested brothers make your offer now. A witch? Sophia quickly zeroed in on the keyword. But she didn't quite understand why a group of male players gathered around the cellar and let out creepy laughters that gave one goosebumps. Sophia walked around them silently, and asked in spirit link. Well, about that question. Lord Shepherd paused, you'll understand later. The truth may be quite uncomfortable. And what about sexy silk clothing? Good question. Sophia seemed to have caught the duo lie syndrome and was extremely curious. After all, everything here was completely different from the Eagle Kingdom of her earlier days. Of course, while her inner curiosity and astonishment were revealed in the spirit channel, she maintained a calm facade, her eyes only occasionally darting around. She looked just like a wealthy new lord, visiting Shilling Town for the first time. Respected Lady Lord, is there anything you need help with? I've been in Shilling Town for over a year, I'm quite familiar with everything here. A scholarly young man, wearing black-framed glasses, approached her. He was wearing gold silk treasure clothes from Du Xiu clothing and had a pricey-looking wristwatch. There were also several well-equipped halberd guards and strong shooters following him. He was clearly a seasoned player doing well for himself. He wanted to get acquainted and make friends with the newcomer lord. If he could latch onto such a beautiful and wealthy newbie lady, it would save him decades of hard effort. After all, the end goal of an ordinary ranger player is just the starting point for lord players. Sophia frowned. She was very sensitive to gazes and she wasn't very friendly. However, considering that she had a mission on her hands, she said coldly, "You've misunderstood. I'm not some lord. I'm just here on assigned tasks from my boss. Daisy said with a smile, she's right. These are all tasks assigned by the boss, we don't have the time to deal with outsiders. They walked past the young man, heading straight for the bustling center of the town. The bespectacled young man wanted to go after them to say something, but he was blocked by Lulu in black armor. Lulu's towering figure cast a formidable shadow and the young man backed off with an awkward smile. The boss's task? How could that be possible? Players can't see any information about other players or their troops, only physical appearances can be gauged. In the young man's eyes, Sophia's demeanor was elegant and her speech was refined, clearly the result of high-class education. Such a wealthy lady could not be working for someone else. He thought it must be a poor disguise. On the other hand, the other lady with fabulous looks and a tall, well-built man in black armor could indeed be employed players of the rich young lady. The young man adjusted his glasses, the lenses glittering with wisdom. Sophia and Daisy walked into the town. It didn't take long before they saw the most conspicuous landmark in Chilling Town, the Players' Association. The huge doors of the cube-like association building were wide open, with countless players going in and out. Through the giant windows of the hall, Sophia could see the constantly updated task information being displayed inside. Receiving and issuing tasks were the main functions of the Eternal World Association. Around the Players' Association, several shop buildings stood, their signboards flashing with eye-catching fonts. Du Xiu Clothing. Bei Chi Pharmacy. Bei Chi Purchase Lane. The Big Bird Bar. Murmuring to herself, Sophia sent the information about this place back to the Lord, then headed under his guidance to the office where they would be renting their accommodation. Yuan had naturally done his research. He had a plan ready for where they should go and what they should do once they arrived in Chilling Town. Consequently, he remotely controlled and instructed Sophia from hundreds of miles away. Rounded up, it was as if he had personally visited Chilling Town. The day was getting late, and the merchant group needed to stay overnight in Chilling Town and carry out some preliminary investigations. Soon, Sophia finished the paperwork for renting the accommodation. Small temporary residence, 1.5 soul crystals per day. So expensive. Sophia, a poor employee from Tianyuan territory, rather than a rich lady, almost cursed aloud in shock, even though she had been prepared for the high price. How much could they earn from a single trading trip? Yuan also found it expensive, but there was no room for negotiation regarding the rental of temporary residences. Chilling Town was indifferent to outsiders, they could take it or leave it. If you considered it as divided among the 30-some persons of the merchant group, perhaps it didn't seem so pricey. Was that a joke? There was another option to save money, setting up camp outside the town. The area around Chilling Town was relatively safe. Given the strength of people like Lulu, they wouldn't have to worry about sneak attacks. However, Boss Mew wouldn't be stingy to that extent. He had provided Sophia and the others with a budget. Even Duo Lai had received a small amount of pocket money, not much, but Yuan remembered clearly how, in the trial space, Miss Duo would spend money as soon as she had it. After renting their lodgings, the average soldiers stayed there to rest and guard the goods. Sophia and Daisy, on the other hand, went out to begin their duties. Yuan also instructed Lulu and Duo Lai to leave and observe the situation in Chilling Town. Night gradually descended. Chilling Town became busier at night, as squads of players returning from their hunting trips sold the materials and valuable monster carcasses they had collected and began their excessive spending. The Big Bird Bar was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. The entire town appeared to never sleep, with neon lights flashing outside the shops. Sophia spent the whole night surveying the town without sleeping. Under the remote control of Yuan, Daisy went to the big market in the town and bought batch after batch of remnant souls. The prices were much cheaper than buying on Langsing, and there were large quantities of various types of remnant souls. We need to establish a permanent base in Chilling Town, but the rent is also an enormous expense. The town is really good at making money. When could Tianyuan territory earn money just like Chilling Town, without lifting a finger? Blast it! Soon, under the remote control of the Lord, Daisy, swishing her fox tail, bought batch after batch of supplies in Chilling Town. This fluffy-tailed witch was indeed better at bargaining than Yuan, and saved a lot of soul sand. The jade crystal rice and snake scale fruits brought by the merchant group were sold to Bei Qj Purchase Lane at standard prices. There was no room for negotiation here either. The quantity of their goods was too small for a large merchant like Beiqi purchase lane. Compared with before, Tianyuan territory was still too small in scale. Despite having General Deadbone and General Duo Lai, they could at best be considered two epic infants. The initial goal was achieved, and Guangyuan Merchant Group began packing up for the return journey. At the same time, several miles away from the town, a young man entered a hidden cottage deep in the forest. The young man, who had flirted with Sophia the previous day, had removed his glasses. The seemingly gentle eyes concealed hints of violence. The man licked his lips and said, "Boss, I've observed it. They are definitely a fat sheep." She tries her best to hide, but can't cover up their newbie naivete and curiosity. Not to mention their use of a golden slime as a transport vehicle. How is this different from openly declaring there are 300 taels of silver here? Ridiculous. We'll rob their goods and kidnap this rich lady lord to seize her territory. After finishing this job, we'll be rich. The young man's eyes were filled with burning desire. And that's not all. The rich lady was elegant, with a delicate face like a porcelain doll. The other woman was also a fine specimen. Her phoenix eyes hinted at a flirtatious temperament. Her figure, hidden under a large cloak, must be beautiful. At this thought, the desire in the young man's heart increased. The eyes of the other wanted players were also full of heat as they licked their lips. Riches and beauties, a target like this is hard to come by even in 10 years. Yet, boss, there must be all kinds of treasures in the newbies' territory. One job like this is worth 10 normal ones. Newbies are so naive, thinking they can start trading just because they have a little strength. Let's show this rich lady the reality of the world. Hey, hey, I remember that woman from half a year ago. Her screams were so erotic. Chapter 170, The Wanted Criminal with a Bounty of Several 100,000 Soul Sand. North of Shilling Town, as usual, the unimpressive Guangyuan Merchant Group exited the North City Gate and headed north along a dirt road littered with rubble, wheel tracks, and paw prints. The slimes bounced along, their bodies encapsulating various goods. Leader Lu 6 walked at the very front, his gaze frequently sweeping the surroundings. After a certain distance, they turned off the dirt road and entered a rugged primitive forest. The area gradually quietened down, with only the sounds of their swift strides, the hopping of the slimes, and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Half an hour had passed without encountering any player squads. Nevertheless, Lu 6 furrowed his brows and scanned the area behind them. The trees were lush and sturdy, the occasional sunlight filtered through, casting dappled shadows below. Every once in a while, ordinary birds and beasts could be seen flitting through the woods. This scene was quite ordinary. "General Lu, do you also feel as if we were being watched?" Sophia asked. Lu 6 nodded, "Possibly, we might have attracted someone's attention when we were in Shilling Town." He summoned a storm falcon, which soared into the sky, but everything was obscured by the dense trees. Even with the falcon's sharp gaze scanning around, it was difficult to detect any anomalies. So, Lu 6 continued onwards. Another 10 minutes passed when he raised his right hand in a gesture for everyone to halt and be on guard. "They're here." Leaves and bushes began to rustle, revealing the fangs of numerous ambush soldiers who had been lurking. "It's goblins." Sophia recognized these repulsive green creatures at a glance. Big goblins burst out from the bushes, while small goblin spearmen hid in the trees, hurling spear after spear. Each sharp and powerful steel spear brimming with energy. 6. These green-skinned goblins were different from the ones they'd encountered halfway through their previous journey. All of them were equipped with weapons created by humans. Controlled by players hidden within the woods. "Form a lean, shield wall." Lu 6 commanded. 10 members of the Royal Guard immediately formed a circle, raising their sturdy +3 shields. As they channeled their power into the shields, they easily deflected the thrown spears. The spears could only scrape the surface, not even a big goblin's iron fist, clad in sharp claws, could do more than make the shields shudder slightly. The big goblin froze. The player controlling him froze. This wasn't going according to the plan. From the surrounding bushes, other types of troops jumped out, including savage giant wolves, ugly jackal men, and zombies covered in death stains. As soon as they appeared, they were met with a barrage of arrows. Triple shot! Triple shot! Without using charging arrows, the god archers could effortlessly pierce through the armor of the jackal men and zombies, straight through their hearts or skulls. also making short work of the professional level spearmen hiding in the trees who had just thrown a round of steel spears. At the same time, an opening in the shield wall revealed a sharp and heavy long halberd piercing out, blasting the neck of a big goblin into pieces. Screams echoed from everywhere. Several players hidden 100 meters away, who had been silently directing the ambush, froze. 5. My goblin! A few seconds later, a player snapped out from his stupor, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. His comrades were startled. "You idiot!" Before the words fully fell, Lu 6, like a bulldozer, crashed through a number of big trees. The big halberdiers followed closely. The ambushing party still had a few trump cards up their sleeves, but under the comedic assault of the big halberdiers and the dominant combat power of Lu 6, they fell within 20 seconds. Lu 6 frowned. Too weak. To be precise, they were pushovers. Thinking that they could dare to cross them, did they appear to be easy targets? Sophia was puzzled by this. She didn't understand. The most important thing was she still felt the lingering sensation of being observed from deep within the forest. Could there be more bandits? Found you. Lu 6, the sturdy man with big eyebrows and large eyes, learned to utilize tactics early on. While he was encircling the bandit players, his field of vision was already shared with the Storm Falcon. The skill of the Camera Falcon could also be shared with other units, but with distance limitations, and it wasn't as convenient. At this moment, Lu 6 noticed an unusual area hundreds of meters away. Following the principle of better safe than sorry, he used the Lord's spiritual link channel to command the battle falcon hidden in the canopy. The very next moment, the gathered winds condensed into a violent tornado and blasted towards the unusual spot. Boom! Countless leaves and branches were blown into the air, then shredded into fragments by the violent winds. Even the sturdy tree trunks were whittled down by the wind, resembling blades, and collapsed loudly. Amid the smoke and dust, several figures gradually emerged. Despite the wind and flying debris, their collars weren't ruffled in the slightest. We've been discovered. Well, the little lamb has some skills, huh? Or maybe it's that these pawns are just too useless. Among the group, a young man chuckled while adjusting his glasses, still exuding a confident demeanor despite their hiding place being exposed. After all, they never intended to rely on surprise attacks. With their strength, there was no need to ambush a naive young female leader. The youth only wanted to have a bit more fun. He wanted to see the ups and downs of the female leader's expressions from panic to calm, then to despair. Among the several bandit players, someone recognized the young man. "It's you. Weren't you the one who gave me information about a ripe target?" Lightning flashed in his mind, and everything became clear at that moment. But before he could vent his futile rage, he saw the figure standing next to the young man. In an instant, it was as if he had been doused with ice water, his body going cold all over. The big hand scar, with a bounty of 40W soul sand. "So you are," he turned to the young man, "Bamian shoes hung with a bounty of 32W. Here, the currency for bounty is soul sand, not Yen country coin or starlight coin. The value of soul sand is known to all. 40W soul sand is equivalent to 400 soul crystals. How much does a rare 1-star remnant soul cost? The market suggested price is 25 soul crystals. Of course, the suggested price is one thing, and you would usually need to pay a hefty premium to purchase rare remnant souls. But even so, this bounty could still buy dozens of rare remnant souls or fully develop more than 10 rare troops. However, this also indicates how frightening Big Hand Scar and Bamian Shoes Hung are. Unlike these bandits, they are the real tough guys. Only such tough guys can repeatedly commit crimes and remain at large, forcing the Players' Association to offer bounties. If you encounter such ruthless players with hundreds of thousands worth of soul sand bounties in the wilderness, there is no room to escape. The player grieved, but in a sudden realization, he was now a bandit too, almost a bandit killed in action. With the appearance of Big Hand Scar and Bamian Shoes Hung, this was an opportunity for him. He scrambled and ran towards Bamian Shoes Hung. Boss, save me, I've always looked up to you as powerful." The rich girl was probably also wary, as the strong man didn't chase after her. Yes, who wouldn't be afraid of such ruthless characters? Now the tables had turned and the one who really needed to worry was this female leader. Plop! The player suddenly stopped, looked down at the dagger pierced through his chest, then up at Bamian Shoes Hung who had just thrown the knife. His lips moved, but before he could say anything, he collapsed. Next, it's your turn, my dearest little sheep. How is it, surprised or not? Sophia pursed her lips. She felt that she was not alert enough, not smart enough, not steady enough. And that's why she was targeted by these villains. She had let the Lord down. Only by killing all of these villains could she make up for her mistake. Meanwhile, Duo Lai, who had been ignored, stared intently at the scarred man and the man in glasses in the distance, his fingers constantly gesturing and his forehead slowly breaking into a sweat. Seeing their frightened appearance, the young man laughed even more heartily. Don't be afraid, we're very gentle, usually survivable for about 3 days in our hands. Before he could finish the word days, he pounced like the wind. Along with him, several other wanted players also attacked. They had a small force, even the halberd guards, strong shooters were just there to scare and trick newcomers. Bamian Shuzheng, pretending to be a caring older brother, had fooled girl players, or even female leaders, not less than 8 out of 10 times. If they didn't fall for it, then violence it was. All of their violence was concentrated on themselves, a choice that most wanted players would make. The young man and the others had all inherited the positions of rare 2 or 3 star professions, and their skills were highly advanced. Step. Crash. Within just a few moves, Bamian Shuzheng knocked over 3 halberdiers blocking the way. Due to the previous battles and chases, the positions of the royal guards and shooters were scattered. Bamian Shuzheng dodged and leapt, directly pouncing on the core of the team, his blade aiming for the rich girl. Newbies, always so naive. Boom. A dull noise came from behind, still accompanied by a scream. But the scream sounded familiar. It's Ma Ziai. He glanced back to see the burly man in black armor leading the trade caravan. Even outnumbered, he broke through their player within a few moves, sending him flying and crashing into countless trees. A powerful man indeed. However, he wasn't surprised, as it was usual for a rich leader like the girl to hire 1 or 2 powerful guards when traveling. Bamian Shuzheng ignored the scream of his comrade and directly attacked the other powerful guard standing in front of the rich girl. His blade whirled like a dancer, beautiful yet deadly. This was the ability of the rare 3-star profession Night Blade Dancer. With his unique understanding and technique, he was almost invincible among his peers. His blade is weaving a wide net, causing the female player with the face of a vermilion phoenix to retreat continuously. The sharp blade slid over the female player's cloak, tearing the weak defensive coat into pieces, revealing the deep blue dress inside. The dress outlining her slim figure perfectly, but what's with the white foxtail extending from behind her dress? Swinging with the fight. The scholar's eyes widened. He had always thought they were quite skilled, but it seemed they still have to lag behind the 2 female players in front of him. No wonder why the woman with the eyes of a vermilion phoenix was a bit sluggish in the fight. Could she not be sluggish? No, it's just that the little girl isn't good at fighting. After fighting for a while, Daisy had to admit that she was not good enough. She had to resort to her ultimate move, Sophia, save me. The black crow danced high, circling in the dense forest, diving down from all directions, leaving traces of shadows on the earth and space in front. Bamian Shuzheng was forced to retreat, his eyes wide open, looking at the wealthy young girl who just made her move. No, something wasn't right. According to his assumptions, the wealthy young girl was just a new lord. How could she have such strong power? A sentence vaguely flashed through his mind. I am just carrying out the boss's task. Boss? Who is the boss? But, he no longer had time to contemplate. As he met the gaze of the delicate and flawless girl, what he saw in her eyes was not naivete or innocence, but coldness, ruthlessness, indifference, and brutality. Brutality beyond his own. Ah! Bamian Shuzheng screamed, his hands suddenly igniting into a blazing black flame. Not hot but cold, the black flame that burned everything, was spreading up his arm. The energy infused in his hands couldn't stop the spread of the flames, even became the nourishment of the strange black flames. Pa! His 2 arms fell to the ground, burning in the black flames, and turned into ashes in a blink. The scholar who broke his arms turned around and fled without hesitation, running away by bounding through the shadows, covering hundreds of meters in a moment, and still kept on leaping, kept on fleeing. He seemed to have gotten away. Ha, ha! He was panting, with the joy of a narrow escape. However, the surroundings suddenly darken, the forest rustles, the caws echoing in the woods. Surprised, delighted, unexpected. The pleasant but death-heralding voice echoed. The black flames ignited again, this time starting from his left foot. The black flames couldn't be extinguished. PSSHT. The young man bit the short blade in his mouth, fiercely cut off his own left foot, and he couldn't maintain his balance and fell down. But the next moment, the black flames ignited from his right foot, and kept spreading. He had to cut it off again. Bloody angst. The fear of death was like a tide, rushing from all directions. In such a calm, the fear lasted for a dozen seconds. The girl, surrounded by the crows, walked out slowly from the depths of the forest. Her face was delicate, her demeanor was elegant, like a princess walking out of the palace, but her whole body was filled with ruthlessness and coldness, like the lord of the black crow that sows death and fear. She pointed her finger, numerous black crows dove down, tearing and pecking at Bamian Shu's hung. After a while, a skull with wide eyes, filled with endless fear, rolled down. Torturers will be punished as they tortured. Several flying crows picked up the filthy skull. Sophia turned around, her figure disappeared in the crows that circled around. Chapter 171, Spoils of War. Dead silence. An extreme dead silence envelopes these woods, and at this moment, it seems that even breathing is a great sin. Whether it was the robber-like players or the black-listed criminals who had plundered many times, their eyes bulged round with fear and trepidation. Bamian Shu's hung, with a bounty of 32W soul sand, who had escaped the pursuit of the Taishan Association multiple times and manipulated countless female players, and had already ascended to the peak of the elite level. Lost. Defeated in just one move. That wealthy young lady, no, the girl who commanded the flock of crows, who exactly is she? Since she is not the Lord, who is the Lord? What kind of new Lord could employ and control such a strong person? Their thoughts raced. No, there was no room for them to think. The bandits were killed one by one. The wanted criminals who were with Bamian Shu's hung were fairly elite, all of them were of the elite order, and among them, they were above average. In terms of levels, they were higher than Lulu. In terms of combat power, they couldn't even last a single move against Lulu, and their mob attack was like a disorderly crowd. No matter how large the wolf pack is, it can't shake a giant beast. At this moment, Lulu was like an invincible war god, smashing the ground, trembling with each move, crushing the soil, stones and trees like thin paper. The awakened halberd guard and imperial guard, shouting the name of General Lu. Only General Duo Lai was anxious, constantly mumbling, "Gently, gently, don't break it." It looked around again. The intelligent General Duo Lai had already noticed that one of the enemies had disappeared unknowingly. The most valuable one. Can General Duo Lai launch an attack now? Yes. For the sake of the bounty, Great Lord Shepherd agreed to Miss Duo's request for an attack. After all, the battle power of White Fox Daisy isn't very good, and it would be a bit reluctant for Lulu, such a heavily armored burly man, to chase the enemy. To prevent any accidents, General Duo Lai soared into the sky. Coo! In the dense forest, Scarface, who was burly, robust, and vicious, and who could stop a child from crying just by standing there, was fleeing at high speed. That waste of a scholar! A waste of a target he has chosen! He cursed angrily. Scarface, who had a bounty of 40W soul sand and had escaped from the official chasers and bounty hunters multiple times, ended up falling into the hands of the prey. This is a disgrace. And a nightmare. This caravan is clearly a Tyrannosaurus hiding in sheep's clothing. Scarface ran away. He was a player who preferred to confront his enemies head-on, without the fancy methods of Bamian Shu's hung, and he dared not enter the official towns. But at this moment, he fled like a light bird, leaping in bounding leaps on the not-so-stout branches, making only a faint rustling noise. Suddenly, Scarface paused in his steps. He stood on a branch that was only as thick as his arm. His body, which stood over 2 meters tall and with arms thicker than the average person's thighs, did not break the branch. He squinted his eyes and looked at the figure standing in front of him not far away. It was not the young girl who controlled the flock of crows or the invincible black-armored strongman, but only a plain and harmless-looking young girl with light blue hair swirling slightly. The look in her eyes was particularly intense. "There's a third strong player. Well, I, Scarface, am not wrong to have lost. But, are you sure you want to stop me?" The whole robbery was planned by Bamian Shu's hung, if you let me go, you'd just pretend you didn't catch up, you could explain to your boss, and you wouldn't have to fight for your life, how about that? However, the young girl in front of her seemed to have not heard his words, just mumbling something to herself. She was mumbling a number. Her gaze became increasingly intense. As if she was looking at prey on a cutting board. Scarface was furious, even the association's capture team had never made him suffer such humiliation. But in the next moment, he cooled down again, no longer distorted in appearance, and his eyes calmly stared at Duo Lai in the distance. The reason I withdrew was to avoid unnecessary battles and not want to continue to be eroded, but now, it's you who forced me. Scarface tore off the bandages coiled tightly around his left arm. White fragments flew chaotically around him. It revealed the inside, an unusually large left arm, covered with a series of crimson filaments. The muscles on it pulsed and writhed as if they had a life of their own. Bamian Shuzheng was just a collaborator, a tool to him, a self-deceiving fool. He was not the same. He seemed rough but was actually meticulous. He basically did not make a move unless necessary, so as to mislead his enemies. Make those bounty hounds who were following the scent fall into his hands time and time again. A bounty of 40W can't represent my strength at all. Scarface sprang out like a dragon, pulled out a rare-grade fire gun from his right hand, and fired several shots at the blue-haired young girl in the distance. The bullets containing explosive energy, one after another, stalled in front of the young girl, creating ripples, as if they were frozen in a mud pit. Gravity repulsion barrier. Scarface was not surprised, the shots from the fire gun were just a feint, his real killer move was. The already stout left hand, suddenly swelled several sizes, turning into a crimson giant hand. A huge mouth more than 1.5 meters in diameter cracked open inside the palm of the giant hand, and countless tentacles reached out from inside, looking extremely terrifying. This was the corrupting power derived from the servant of the fallen god. Its existence required life, and its master, Scars, had to offer sacrifices to use it. Otherwise, the power of erosion would devour him. Now, it's your turn to serve as its sacrifice. A giant hand slapped down. However, behind the blue-haired girl, a silver giant hand thrust out as well. Two colossal palms collided, stirring up a blast of wild wind in the jungle, swooshing up all the fallen leaves on the ground, causing continuous rustling sounds. But the erosive giant palm of Scars was not just about power. A huge mouth opened in the palm of his hand, a terrifying erosion power spreading out, accompanied by numerous tendrils. But at this moment, a crack also appeared in the silver giant hand's palm, revealing a black void as if capable of devouring everything. The onrushing erosion power was devoured. This is the power of the fallen god's servant. However, the energy of the enormous crimson arm was draining away, visibly withering at an observable rate. Pa! Duo Lai spat out saliva, and a dazzling thunderlight burst out of the silver giant palm. The blinding arc of thunder flipped trees over and destroyed rocks and soil. Under the crazed surge, Duo Lai remained unmoved. The gravitation shield scattered around it repelled all the shattered woods and rocks flying towards it. It looked ahead. Out of the smoke and dust, giant hand Scars had sprung up, running away as hard as he could. Several cannon fodder soldiers that he summoned to buy time, roared toward Duo Lai, only to be burned to ashes the next moment. However, by this time, giant hand Scars, who was running away as fast and desperately as possible, had already raced over 1,000 meters, raising clouds of dust, turning any monsters in his way into dust with a wave of his hand. Despite rushing recklessly, he was moving incredibly quickly. However, how could the speed of man be faster than light, faster than thunder? Blinding thunder lights suddenly appeared behind him. A silver object shot out from the thunder, like a super electromagnetic cannon piercing through the giant hand Scars, and with undiminished prowess, it penetrated trees, and split rocks before finally blasting open in the distance. Scars came to a halt. The next moment. Whiz 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 whiz. Several silver super electromagnetic bullets, entwined in thunder light, penetrated Scars' torso, shattering his heart. He finally toppled to the ground, lifeless. Finally. He's finally dead. Duo Lai didn't care that it had achieved this critical moment, in order to not destroy important evidence, and thus, the big explosion of its miniature universe had genuinely learned the real super electromagnetic cannon. It merely rushed forward nervously until it saw that the whole head of the scarred man was still intact, then it breathed a big sigh of relief. Yay! But, how much is 40W worth of soul sand? While Duo Lai caught up and killed the high-rewarded giant hand scars, the combat on the other side had already ended. Under the reminder of the great Lord Shepherd, everyone quickly cleaned up the battlefield, erased all traces around, and changed their positions. Then came the tallying of the spoils they got from these bandits. So poor. In Chiling town, Sophia thought she was poor, as she had to pay 1,500 soul sands a day for lodging there. However, after searching through the bodies of these bandits, she felt these guys were much poorer. That's normal, who would be a bandit if they had money? Daisy piped in. They got slightly over 4,000 soul sands from the first batch of bandits, plus a dozen or so remnant souls, and some mass-market props and equipment. Yet, for the second batch, giant hand scars, Bamian Shoes Hung, and several other notorious wanted criminals, they only gathered less than 1,000 grams of soul sand. They seemed even poorer. That's normal. Mu Yuan explained, the first batch are likely greedy old players who want to play the temporary role of a bandit, killing and robbing in lawless places, only to find that when greed arises, they fall into abyss. These players have a few soul sands in their pockets. As they are weak, they naturally don't have much money. The second batch of players are real criminals. They usually concentrate their limited resources on themselves and won't keep soul sands in their pockets. It's normal for them to be poor. However, they are not really poor. Mu Yuan signaled a few halberd-wearing imperial guards who had awakened self-awareness to remove the clothes and armors from Shoes Hung, Scars, and several others, and displayed them one by one. As these equipments were unclaimed, Duo Lai, who had the identity of a hero, used the identification spell on each one, and eventually found 7 rare pieces of equipment. A pair of daggers belonging to Shoes Hung were the gems among rare-level equipments. They wouldn't sell for a small sum. After all, being just ranger players, they couldn't possibly compare to the lords, especially the second-generation lords. Apart from this, there were some bits and pieces. There seemed to be treasures among the odds and ends. Based on its sharp intuition, Duo Lai flipped out an old, crinkled piece of paper. It seemed like a treasure map. Although it looked old and dilapidated, it was tried and found to be extremely sturdy, immune from blades and fire damage. However, this treasure map was only half intact, and its divine rhythm was not evident. You could only vaguely see the words "Berry," "Earth." Perhaps you need the other half to unlock the true information? This was just a piece of paper beneficial to some extent, but in most likelihood, it would prove useless. Mu Yuan told Duo Lai to store it away, then looked at the encapsulated heads presented before him. Chapter 172, Foreign assassins will soon arrive at the battlefield. Mu Yuan logged into the Taishuan forum and found numerous bounty information. Some bounties had been up for 10 or 20 years and still existed. This was normal. The eternal world was so vast, with great distances between cities. As long as a wanted criminal hid somewhere within it, they could evade numerous manhunts. Not to mention, these bounty targets could leave Taishuan Alliance and head to neutral areas, such as Jipo City. There were also some blacklisted players who might have died within some unknown comers, so their bounty remained for 10 or 20 years. Mu Yuan found the bounty information for Giant Hand Scar and Bamian Shoes Hung. The former had led bandits, looted and destroyed an entire player territory before vanishing. The latter committed multiple crimes in Langxing Profound Country using supernatural power. He escaped to the border area during the pursuit by a capture team and disappeared into the eternal world. The other few on the wanted list were not strong individuals with high bounties. They were on the wanted list but were not bountied. Their heads could only be exchanged for the basic level of 20,000 soul sand. They're quite poor, huh? No, I'm really drifting off, earning 20k soul sand used to take so much work. Even now, without special income, he would have to spend 1.5 days in Tianyuan territory to earn this much money. It's all hard-earned money. Moreover, the 4 basic wanted criminals totaled 8 OK of soul sand, Bamian Shoes Hung 320k, Scar 400k, this added up to a whopping 800k of soul sand. A huge amount. Super huge. Any rewards, equipment, treasure maps were nothing compared to this amount of soul sand. Even the profits earned from selling loads of crystal corn and snake scale fruits did not compare to the bounties they claimed. So, pretending to be weaker to lure in wanted criminals was the real way to earn money. Although he hadn't intended to pretend to be weaker, Sophia and the others were too inexperienced. They really looked like pigs. Of course, so did Mr. Mew. Aside from having epic generals, numerous excellence troops, felling attendant ascendants, reigning the entire festival grounds and chit-chatting happily with the bosses, he was just an ordinary civilian player. These heads in the eyes of the people were like glittering gems, they were afraid to drop them. But, how are we going to collect these bounties? Should we return to Shilling Town to exchange them? I saw the bounty exchange counter in the association before, Sophia asked. Yuan shook his head, that's not appropriate. Originally, Sophia's group was quite noticeable, hence they ran into two groups of bandits. If they were to exchange the bounties in Shilling Town, they might draw more attention and put themselves in danger. He looked at Duo Lai, you hold these heads and head to Pan Shi City to exchange them, I will have 2 Storm Falcons assist you. Duo Lai opened its eyes wide, not feeling troubled at all. It loved this kind of errands. Even if this small amount of money, the large sum of money had to be handed over to the Lord, it was still a happy thing to pass through its hands. Let's not waste time, you guys should set off soon. One Duo Lai and 2 birds immediately took off. Although he was unclear of the location of Pan Shi City, he could estimate its location by comparing it with Shilling Town. With Duo Lai's combat power, flying speed, and ability to keep alive, this journey was not dangerous. General Duo Lai had already set off. Lulu and the others quickly returned. In the afternoon of that day, Guang Yuan merchant group, who went out for the first time, returned to Tianyuan territory, saving a third of the time they spent going there. Not long after their arrival, Duo Lai, with its wings, transformed by the ever-changing batch, fluttering, descended from the sky and made a formal bow. General Duo Lai accomplished the mission. It stretched out its hand, and a hollow appeared on its palm. Rattle! One after another, beautiful soul crystals dropped down. There were hundreds of them piled like a small hill. We have money now. Yuan was very emotional. He immediately gave Duo Lai, Lulu, Sophia, and others a bonus, symbolically. The amount was not much. After all, Tianyuan territory currently adopted the 3 meals policy, which included meals, accommodation, and cultivation. There would be reforms in the future, but the territory was just starting out. Everyone didn't have much money, and there were no places to spend money within the territory. The only place that could be considered a luxury venue was the territory's large bathhouse. With a significant sum of soul crystals at hand, Yuan started thinking about purchasing remnant souls. He had to start from reality. The marketplace at Shilling Town is indeed richer than the Beijiang market, but if you want to purchase in large quantities, you still need to rely on reality or intermediary realms like Elf's Courtyard. He plans to start with a major chamber of commerce, buying a large number of malicious remnant souls in order to push ILO up to the epic tier as soon as possible. Would this attract attention? Perhaps it would, but not too much. After all, the sacrificial black coffin can devour the remains of monsters to produce remnant souls. There are naturally some items or structures that benefit from sacrificing remnant souls. He just needs to choose a reliable chamber of commerce. I heard old brother my WA has a good standing in the one-handed chamber of commerce, I can ask him about the market. With this thought, Yuan Bai returned to Langxing, plugged his phone, which was left unused for several days and only had 9% battery left, into the charger, then flipped it open to take a look. There were already 999 plus unread messages from the Beijiang Tenglong group. With no pressure of trials and life and death survival, the newcomers were indeed more relaxed and active. He opened the chat and found messages mentioning all members. The messages were sent by Vice President Chen, another vice president in the association. The vice president of Zhongcheng, it was said, had been transferred to a key location and hadn't shown up in Beijiang for a long time. Vice President Chen Henyu, everyone, please take note. As the Dragon Court competition between our Taixuan and Shen Yao, Yangxing, and other nations enters the preparation stage, there will be a lot of spies from the Shen Yao Empire infiltrating our Taixuan during this period. You guys' territories are all on the outermost edge of the alliance, so please be vigilant, and report any irregularities immediately. After a pause, the vice president continued, of course, the Taixuan alliance is massive, infiltration by spies is only a small probability event. But relatively speaking, your territories are just starting with relatively weak defenses, so remember to first keep yourselves safe once you encounter them. The alliance will also provide you with the most timely support. Spies from the Shenyao Empire. From the vice president, he learned that the main task of the spies is to probe the whereabouts of territories like Wuji and Kongming, and conduct harassment and assassination. In the Dragon Court competition, each nation could only send new Star Lords to participate. This was stipulated in the contract and notarized by the Holy Griffin Empire. But no one said that they couldn't cause destruction outside the competition. If they could severely wound or assassinate a competitor from a certain country before the competition begins, they could easily gain an advantage. At the very least, they could cause some destruction and chaos within the alliance. The competition is, after all, about the nation's comprehensive power. Infiltration, spying, assassination, it all started long ago. But as the Dragon Court competition draws near, the intensity will increase. There will be more foreign assassins infiltrating from the edge of the Taishan alliance. They, the new Star Lords, are just insignificant minnows caught up in the chaos. Other people might just be caught up, but for me, it might not be the case. The spies from Shenyao Empire definitely wouldn't mind trying to locate the Tianyuan territory while causing destruction. If I get discovered. Holy crap, it's too dangerous. From today onwards, I must double my efforts in patrolling the territory. As for the Dragon Court competition, Yuan has heard a little about it. He first heard it from the vice president of Zhongcheng, Boss Zhang, who told him casually, "Work hard, there might be a chance for you to fight for our nation in the future." But besides that, he didn't know much about the Dragon Court competition. He wasn't the only one curious. Many were asking a lot of questions, like Mr. Tan. Yuan slowly scrolled up, taking in the chat. Vice President Chen, those who can participate in the Dragon Court competition, are all distinguished individuals. They are the most outstanding lords from the Taishan alliance over the last few years. Not only do they bring glory to the country, participants also receive considerable cultivation from the alliance. Put it this way, once the participants have been selected, they can enter various top-level advanced realms to study, greatly improving their strength and base. If they can win resources for our country, the rewards from the alliance will definitely not be stingy. Mr. Tan, Uncle Chen, how are the participants chosen? Do we have a chance? Vice President Chen laughed. Selection for the Dragon Court competition is based on the records of the naturally occurring realm Challenge Land. This realm is a top-level challenge realm, where many senior lords will continuously challenge, proving themselves and also gaining natural gifts through passing the levels. However, for you guys, this seems pretty far-fetched. Try hard, in the next round of slightly lesser competitions, there's no way you guys cannot win glory for the country. As for this year, the Dragon Court competition is a battlefield for young people like Wuji and Kongming. Mr. Tan, wait, what about Tianyuan? Big Boss Tianyuan dominated all foes in the festival grounds, showing an invincible posture. Vice President Chen, we generally believe that Tianyuan will be able to rule the battlefield in the next Dragon Court competition with an invincible posture, but Tianyuan is too young this year. Even if his potential is limitless, his own combat power and his general's combat power are far from matching Kongming and Wuji, which is a bit frustrating. Even though Tianyuan has already recruited the top-tier heroine Star Queen, her level is still a lot lower. Furthermore, one person can't support the whole situation, however strong a single individual is. You were talking about Lord Wuji? He indeed does not have any outstanding generals, but the troops and elites of his territory are not weak at all. Otherwise, how could he be considered as one of the most promising new stars? After reading the chat records, Yuan let out a long sigh. He knows his own worth, and does not delude himself into thinking that he is comparable to the likes of Lords Wuji and Kongming in terms of comprehensive power. His strength lies in his potential, and although Wuji and these lords also have high potential, they have already actualized it by half. However, he did generate a thought to try and contest, to give it a go. At least to see the gap. But the premise to try is to get into the challenge land. Where can I go to burst out the key to this top-level realm? I heard that many powerful players have been desperately hoping for a key but to no avail. Yuan looked melancholy at the moon outside the window, letting out a soft sigh. Chapter 173. Land of Challenge. To Yuan's surprise, the crucial item he vainly pursued yesterday had made progress today. After turning off the bronze mirror used for communication, Mu Yuan used it as an ordinary mirror to tidy up his appearance and clothing, then headed towards a secret realms gate beside the Lord's altar. Passing through the water curtain, a garden full of birdsong and floral fragrance suddenly appeared before his eyes. There was no gathering today and there were few players in the secret realm. Only a few maid dolls in black and white skirts could be seen, busily sweeping with brooms. He walked straight to the coffee shop, came to the familiar table by the floor-to-ceiling window in the deepest part of the inner space. Here, he could not see the figure of Lu Ziyu, the lord of Han Yu City, but the wealthy little girl Lu Miamu was waving towards him. "Big boss, over here." Lu Miamu spoke enthusiastically about her adventures and the state of territory management. She said that she had already defeated 2 powerful monster tribes and had recruited and subdued an excellent 3-star level champion, shaman chief of the Mare people. "Well done, you're really great." Mu Yuan sincerely praised her. After all, he had only defeated a dozen monster tribes so far, and there were fewer than 23-star stage subordinates in his Tianyuan territory. The gap between him and Lu Miamu was small. "Big boss, you have to watch out. I will catch up with you," Lu Miamu said seriously, but she felt helpless whenever she thought of Princess Fei Shi, who constantly talked about the big boss Tianyuan. "I'm the real lord here." Although the big boss Tianyuan is indeed super awesome. She paused for a moment, took out a mysterious and faintly glowing moon-shaped key, and handed it over, saying, "This is the key to the land of challenge." She truly is a rich girl, able to get her hands on such a rare item so easily. Mu Yuan asked, "What's the price?" Lu Miamu said, "No money is needed. This key was actually intended to be given to you by my sister. But she's been too busy lately to come. My sister didn't spend any money either. This key was given by the officials to potential lords. She just recommended you." Mu Yuan was surprised. Does the Lord of Han Yu City actually have such high expectations for me? He was very honest with himself, and he didn't have much confidence. If the competition could be postponed for half a year, that would be a different story, but now the time is too short. He, Mu Yuan, was just a civilian lord with a little bit of talent. Seeing that Mu Yuan may have misunderstood, Lu Miamu quickly added, No, what my sister meant was, having the opportunity to freeload on a top-level secret realm key is definitely a must." She recalled the conversation she had with her sister yesterday. "Isn't it too early, sis?" "Early? Maybe, but since it doesn't cost anything, let him give it a try." "But won't he be hit hard? I heard the land of the Chaolang is super difficult." Lu Ziyu glanced at her. Her eyes were filled with contempt, helplessness, and the thought of my adorably stupid little sister. Lu Miamu completely understood. "This is why I didn't give you the key and why there is a big gap between you and Tianyuan. Other people might be hit hard by prematurely entering the land of the challenge, but Tianyuan's talent is not inferior to mine. I believe he will become stronger in adversity. The rewards from the land of the challenge may also help him progress more quickly. My sister said that the key was obtained using the Dragon Court competition as an excuse, but the competition. Just keep a normal heart, after all, we are still young, and the number of troops in the territory is limited, let alone forming 1 or 2 complete elite legions. Besides, the land of the challenge is very difficult. Even you, big boss, may get, well, you may find it extremely difficult," she said clumsily. Mu Yuan said he understood, "Don't worry, I'm a very measured person. I won't stubbornly push through if the challenge is too difficult. Our focus is still on building our territory." Lu Miamu, yes. Afterwards, Mu Yuan queried about the general situations of lords like Wuji, Kongming, and others. They basically all had 2 or 3 fully formed trump card legions. What is a fully formed legion? It refers to a legion formed entirely of rare soldiers, with their potential fully developed as elites, and numbering over 100. Such a legion, with 100 soldiers could turn into a scalpel, with 300, they could move freely among the enemy, with 1,000, they could wipe out enemy forces that are tens or hundreds of times larger than their own. The forces of a veteran lord are usually composed of trump card legions that are fully formed, ordinary legions that are half trained and half wild, and cannon fodder legions that are basically not trained and are only used for reconnaissance and attracting firepower. However, the somewhat inferior veteran lords have trump card legions that consist of a variety of rare soldiers, miscellaneous brands, as they cannot afford to assemble a single class, series, or kind of rare legion. The stronger ones assemble a legion with a single type of soldier to achieve better coordination, or they care about the combination of different types of soldiers to fight together. In comparison to other territories where elite-level characters are common and professional-level ones are commonplace, his Tianyuan territory is indeed a lot worse, with only a handful of elite-level strongmen. I really am too weak. After chatting for a while, Mu Yuan said goodbye to Lu Miamu. Standing in front of the Lord's altar, he saw a secret realm on either side of him. The previous festival ground's secret realm had disappeared as it had closed. He took out the splendid crescent-shaped key, connected his thoughts with the territory, and activated it. Vroom! A golden glow burst forth from the crescent, intertwining and outlining a mysterious golden archway, standing a dozen meters above the altar. He moved towards the golden archway, walking as if stepping on invisible stairs, each step taking him higher, until he reached this extraordinary golden gateway of a secret realm. The Land of Challenge. This secret realm has a very high-end orientation, almost exclusively accessible to senior lords, but the Land of Challenge is also one of the most famous secret realms. There are many posts and rumors about it on the forum. Just as its name suggests, it is a challenge-type secret realm. The newcomer secret realm of challenge he had experienced in the past is a beginner-level secret realm, whilst the Land of Challenge is a top-tier secret realm. It exists eternally, without any time constraints. Similarly, no one has truly ever reached the end. Even to a top-level lord, this secret realm remains veiled in mystery, its depths unknown. Mu Yuan crossed the spatial curtain. What greeted his eyes was a vast white platform, upon which an imposing red tower stood at the center of the massive platform. It appeared to be divided into about 7 layers, flickering lights shimmering between each layer. Looking further into the depth of the red tower, he could faintly see another equally majestic and spectacular orange tower, but it was extremely far away, veiled in haziness, as unreachable as the moon reflected in a water mirror. The first tower. Mu Yuan thought to himself. Around the tower, he could vaguely see a dozen or so figures. However, they seemed very small and insignificant beneath the magnificent red tower. These people, more likely than not, were lords of the Xian country. Just like the newcomer's Land of Challenge in the festival grounds, where different parallel secret realm spaces for different regions are demarcated, the Land of Challenge is similar. But what's different is that the further you go into the Land of Challenge, the more the spaces overlap. The lords he saw surrounding the Red Tower were only from the Taishan region. If he were to enter the area of the second tower, he would be able to see Lord Shen Yao, along with other Langxing lords. Someone else is here. He looks very young, and I don't recognize him. He seems to be a newcomer. A newcomer? Finally, there's a newcomer in the Land of Challenge, haha. The moment Mu Yuan entered, he attracted the attention of the senior lords. This place is very spacious. All lords of Taishan who used the key to the secret region would set foot here, but this place was small enough that sometimes they wouldn't see a sweet newcomer even after 10 or 15 days. They looked over. The newcomer was dressed in a slim-fit dark blue robe, his hair somewhat long, bound up by a long crown. His features were clear and bright, like a handsome ancient aristocrat. In the eternal world, such retro-style dressing was mainstream and even more common among the older lords. There was nothing extraordinary about this attire, except for the female lords thinking to themselves how handsome the young man was, and that he was their type. Lord Shepherd actually did have muscles, but after integrating into the Duo Lai template, his whole appearance leaned towards being slim and refined. He looked youthful, you could say that he looked younger than most elderly lords. He glanced around a few times and then headed straight for the Red Tower, his figure quickly disappearing into the entrance. At the same time, at the bottom of the Red Tower, on the first layer, a streak of light appeared, emitting a not-so-bright glow. As expected, he is a newcomer. The lord who saw this scene confirmed, guess how many levels this young newcomer can reach. This here is the Red Tower, also known as the First Challenge Tower, which has a total of 7 levels. Only by passing all 7 levels can one enter the second area, where the Orange Tower is located. The lord who spoke was wearing a sturdy suit of armor without a helmet. He had experienced eyes, and his untamed black hair was casually draped over his shoulders, not messy but exuding an air of unrestrained boldness. He was a city lord, and a rather famous one at that in the vast Taishan alliance. Respectfully referred to as the Lord of Magian. He had entered the land of challenge several years ago and had been challenging for quite some time. However, he still hadn't been able to pass the Red Tower. It's not that the Lord of Magian was too weak, but rather that the difficulty of the top-tier secret realm in the land of challenge was too high. The majority of senior lords were stuck in this first tower area. The friend of the Lord of Magian, another senior lord known as Lord Yingguang, shook his head. Is there a need to guess? Of course, he can't pass the first level. The newcomer looks too young, he must have entered the eternal world not too long ago. At most 2 or 3 years. You must know that even for the offspring of a great lord, they have to wait till they reach at least 16 before they can be selected. And there are many who only entered when they were 18, 20, or even in their mid-20s. But this young man, he looks to be not even 20, right? He's about my son's age. Another friend, a female lord known by the title Lord Bullen, disagreed. She crossed her arms. Old woman doesn't believe it. I'll bet that this cute newcomer can pass the first challenge. I support him. Despite saying so, Lord Bullen was just being stubborn. As a lord who had passed the Red Tower, she knew very well that the land of challenge did not have any easy or welfare levels. It was a top-tier secret realm, so the initial difficulty level matched that. It was also top-tier. Many talented lords came with full confidence, only to falter at the weakest and earliest challenges, being defeated by the monsters so badly they began to question their own worth. There was even an instance where one of the lords was crying when he walked out of the tower. Being lucky enough to obtain the key to the land of challenge, sometimes, wasn't necessarily a good thing. Hopefully, this cute and handsome young man won't be hit too hard. Chapter 174, The Limit of Tianyuan's Regular Strength. For those seasoned lords who were constantly trying and thinking hard about how to clear the levels, the appearance of a newcomer was like a stone that added several points of fun to their monotonic lives. They were watching. They were even looking forward to certain situations. After all, they were tormented by the difficulty of the land of challenge. Looking for some fun as a diversion could be a wonderful thing. They even temporarily stopped their progress, just wanting to see how far the newcomer would go. No, it would be more accurate to say they were interested in how long the newcomer could survive on the first level. I bet he won't last 2 seconds. In 100 seconds, we'll see the newcomer questioning his life choices. I don't think it's that bad. Although I also don't believe this young chap could pass the first level, surviving 300 seconds is still possible. Being able to get to the land of challenge means he's not weak, right? Doesn't anyone bet that the newcomer can pass the first level? The first level isn't that hard. Alright, it's still pretty hard. Unlike these dozen or so lords who were having fun, one lord in the distance was watching very intently, her eyes almost unfaltering as they stared at the faint light at the bottom of the Red Tower without moving away. She was here on a mission. A mission from her. Ahem, her idol. Although she was older than the Lord of Hanyu City by a few years, she was undeniably a die-hard fan of her and one of the founders of the Hanyu fan club. Compared to Lord Magian, Lord Bullen and others, her fame was more remarkable. She was indeed a great lord standing at the top of the mundane world. Lord of Linglong City, Shen Linglong. Although her name wasn't as well known as Hanyu, it was still very popular, and most of the old lords and veteran lords recognized her. In order not to attract attention, Shen Linglong deliberately disguised herself to return to the Red Tower area. Because the mission she was performing was top secret. This was a mission that Sister Hanyu had entrusted solely to her, such a sign of trust and importance. Shen Linglong was dressed in heavy armor, completely concealing her figure. She wrapped her entire head tightly in a turban, revealing only a pair of bright eyes that were constantly watching. She could hear the discussions of other lords in the distance. This man is Tianyuan after all. It is not impossible for him to pass the first level with his abilities, but how could the giftedness of Tianyuan even possibly compare with their Lady Hanyu? It was impossible. Lady Hanyu was the eternal god. She firmly believed in it. Inside the Red Tower, the space was boundless, the earth was in chaos. Yuan stood in its midst, hearing the prompt from the tower echoing in his ears. Please choose the units to be deployed. The selected units will enter the battlefield as consciousness and will not really die here. The obscure rule told him that the Red Tower could deploy 100 units, regardless of their type, heroes, or the Lord himself. Mu Yuan was prepared in advance, ordering Deadbone and other units to stand by in his territory. He swiped his finger, one by one the names, avatars, and job rank of different units appeared before him. He selected each one, for battle. Deadbone, Duo Lai, Ilo, Rax Hasa, Hong Yi, Lulu. And so on. Except for non-combat units like Sophia, Daisy, Irene, and Niu Si, Lainey, and Hualing who were left to take care of the territory, he basically deployed all his Tianyuan strongmen. He also selected several skeleton generals and resentful spirits from the main battle troops to fill in the gaps. It can be said that apart from him, this was already the most luxurious lineup of Tianyuan, none other could come close. Having heard about how difficult and horrifying the land of challenge was, with many beginners failing miserably and Lu Miami repeatedly warning him to be cautious, Mu Yuan would not take this lightly. Ding! Lineup confirmed. First level of the Red Tower battlefield is being generated. In the blink of an eye, the world transformed. A boundless prairie came into view, with lush grass and the scent of earth rushing up to one's face. This was a vast scene between reality and illusion, similar to the hero duel arena. The battlefield of the first level of the first tower. Deadbone, Duo Lai, and others began to appear. They had received notice in advance. Miss Duo was excited beyond measure, while General Deadbone, as always, was calm and reliable, taking command of the formation as soon as he appeared. But just as they began to form their formation, a rumbling noise came from all sides. In Mu Yuan's line of sight, one giant figure after another appeared, densely packed, completely surrounding their entire troop. It's the iron-clad scorpions. The giant scorpions, with their bodies seemingly forged in steel and tails as sharp as needles, not only outnumbered them, but also had a size that surpassed any individual Mu Yuan had ever seen. Each of them was as tall as a two-story building. They were like moving steel fortresses. All these scorpions had reached the second-order elite level, ranking in the middle of the elites. And there were a total of 100 such scorpions. This was not the end, it was just the beginning. On the bodies of the giant scorpions, light golden auras started to emerge, transforming into nuns wearing black robes, with silver crosses hung on their chests. Some were young, others mature, while some were petite and others voluptuous. But without exception, they all radiated a strong power of holy light. They were cloaked in light. Each of them was an elite-level strongman. And their number was a whopping total of 200. 100 giant scorpions and 200 nuns. All of them were in their complete forms, specifically arranged to counter the forces dispatched by the Lord. These were the opponents one had to face at the first challenge in the land of challenge. Without enough power, one couldn't even make it through the main gate here. Without any probing or giving the Tianyuan Corps ample time to prepare, the nuns rode their giant scorpions, which bore similarities to fortress battle vehicles, and swooped down onto the battlefield. The skeleton generals, who were on the outermost perimeter, immediately clashed with them. As rare 3-star units, the skeleton generals were of a higher grade than the giant scorpions, but the level difference was too large. One confrontation caused the generals to stagger backward several steps, their bone hands that held swords cracked, and they almost lost grip of their heavy swords. At this moment, the nuns on the giant scorpion battle vehicles, working together seamlessly, held up their silver crosses and recited the words of holy light, making the radiant and majestic holy light pour down. Several rays of holy light fell together on the staggering skeleton general, and the pure, warm light of purification was like the most severe corrosive poison in the world, causing the skeleton general's body to smoke and make sizzling sounds. Only 2 seconds later, the skeleton general disintegrated in the holy light, leaving behind a shattered suit of armor clanging to the ground. At this moment, the battle had been going on for only 10 or so seconds. The ace troop of 100 from the Tianyuan territory had already lost more than 10 of their number. No wonder newbies are strongly advised not to try. This is not a challenge, but a massacre. Mu Yuan's expression was solemn. The enemy not only had far higher levels than them but also had a numerical advantage, making them too difficult to deal with. Even the super elites who had evolved to the skeleton mortician and evil spirit stage found it difficult to defend at this time. They couldn't dare to face these powers of holy light head-on. At the very center of the core, a giant tree was growing continuously. It was the tree demon Granny. It was fully committed, drawing on all of the earth's force and its own power to cast the Venu skill realm of 1,000 woods. Rumble. Stout roots broke out of the ground one by one, turning the area of several hundreds of meters into a dense forest in the blink of an eye. These roots were also like pythons, entangling the nuns. However, the realm of 1,000 woods, which could suppress the entire monster tribe with the power of one tree, seemed not strong enough at this moment. Under the sweeping attacks of the giant scorpion's large pincers, the extremely tough roots snapped one after another. The whole tree realm was continuously being destroyed. Obviously, it couldn't last for long. The tree demon Granny, who had not yet stepped into the elite order, had infinite potential, but its solid strength was, after all, a notch inferior. However, the formation of the tree realm allowed the elites of the Tianyuan territory to catch their breath slightly. This advantageous terrain helped everyone withstand the charge of the giant scorpion battle vehicles and turn the tide into a seesaw battle. Whoosh! 17 was standing on the trunk of the tree demon Granny, drawing her bow and placing an arrow. The arrow was shot out like a meteor and turned nimbly like a fish, bypassing several obstacles before finally landing on the giant scorpions, where the nuns were. One by one, she took down the nuns who were caught off guard and blew them up. In the blink of an eye, she had scored 8 kills, achieving the first offensive feat. However, the next moment, several scorpions' tails were raised high, and needles were shot out like armor-piercing rounds, shattering layers of obstacles and aiming at 17. 17 rolled and jumped, dodging in a desperate manner. She still got injured seriously, her body covered with potholes, and countless branches were broken off the tree demon Granny. On some of the other battlefields, Rakshasa, Hong Yi, and other generals of the Tianyuan division began their assault. Initially, using their advanced skills and gifts, they achieved a significant result, but soon they were surrounded by their enemies, leaving them in a desperate situation of defending themselves. This land of challenge was full of enemies who not only outnumbered them, had higher levels, and abilities that could restrain them, but also understood cooperation and tactics, and knew how to suppress the blade of their strength specifically. Only experienced lords who led a complete troops legion could directly confront these enemies, defeating them gradually with a few powerful fighters. The core of the Tianyuan territory was just too weak. At this point, Ilo also began to attack, representing the strongest regular force of the Tianyuan territory. Whether it was combat experience, techniques, or hard power level, she far surpassed Rakshasa, Hong Yi, Lulu, and others. Her combat methods were incredibly varied, too. She navigated the battlefield, teleporting, sometimes gathering wind into a blade to cut a nun's throat, sometimes solidifying thunder into a drum to damage the giant scorpion's huge body from the inside out. She was extremely elegant and contented, like an elf dancing on the battlefield. Even while the giant scorpions continued to besiege her, she easily avoided them, not at all awkward like 17 and others. Indeed, she was very strong. She also knew how to use the environment to cause the maximum damage to the enemy with the minimum cost. But, my lord, I'm running out of energy, she said helplessly. Her energy was almost exhausted. Of course, the effect she had achieved was also very spectacular. She alone killed over 100 giant scorpions and nuns, greatly impacting the overall battlefield and giving others an advantage. However, such extreme operations exhausted Ilo greatly. Even to kill an ironclad scorpion with one strike, she had to try her best. Even killing the nuns took quite a bit of her energy. The elite nuns weren't as delicate as they appeared to be, they could break walls and destroy buildings with just their bodily strength. If she hadn't delicately controlled her energy, using it sparingly, she would have been drained a few minutes ago. Our side, 4.6. Enemy side, 69. Ilo was panting hard, but it was she who with her own strength turned the tide of the entire battlefield and established the chance of victory. If she hadn't been there, relying solely on the power of generals like Rakshasa, Hong Yi, Lulu, etc., they would most probably lose this challenge. But even with her there, this challenge was not easy to get through. The power of individual strongmen has a limit. She can't support it alone. As the fight gradually came to an end, Mu Yuan assessed the limit of the Tianyuan Corps. The limit in terms of regular combat capabilities. The power of General Deadbone and General Duo Lai, on the other hand, didn't quite conform to the norm. Chapter 175, General Duo Lai is furious. Land of Challenge, the waiting area of the Red Tower. One after another, the lords were still focusing on the light spot at the bottom of the tower, glancing at the entrance now and then, wondering when that young figure would appear. As they wondered, their voices gradually dropped, no longer chatting with the mentality of joy, but staring straight at that light spot, their faces increasingly amazed. The newcomer seems to have been in there for quite a while. Yet, it's been more than 10 minutes. For a newcomer's first time in the land of challenge, it was not unusual to last for a long time, but considering that newcomer's too youthful face, it was surprising and even shocking. Those guys who bet on 100 seconds, 300 seconds, 500 seconds lost their pants. But no one paid attention to this at this moment, they were only interested in how long this newcomer could last, or say. Bang! n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. At the bottom of the red tower, that light spot suddenly brightened, and shot up like a rocket ascending to the heavens, jumping up to the second level. There, it blinked, making its presence felt. He really made it. The newcomer made it. Wow, awesome! When I entered the land of challenge, I was already 32 years old and had been a lord for 6 years. Even so, I had to try 3 times before I finally made it through the first level. Compared to this young man, it's a testament to how the young always surpass the old. I must contact him and exchange business cards or something when this newcomer comes out. Yet, it won't be long, he'll probably come out soon. After all, the second level is much harder than the first one. Far away. Shen Linglong, who doesn't socialize with other lords and wraps herself tight like a weird person, showed a superior smile of only she knows the truth as she listened to the surprises of Sword Demon, Ying Guang, and others. Although Tian Yuan is a bit amazing, compared to her Lady Han Yu, he falls far short. Lady Cold Moon also entered the land of challenge quite early and swept through like a broken bamboo, passing 3 levels in a row. It was from that time on that she left the geniuses of her time in the dust with her rapid progress. Tian Yuan just won't cut it. Well, to be fair and objective, Tian Yuan does have a talent far superior to that of his peers, only being overshadowed by Lady Han Yu. That's quite remarkable already, no wonder Lady Cold Moon values him. Shen Linglong continued to stare at the light spot, waiting to see how long Tian Yuan could hold on in the second level and then report to her Lady Cold Moon in great detail. Inside the red tower, chaos space. Ding! Prompt: you have passed the first level of the red tower and received a random reward: miracle building flame cannons, rare, dot. Received a complete rare building. Not bad. Pass-through levels in the land of challenge can grant rewards, but the rewards for small levels are just accessories, good but not precious. The really valuable rewards only come after passing through an entire tower. However, if you only focus on the rewards, you will miss the biggest hidden benefit of the land of challenge combat. This kind of fearless battle where you can put all your strength against strong enemies is precious to any kind of intelligent soldier. Even if they advance to the war general level or leader level in the future, this fighting experience will still be invaluable. 3 months ago, he had the idea of using the power of the secret realm to train Deadbone and Duo Lai in the newcomer secret realm of challenge. Unfortunately, he fought too fiercely and swiftly back then, and ended up clearing the entire secret realm, missing a valuable training opportunity. Now, there's no risk of clearing the land of challenge, but you can't go back to the previous levels once you pass them. He will have to take his time. This is also why he didn't let Deadbone and Duo Lai compete in the first challenge. He wanted to give others a chance to grind, especially Rax Hasa, Hong Yi, and other division heads who can't enter the hero duel arena. Prompt: do you want to enter the second level? Prompt: the second level battlefield is evolving. In a blink of an eye, the world changes. It's still the boundless prairie with lush green grass, and the soldiers and elites of Tian Yuan division appear in the center of this grassland. This time, without the command of Deadbone, the skeleton generals quickly lining up to defend, and one after another, the resentful spirits integrated into the bodies of the skeleton generals as if they were possessed, becoming one entity. In just a few seconds, a preliminary formation is formed. It's like a harmonious whole. Tree Demon Granny directly uses her big move, and with the rumbling sound of the earth shaking, a vast and dense network of roots and trees rise up, blocking the dazzling sunlight, leaving only shadows of trees everywhere. At the same time, large bodies with an iron hue appear on all sides of the army, just like in the first challenge. Nuns riding iron-clad scorpion like a chariot rushing in like the wind. The difference is, the number of enemy troops in the last level was 300, and this level has 600. Double the amount. The pressure, however, is more than twice as intense. As soon as they appeared, 300 scorpions' tails were raised high, tearing the air like armor-piercing bullets, making a sharp noise, and hitting heavily on the dense forest of roots and trees. It's as if dozens of machine guns are set up in mid-air, sweeping the ground continuously. The sound of hissing echoes constantly, and the sturdy roots and thick trunks are torn open like rotted wood. Splinters and wood debris fall apart and the dust, mud, and grass on the ground are splashed up to a height of more than 10 meters under the bombardment. Smoke and dust fills the air. 17 scrambles up from the ground, a terrifying wound torn in her left waist, her flesh inverting. She remains calm, just spitting out the grass flakes that had splashed into her mouth. The skeleton mortician and skeleton generals were even pierced through by the bullet like pointed needles, their armor cracked, and half of their bodies shattered. Although the Tianyuan Corps has not reduced in number, there are quite a few wounded in this round of fires. Mu Yuan drew a breath of cold air. The second level is as terrifying as this. Without a doubt, if Duo Lai and Dead Bone no longer participate, the regular forces really won't be able to pass. Duo Lai. Incoming coup. A single Duo Lai zipped into the sky with its right hand extended. The pristine 5 fingers opened wide as its palm lined up with the distant enemies who were still too far away to be engaged by its unit. Fireball. A searing and scorching fireball appeared and expanded instantaneously into a giant sphere, with a diameter still exceeding 10 meters even after being highly condensed. With a mere flick of its finger, the orange/red fireball cut through the sky, casting a bright glow in the distance. Boom! It was like a sunset sinking into the earth, with half of the enormous orange/red sphere plunging into the ground. The ensuing explosion released infinite light and heat, dyeing the entire sky red with swirling red clouds scattering in all directions, as splendid as a sunset. A splendid spectacle filled with destructive intent. Flames roared outwards. Ilo watched, her radiantly bright eyes completely reflecting the orange-red light, while the wind blew her hair all over the place, and her clothes rustled dramatically. No matter how many times I see it, it's always awe-inspiring. In a one-on-one battle, she was slightly inferior to Duo Lai, but the difference was slight. However, this world-destroying technique, she could not execute. And even if she could, the energy expenditure would deplete her rapidly. Duo Lai, on the other hand? It could easily execute this technique dozens of times. Duo Lai also recovers energy extremely quickly, far exceeding hers, and if the duration of the battle was extended, an apocalyptic scenario would not be out of the question. She often wondered, is Duo Lai a giant dragon wearing human skin, or some other creature of massive size? However, it is not. Duo Lai is certainly not human, but it is simply a slime. This is less reasonable than being a human. However, as the dust gradually dispersed, the result of Duo Lai's super large fireball didn't achieve the results it expected. On the scorched and burning ground, several iron-clad scorpions curtailed their tails to form a sphere that protected the nuns inside. Their bodies were nearly charred black, but the only ones who fell under the super large fireball were a few scorpions and nuns at the center. The rest of the scorpions were just severely injured. At this moment, the tail of the scorpions slowly retracted, revealing inside the nuns whose clothes had been mostly burnt away and whose skin was also burnt and charred, but were still showing strong vitality. They showed no expression. They raised their silver crosses. Heavenly light descended. The healing holy light fell upon them, and their charred skin began to peel off rapidly, being replaced by fresh, white ones, as smooth as a baby's. This holy light also fell on the iron-clad scorpions, causing their injured bodies to recover at a visible speed. There were nuns equipped with purification skills who let the cleansing holy light fall on them and remove all traces of burn status from them and the scorpions. In the blink of an eye, the scorpions and nuns, if not fully recovered, at the very least, had returned to 60–70% of their full strength, with not much damage to their combat power. Duo Lai. Didn't it waste its move then? Under everyone's watchful eyes, it had made a mistake. General Duo Lai was furious and prepared to output energy at a super multiplier. At a crucial moment, Miss Duo's IQ returned to its high point, realizing this wasn't working. Not to mention that pseudo-blazing sun would affect friendly forces, and took longer to gather energy. Both the iron-clad scorpions and the nuns were not common foes, they were all elites with high defense and quick recovery, these broad-range attacks would not be effective. In this case, Duo Lai contemplated. As piercing bullet nails tore through the air and shot towards it, it quickly sprouted wings and performed a 360-degree flip in the air, leaving a series of after-images behind. At the same time, around it, one steel ball after another was forming and surrounding it with crackling lightning, pulsating with a special rhythm and tempo. In the next moment, the steel balls burst out like sparks of electricity. With a speed far exceeding the nuns and scorpions, they pierced through them. Thud! The nuns' heads were shattered as if they were watermelons. The hard skull of the giant scorpions was penetrated by steel balls as if it were paper, and were killed in the blink of an eye. Whiz, 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 whiz. In an instant, General Duo Lai had achieved an astonishing record of 13 kills. And it made much less noise and did not affect friendly forces. Humph, that's the real power of the real duo. It zipped around in the air with its high mobility, attracting fire power while continually forming electromagnetic cannonballs that were fired down one after another. Then Duo Lai deduced that shattering the nuns and even the giant scorpions didn't need that much energy. It then reduced its output to extend its endurance. After all, it knew how to manage resources, hands on hips. Several minutes later, over half of the scorpions and nuns had been lost under Duo Lai's sky-based attack. And General Duo Lai's energy was still far from being depleted. Yuan had a rough estimation. The energy reserve of General Dead Bone is about 3 to 4 times that of Ilo. While Duo Lai's energy reserve was more than twice that of Dead Bone, far exceeding that of Ilo. And its recovery rate was dozens of times that of Ilo. If Dead Bones didn't tap into backup energy sources, its endurance was far inferior to Duo Lai's. At this time, even though Duo Lai was holding back the enemy and continuously killing, other division chiefs and elites were still under tremendous pressure. The giant scorpions charged in, and the nuns waved their hands, spreading purifying holy light. But under such pressure, the skeleton generals and resentful spirits, who already possessed advanced intelligences, were improving rapidly. Spear throws, heavy sword sweeps, and ghost claws reaching out. Their coordination was becoming more and more seamless. Many times, they didn't need Dead Bone to give them mental commands, they had started to work together spontaneously. Undead energy, rushing and surging, lingered over their formations. Vaguely, it united them into a whole. Chapter 176, Yuan's achievements are not inferior to. Under the command of Yuan, Duo Lai had already unknowingly halted his actions, and Ilo was merely relying on her superior artistic conception, dodging around the battlefield while watching the battle. The main actors on the battlefield were the Undead Legion at this moment. They were defending, charging, and amassing power. Sometimes, the terrifying power of the resentful spirits would merge together, forming a black light that fills the sky, making faithful nuns on the spot close their eyes and collapse softly on the ground. At other times, skeleton generals would swing their heavy swords together. The black mist from the cleaving skill was also intertwined and merged, transforming into a massive sword aura several tens of meters long. As expected, this kind of battle, which is stronger than the individual but can't be crushed with a single blow, is the most effective way to hone everyone's battle skills, experience, fighting spirit and some kind of embryo. The intense battle continued for a full 20 minutes. By the end, only Rakshasa, Hong Yi, and Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4 were still fighting, all the others had stopped. Because this kind of embryo can only be condensed by troops of the same kind or the same line. A miscellaneous brand assembled complete troop legion, no matter how powerful, can't merge as harmoniously as the skeleton general and resentful spirits. In the end, the most vulnerable skeleton generals and resentful spirits had perished. Among the elites, only a few skeleton morticians and evil spirits were left. They stood on the incredibly chaotic battlefield. The invisible momentum emanating from them became even more ferocious, stirring the black cloud and fog. Vaguely, the black fog seemed to manifest a certain scene, but it shattered like a bubble with a poof. Still a little bit short. No, it's far from enough. The formation of an army soul isn't that easy. Many complete troop legions can't even do it. But the scene before their eyes indicated that his undead legion had a chance, a great chance. They were already on the path to forming an army soul. This might have something to do with the intelligence of all the troops, and many of them had awakened their self-awareness. Unlike other legions, which can only rely on their commanders and a very few intelligent juniors to lead them, and slowly integrate. This was naturally slow. All members of the Tianyuan Corps contributed their efforts. Even if they were still far from truly creating the army soul, but if one battle isn't enough, then come 10. 100. They can definitely condense a real army soul embryo in the end. At that time, an entire legion would truly become one, capable of erupting with extremely strong and terrifying power. Ding! Prompt: you have passed the second level of the Red Tower and received the random reward Perfect Breakthrough Stone, Intermediate. Prompt: would you like to challenge the third level? In front of them, the vast prairie unfolded like a scroll. The opponents they faced were still the ironclad Scorpion and Nun combination, but this time, the enemy's number had risen to 1,000 units. Their level had also slightly increased, from the mid-elite level to the late elite level. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. This quantitative change brought about a qualitative change. When 200 or 300 giant scorpions fired their needles simultaneously, even General Duo Lai had a hard time dodging, and his time to counterattack was greatly reduced. Dozens of nuns using the power of holy light together even manifested a large holy light shield. Compared to the second level, this level is several times more difficult. Duo Lai, with the cooperation and support of the others, has a chance to pass this level, but by the time Duo Lai has almost killed the enemy, the others would probably have all died, including Lulu, who has strong defense abilities. Therefore, General Deadbone also took action. He took a step forward, walking to the front of the formation. In an instant, he drew out Wailing Death and slashed a pitch-black line of aura several tens of meters long. As Deadbone's sword aura fell, it left a semicircular pitch-black slash on the ground in front of him. There was no deafening roar, instead, it was like ink spilling onto white paper, staining the prairie. Within the slash's range, the holy light shield burst open, followed by the giant scorpion and nun under the curtain of holy light. Their bodies all trembled simultaneously. Their bodies seemed to be enveloped by ink and silently melted within the pitch-black slash. This is Deadbone today. He continued to swing his sword, and although his moves aren't particularly flashy, they were executed with an effortless grace and contained profound subtleties. However, if this was all he could do, Deadbone would merely be a super-enhanced version of Ilo, and his battlefield killing power and destructive power would still be inferior to Duo Las. In fact, the normal Deadbone, without using any special moves, indeed isn't as good as Duo Lai. No matter how much Deadbone kills, it's only enough for him to gain an advantage on one side. The enemies on the other fronts have already surged in like a tide, shaking the line of defense to the point of collapse. Even Rakshasa and Hong Yi are in grave danger. The charging Rakshasa nearly didn't make it back. This is what they call being unable to support everything by oneself. If behind Deadbone and Duo Lai was a city they had to defend, no matter how strong they are, they wouldn't be able to stop all the monsters' charge. The wave would ultimately break and swallow the city. But the space suddenly rippled layer upon layer. A towering and majestic mountain covered with countless white bones appeared out of nowhere. Hovering over the battlefield. The Wraith Sacred Mountain appeared to be just an illusion, distant, hazy, and unreal, having no effect on the skeleton generals within it. But strangely, when the more distant giant scorpions surged forward, they stepped directly onto the land of bones. It's as if this mountain stood in front of them, blocking all paths. They had no choice but to go up the mountain road. On the mountain, the frost-white bones quivered. Amidst the quaking sound, one after another skeletal creature crawled out. Little skeletons, skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, skeleton mages, skeleton giants. From weak to strong. The creatures of the Wraith kept reviving, kept coming down from the Wraith Sacred Mountain, forming a tide of skeletons of considerable scale. This is the Wraith Sacred Mountain that Deadbone has operated and expanded by investing various resources into it over more than 1 month after stepping into the epic level, occasionally using Undead Resurrection and Legion of Death, gradually accumulating. Deadbone, the rodent skeleton, began to unleash its true power. The ironclad scorpion's huge pincers rose, smashing one skeleton after another, but it quickly found itself engulfed in a wave of whiteness. The nuns released the power of holy light, but on the Wraith Sacred Mountain where death energy was all over, their holy light was like a fearful girl surrounded by countless men, shivering and unable to be arrogant. Their normally dominant holy energy could only spread a few feet now. Soon, the nuns also were swallowed by the white wave of skeletons, sinking into it. The two forces continuously clashed, tangled, and consumed each other. The Wraith Sacred Mountain stood like a majestic fortress, shielding the majority of the enemy's attacks from the troops in front and allowing a small portion to seep through, offering perfect sharpening for our own troops. Kill. In this situation, even someone as lazy as Hong Yi found herself ignited. She resonated with countless resentful spirits and evil spirits, and streams of pitch-black energy surged towards her, her jade-like palm gathering the energy to form a gigantic claw shimmering in blood red. As the gigantic blood claw swung, the blood of the iron-clad scorpion and the nuns seemed to be siphoned off. Their bodies withered. Rakshasa flickered, leaving behind shadows, like a body morphing into many. Black fog chased his footsteps, seemingly forming dragons of black fog, winding over the enemy formation, gradually revealing its fangs and claws. Above the troops, the rolling black mist became more intense. Something was slowly taking shape and gestating. Yuan looked forward with anticipation. Suddenly, Rakshasa stopped moving. The skeleton general struck in vain. Looking around, the enemies had been completely depleted without being noticed. There was no longer any material that could provide sharpening and serve as a cornerstone for the formation of an army soul. Is it over already? Not only Yuan felt unsatisfied, but others also felt the same. It was as if they were immersed in a state of enlightenment, and then suddenly interrupted. The discomfort was unbearable, almost making one unable to breathe. Lord Shepherd secretly regretted being careless and unknowingly surpassing the third level. A higher level of challenge would not benefit his troops' sharpening. The fourth level is roughly 1,500 elite peak enemies. This power is already terrifying. Even if I launch the power of Dead Bone fully, use all reserve energy, and I enter the battle, there is only an 80% chance of winning. In the third level, Dead Bone had used the Wraith Sacred Mountain to continuously cut off and enclose the enemy, and together with Duo Lai and I Lo, it had systematically annihilated the enemy in a manner of strong against weak and many against a few. Otherwise, facing hundreds of elite-level strongmen at once, even General Dead Bone would not be able to withstand it. After all, it was just an elite level 4, an epic life in its juvenile stage. However, at the fourth level, the number of enemies increases again, and it's possible they could directly flatten the Wraith Sacred Mountain. Even if Great Lord uses homogeneous power and cooperates with Dead Bone, it may not be 100% possible to withstand it. Moreover, according to the information, the enemy's rank will increase at the fifth level. We can't continue to pass through. Otherwise, the skeleton general will be easily killed, and it won't play a role in sharpening. Yuan decided to stick at the fourth level. The iron-clad scorpion was quite an appropriate opponent. However, the secret realm could not be challenged unlimitedly. Initial entrants have 3 opportunities, 1 opportunity is restored per week, and passing a level gains 3 additional opportunities. He has 11 challenge opportunities left. A bit fewer. He didn't know if it was enough to form an army soul. The time spent by Yuan on the 3rd and 4th levels was not short. Meanwhile, outside the field, in the waiting area of the Red Tower, it had been silent for some time, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixed on the luminescent spot on the 4th floor of the tower, not daring to blink. Only when they saw the light begin to dim, flickering with a yellowish light as though it was about to go out, did someone swallow and break the silence. 23-24. The 4th level. Is that reasonable? The most reasonable explanation they could come up with was that this newcomer was not as young as he looked. He was an old-timer, a veteran lord with not insignificant accumulation. Even so, passing 3 levels on the first entry was a glorious achievement that very few people could achieve. Wonder which old-timer did it. I bet he's in disguise. In the distance, Shen Linglong had been standing still in the same position for a long time, like a statue. Her mouth was slightly agape, her pupils sharply contracted, reflecting raging waves, just like her heart that couldn't calm down at this moment. It wasn't until the exclamations of others resounded one after another that she was jolted out of her trance. She wanted to refute. What do you all know? He's not just a newcomer in the land of challenge, but also in the entire eternal world. There is no one more novice than him. But she couldn't say it. The more extraordinary Yuan was, the more she had to keep this secret close to her heart. She didn't want to betray the trust of Sister Cold Moon. Wait a minute. First time entering, incredibly young, furiously breaking through 3 levels. Yuan's battle achievements, Could they be on par with my Lady Han Yu? No way, absolutely no way. She still felt that her Lady Han Yu was a bit stronger. But looking at that youthful figure coming out of the tower, a seed of admiration took root in her heart and began to sprout. Chapter 177, Han Yu's Expectations. After coming out of the 4th level, Yuan took a deep breath, choosing not to continue his challenge. He had to give Dead Bone and the others some time to recuperate. Otherwise, even if they were in peak physical and mental condition during the challenge, some fatigue would accumulate invisibly, which could hinder the maximum absorption of combat experience. He gave everyone some time to rest and think, planning to challenge again in the afternoon. To successfully form a military spirit, I must send the same type of troops into battle. In the previous formation, the presence of Duo Lai, Ilo, Lulu, and others were a disruption to the Undead Legion's formation of the military spirit. The next challenge must be undertaken by the pure undead. In the army, only Dead Bone, Bone 2 to Bone 4, Rax Hasa, and Hong Yi could take the stage. As such, the pressure would certainly be greater. If they hadn't been too caught up in the earlier battles, tempering them at the 3rd level would have been more appropriate. And he only had 11 opportunities for challenge. Once used up, he would have to spend time recovering slowly. He heard that the lords who reached deeper into the tower could not only get more challenges but also have various extraordinary rights. But that was too far-fetched for him. He just barely managed to get past the 4th level of the Red Tower. A pure newbie who might be able to pass the 4th level at most. The 11 chances for challenge can't all be used by the Undead Legion. I have to spread them out somewhat. Lulu, 17, and others also need to hone their combat skills. There are also some elite treemen, elite from the Human Legion, and the likes of June. Oh, including Sophia and the others. Although their positions are civilian, it is always good to master more combat skills. The way Daisy performed earlier was not very good. As a superior she couldn't even defeat a Bamian Shuzheng with 320,000 combat power. Yuan decided to mix the rest of the generals and elites into a miscellaneous brand to enter the land of challenge for battle and tempering. This included himself. And so, the decision was made happily. In order to form a military spirit as soon as possible, Yuan enhanced the Undead Legion. While keeping a few evolution points for backup, he quickly evolved 20 skeleton morticians and 20 evil spirits. In this way, the number of superior types in the Lu Troop Legion was more than half. With the presence of generals such as Rax Hasa and Hong Yi, and under Dead Bone's command, the formation of a military spirit was imminent. In the afternoon, graceful Gent Yuan again stepped into the land of challenge and suddenly found that the number of lords here had increased from more than 10 in the morning to more than 30 now. Here he comes, here he comes. He's here. The mysterious newbie has arrived, wanting to continue challenging the 4th level. Bro, are you really a pure newbie entering the secret realm for the first time? How old is your territory? Yuan's mouth twitched slightly as he cupped his fists towards the old predecessors around him. I am a pure newbie, and I will come here often in the future and will suffer the torment of the land of challenge. The lords gave friendly laughter. Right, after breaking 3 levels consecutively as a newbie, next he would be stuck and tormented by powerful enemies. This is a process every lord would go through. Usually, to proceed to the next level after reaching your current limit, it would take the lords at least 1 or 2 months of accumulation, maybe even half a year, or 2 years. Whether they can pass the level, most lords are very pressured. That is, they can't. But this kind of battle that is not afraid of death can particularly hone skills and will. Even if they know they will be abused, the lords are still fearless and proceed bravely, suffering but enjoying it. The newbie will also walk the same road as them. Suddenly, he didn't seem so distant and aloof as a favored one from above, but quite approachable and down to earth. As Yuan stepped into it, a dot of light appeared on the 4th floor of the Red Tower, flickering bright and then dim. It was a light that was bound to go out, yet it was still stubbornly burning. At some place deep in the wilderness. This was a location many times deeper into the wilderness than the newbie territories, without any traces of people for miles around, yet there stood an imposing light blue fortress. The fortress was more than a kilometer long and wide and over 200 meters high. It rose vertically upwards like towering city walls, then began to slope towards the center, merging together. It looked like a gigantic blue box or a massive iceberg. It was sealed tightly and was exquisitely carved. On the 200-meter-high city wall, there was a wave-like riveting of blue light. Huge, gem-like shapes embellished it, as if storing up massive amounts of energy. Undoubtedly, it was a terrifying weapon of war. There it stood, clean as itself, surrounded by uneven pits, dried and congealed blood, and the vaguely visible monster corpses buried under the nearby ground after some simple treatments. With the fortress as the center, thousands and tens of thousands of meters forward and to the east, they could be seen everywhere. It spread a chillingly cold breath. But unlike the outside, the interior of the fortress looked exceptionally peaceful. There was a small sun presented by some means, hanging high in the sky, sprinkling warm sunlight. Around the streets, many flowers and plants were grown, adding many lively breaths. If not for the towering walls on the outermost edge, there would be no resemblance of a frontline fortress. In the center of the fortress, on the transportation array platform with a diameter greater than 10 meters. Hum. Hum. As the blue light curtain, which was like an overturned big bowl, dissipated, a woman dressed in black and white armor walked out. The woman was fierce yet dignified, with her chestnut long hair twisted into a bun at the back of her head, bangs falling on her forehead and sides. Her eyes also held a chestnut color, seemingly influenced by some kind of bloodline. She was petite, but her curvy figure was impossible to hide even under a thick layer of armor. The armor was fitted, accentuating her slender waist. The lower part of her dress was a battle skirt that resembled a gown, falling down to her ankles, but was guarded with layers of armor. She also wore heavy gauntlets on her arms. At one glance, one could tell she was a heavily armored warrior player who engaged in fierce combat. This woman was none other than Shen Linglong, who, during her time at the Land of Challenge, insisted on being fully covered in armor, revealing only her eyes. She was now in her everyday attire. She strode towards the nearby defender's mansion. There were a few players inside the stronghold, all greeting her upon her arrival. General Shen. Sister Linglong. In the eyes of others, Shen Linglong was an extraordinary lord, brave and good at fighting. She held powerful combat power and was known as General Longwei. She entered the Eternal World a little earlier than Han Yu, but it only took her a few years to become a great lord. She was the pride of many contemporary lords, always looking up to and chasing after her. To Han Yu, the lord of Han Yu City, Shen Linglong was nothing more than a little fangirl. Upon entering the mansion, her steps became much lighter as she quickly moved towards a familiar scent. Right then, in the study of the mansion, a cold, otherworldly woman leaned against the wall. She wore a bright blue dress, tall and curvy, but regardless of who saw her, they wouldn't pay attention to her graceful figure or her serene face, but her eyes that appeared to freeze the world. Her eyebrows were like windswept snow and her hair a frozen river. Wherever she stood, even on the hottest summer day, everything would become cool and refreshing. But now, the lord of Han Yu City, who was admired and followed by countless people, was looking at an ancient book in her hand, her eyebrows puckering more and more, unable to stop herself from jumping up. It was as if an explosive had been set off, shattering a layer of ice. "I shouldn't have studied these ancient divine letters," she exclaimed. Just as she was about to slam the ancient book onto the desk, she heard footsteps steadily approaching. Lu Xiu's hand, which was about to slam onto the desk, stopped 10 centimeters from touching it. She paused for half a second, then nonchalantly withdrew her hand and straightened her messy hair and clothes. Looking serious, she lowered her head and continued staring at the book in her hands. A few seconds later. "Sister Cold Moon, sticky hug." "No hug." Shen Linglong lunged forward like a flying rock but was blocked by 2 slender, fair fingers. She flapped her arms a few times in midair and ultimately landed on the ground in regret. "Sister Cold Moon, are you studying ancient books again? You're already so strong, and yet you're still so studious. You truly deserve to be Sister Cold Moon. I can't even start studying," she said admiringly. Lu Xiu tilted her neck slightly, smiling but not speaking. "You're here, so that means Tian Yuan has entered the Land of Challenge, right? You really don't have to come all the way here, you can just use communication tools." "No way, I should report something this important in person. And, Tian Yuan is quite amazing," Shen Linglong confidently corrected. Following that, she animatedly described Tian Yuan's progression. Although she could only observe the progression through an exterior light, she painted a vivid image as if experiencing the battles herself. Her storytelling was suspenseful. Right now, Tian Yuan is on the 4th challenge. He's likely honing his combat skills. When she finished speaking, she watched intently, but didn't see much surprise on Sister Cold Moon's face. This didn't make sense. Lu Ziyu said, I've said long ago that Tian Yuan's talent is not inferior to mine. Breaking through 3 levels is quite normal. However, future success is still uncertain depending largely on whether he can maintain his momentum. Yet, she was slightly surprised. When she first faced the land of challenge, it was almost 5 months after she entered the world. From this perspective, Tian Yuan was stronger than she was. However, the era was changing. This year had more crises and opportunities than before, so Tian Yuan's performance shouldn't amaze her. But, if Tian Yuan could keep up this momentum, he might have a chance to compete for the Dragon Court competition's Taishan representative position. By then, the other old friends seeing his performance would probably be astounded. Thinking about this, Lu Ziyu was extremely excited. Tian Yuan, you better do well and not disappoint your sister. But, Shen Linglong was adamant, Tian Yuan will definitely be slightly below Sister Cold Moon. How could she prove this? Shen Linglong wondered. Shen Linglong was unable to figure it out. Why not directly challenge Tian Yuan to a fight, to gauge his skill techniques? She was originally a battle enthusiast. Otherwise, she wouldn't become Han Yu's hardcore fan. In her eyes, for Tian Yuan to be able to overcome 3 challenges at his age, he must also possess extraordinary combat talent. Thinking about this, she, too, was fired up. Chapter 178 Light of Will from the Dead Bone. Land of Challenge. The 4th level of the Red Tower. The plains were vast and boundless, the green grass swaying gently in the breeze. But then... boom! The far-off rumbling sound came one after another, visible shockwaves spreading out like murky water waves, rolling out a white arc. Wherever it passed, the ground was overturned, roots and all. Further afar, tufts of grass flew about, leaving the earth in shambles. The shockwave, reduced only by a great distance, left behind some strong winds that bent the tender grass. If anyone stood here and looked out, they would find that the closer they were, the more chaotic and dead the earth would be. Some scattered pieces of grass had already withered and decayed, the soil turned murky black, and the whole earth seemed to have died off. In the center of this dead earth, there was a mountain standing tall, white with bones. Only, at this moment within the Wraith Sacred Mountain, the resplendent holy light broke through the black fog shrouding the sky and earth again and again, and the black fog was washed away and became sparse. In the mountain, iron-clad scorpions surged upwards, their giant claws breaking the ground and creating large pits. Outside the mountain, iron-clad scorpions had their tails raised high, sending out needles like cannonballs in a continuous shower. At this moment, the battlefield in the Wraith Sacred Mountain was like a meat grinder, a bone-grinding machine, and the Undead Legion was defeated step by step, and could hardly hold on. Although, it was expected. Mu Yuan sighed. He had only an 80% chance of victory when all his high-end Tian Yuan forces were pushed forward. Not to mention now when there was a lack of heavy firepower like Duo Lai, no strong ones like I Lo, Tree Demon Granny, Lulu, and there was also no help from him as the Great Lord Shepherd. Defeat, nothing could be more normal. But if they could form an army soul embryo, the Undead Legion could reverse the defeat and easily kill the giant scorpions and the nuns. The army soul embryo could not only make the skeleton generals burst out with powerful energy but also greatly aid General Deadbone himself. After all, Deadbone is also a member of the Legion, and more importantly, a general. For this outcome, General Deadbone was not surprised, but... looking at the magnificent skeleton sacred mountain crumbling little by little, looking at the skeleton general and the skeleton mortician who had just been revived, quickly being killed again, looking at the tide of the dead called by the Legion of Death, being obliterated under the charge of the giant scorpions and the nuns, it still couldn't accept it. You can't blame the enemy for being too strong, or Bone 2 and the others for being too weak, you can only blame yourself. I am still too weak. Deadbone leaned on his sword, standing at the top of the mountain. Its armor was torn and ragged, and some bones were missing, and it didn't repair them. Repairing would require energy, and any little bit of energy at this time is precious. But until now, no matter how much Deadbone saved, even if it drew energy from the sacred mountain, and from the dead, it was still almost exhausted. Mainly because it couldn't withstand the charge of the giant scorpions. In the beginning, it had to burst out several times, bringing forth the river of the underworld. And now, pitter-patter. The most stable bone 4 was also hit by a dozen holy lights because of its numerous injuries and could not dodge. The mottled white bones hissed with smoke, the remaining energy couldn't resist this piercing holy light. It knelt on the ground, its bones disappearing from bottom to top, and a few seconds later it disappeared completely, leaving only some grey-black dust, and the incomplete armor that had fallen on the ground with a clatter. In another place, Hong Yi was also driven to a corner. "Oh dear, I'm going to die again, please be gentle." Hong Yi tied her red dress, giving a carefree smile, and then too was reduced to ashes under the holy light, not even leaving half of her red wedding dress behind. Soon, only one dead bone was left on the battered mountain top. It looked around, like an unmatched general who had reached the end of the road. Only the ending of dying gloriously on the battlefield was left. But we shouldn't. It shouldn't be like this. The weak should also have the power to strike at the sky. It looked quietly, and suddenly a faint glimmer of light bloomed in the depth of its eyes. It was weak, but it was shining, like a golden light of the most dazzling colors in the world. Dead Bone seemed to understand something, its eyes brightened, and the pale blue soul flames inside its skull, which seemed like a candle in the wind, also blazed fiercely. It was as if its end was in sight. Yes, but not all. Lord once said, the power of will can rewrite everything, as long as the belief is firm enough, all miracles can be grasped. After such a long time, Bone finally understands. Bone is slow. It mumbled, its golden eyes piercing the sky. This was not the light of the soul flame, but the light that came when the will had surpassed its limits. Everyone can have the light. The light of will. This light was shining in Mu Yuan's eyes, more colorful than the auspicious clouds in the sky. At first, I thought it would be Lulu, who has the talent of steadfast will, who would be the first to break through the limit of his will. I didn't expect it would be General Dead Bone who would take the lead. It wasn't that he underestimated Dead Bone, but the birth of the light of will really had nothing to do with comprehension. It all depends on personal will. And personal experience. Some rare talents also help in the condensation of the light of will, just like the steadfast will of Lulu. As for Dead Bone, whether its will is strong or not, it has never really fought for life and death, has never exhausted its energy to fight until the last moment, so naturally, it can't talk about any experience tempering it. Until now. This is Dead Bone's real, all-out battle. Looking at their many brothers and sisters falling in front of them, and they don't even have the ability to turn things around, it broke the limit. Now, the key to the legend, Dead Bone has already gripped 2 of them. But it just wanted to tear apart the enemy in front of it. Boom! The giant scorpions kept climbing along the top of the mountain. The nuns clasped their hands together, radiating an increasingly brilliant light, continually driving away the black fog. Before them, General Dead Bone's energy is all but exhausted, seemingly struggling to even lift his blade. But I can. Thus, he raises his sword, as if an endless strength surges within his body. I still have strength. Inside him, although his energy pool is seemingly dried up and exhausted, a vast black fog gushes out as he gestures. He claims he can persevere, that he still has strength left, and so, he does. Thus, the thinning black fog on Wraith's sacred mountain slowly gathers again, obscuring the sky. More black fog flows from Dead Bone's hand like a stream, drifting around the holy mountain, disappearing into the broken bones and black dust. In an instant, many fallen undead warriors, the red-robed Rakshasa and other generals, return to life once again. They once again engage in battle with the giant scorpions and the nuns. Dead Bone continues to advance. Because strategic skills and weapons like the Soul Crystal cannot be used in the Land of Challenge, he uses his own energy as the foundation, deploying the strategic skill Legion of Death. The consumption is enormous, but at this time, his energy seems infinite. Or it could be said, at this moment, no matter what he does, there is no energy consumption. The remaining 0.01% of his energy is consolidated here, not reduced by a fraction. This is the power of will. The light of will does not significantly increase combat power, it is not as extraordinary as a domain. It has only one effect: an absolute steady state. Simply put it as hold on. Because I want to persevere, because my will is strong, I held on. Despite the depletion of energy. Despite being seriously injured. He can still fight until the great Dao annihilation. The light of will naturally cannot maintain an infinite steady state, but at least at this moment, the power of resurrection envelopes the sky above. Some skeleton generals die, and the next moment, they are revived. From the nearby gate of death, the undead creatures emerge unceasingly. Dead bone charges into the midst of the enemy lines. Wailing death creates a vast river of the underworld, engulfing countless giant scorpions and nuns. They vanish into bones in the blink of an eye. In just a few minutes, the already halved numbers of giant scorpion and nuns visibly decrease. But dead bone persists. The heavy sword keeps falling. Suddenly, his sword stops, hovering in front of a buxom blonde nun. The strong wind blows her hair into disarray. Her clothes are torn, and her body is marred by the grey scars left by various types of death energy. She is still gathering the power of holy light, desperately trying to swing it out. But dead bone doesn't retaliate. He looks around and realizes that the enemy has been nearly wiped out. The nun before him is the last of this formidable army. He has won. The hand of dead bone, which is slightly shaking, can no longer hold the sword handle, and his whole body becomes shaky, but he has won. Boom! The world, which appeared to be a mirage, shatters, but the experience and growth obtained by the Legion from the long battle are real. Light of will, the wielder can retain all combat power in the face of death, resist attacks not exceeding a certain limit, the number of times is subject to the strength of will and the strength of the attack. At the same time, the one who ignites the light of will can immune from most illusion techniques. This is the effect of light of will. In addition, there are some hidden benefits, such as absolute control over one's own strength and so on. After the battle, Yuan gave dead bone some time off. The use of the light of will is to exploit potential, and even if the state had been reset, there would still be some fatigue. And so, it was time for him, Lord Shepherd, to enter the stage. He led Duo Lai, Ilo, and others to challenging the fourth stage, directly facing formidable enemies. Daisy swished her foxtail and looked at him eagerly. Can we not go? Yuan denied, no, even if you're clerks, you need to have a bit of self-preserving ability. He held up 2 fingers, indicating that it was crucial. Right, right. Sophia agreed and grabbed Daisy's arm, promising they would be there soon. On the vast grassland, the screams came one after another. Yuan loaded Dead Bone's model, and he used Wraith Sacred Mountain to block the enemy. But the skill he had was just a broken version, and he didn't possess Dead Bone's unique skill application method, nor did he have the light of will. In the end, they were defeated. Yuan was used to it. It's just a death. It seems that Daisy died a bit too easily, it didn't seem to have much effect on her growth. As for himself, he was also not strong enough. Using a model for borrowing power was at most a mini Dead Bone, a mini Duo Lai. But top-level lords all have their own unique combat methods. A lord's combat system needs Taoyi of the lord's territory, soldiers, generals, and talent into the base upon which it is built and transformed. Although many lords only start building and polishing their combat system in the advanced stages, but he already had some thoughts, maybe it was time to start contemplating and conceptualizing. Chapter 179, Third Level Territory and Power Upgrade. Yuan scrutinized himself. His main insights were into the lightning and spear, both at the beginner level. Yet, after numerous improvements and sparring matches with Rakshasa, he felt that he had reached the summit, only a step away from entering the realm of minor success. Furthermore, he possessed insights into sword, blade, fire, and so on. This was the result of Mr. Mu, in his spare time, based on his mastery of the pinnacle of swordsmanship and swordplay, exploring these insights. It wasn't too difficult. Under the premise of having already stepped into the artistic conception level, it was as easy as eating and drinking to explore other insights. He felt it was this way. It was not something to be proud of. At the festival grounds, he had witnessed the clash of insights between Lords Wuji and Yongxing. Wuji's sword intent had reached the state of great success, and his sword intent was splendid, extreme in swordsmanship, all-encompassing and confident. Wuji's sword intent. It was among the finest in sword intent. Naturally, sword intent has different levels, just as the withered bone realm and realm of the dead are areas with a huge gap between them, even though they belong to the same category. It was precisely because he created a top-tier sword intent that Wuji was assessed as legendary expectation. If it was not for his apparent weaknesses, and the lack of powerful units, along with his less remarkable territory development, he could be the undeniably leading figure of this generation of Taixuan. Wuji likely possesses a top-tier innate talent dealing with sword. However, to reach where he is today, this talent probably only plays a role of 1%, and the rest 99% completely depended on his own diligence. Just like the undead and bone too. When the general Dead Bone was at the stage of skeleton general, he only had 2 talents: Heart of Darkness and Death Extraction. His innate configurations were not much different from Bone 2, but the power he extended and created from them was far beyond Bone 2. This was the undead's talent and charisma. Wuji's talent and charisma in swordplay were also top tier. At the festival grounds, upon my recommendation, Wuji recruited the top-tier hero Knight of Dawn, a hero who had the inheritance of the ancient Bright Empire and was capable in both literary and martial arts. By now, his weaknesses must have been greatly improved. He was undoubtedly one of the most powerful candidates in the Taixuan delegation participating in the Dragon Court competition. If Mr. Mu wanted to represent Taixuan in the competition, to glorify his nation and also strive for reward of large amount of luxurious resources, Wuji would be his competitive opponent. It seemed he has powered up his competitive opponent. However, if the hope of advancing is based on the fact that opponent isn't strong enough, such qualification is not needed in the first place. Without the confidence to face and defeat all powerful opponents, how could he talk about reaching the top? The Dragon Court competition was just a minor scenic spot on this road. But my development period is relatively short. In terms of completely overwhelming all the enemies in the competition, I couldn't pull it off. Many opponents must possess artistic conception of great success. With multiple third-order subordinates, their complete troop legions have very likely condensed into the army soul embryo. His goal was not reckless killing, but to qualify in the selection and become a member representing Taixuan. Because, as long as he qualifies, Taixuan would pour in a large amount of resources to aid him in power enhancement. He heard that one of those resources was called Pure Soul Source Pool 1, which could quickly enhance one's own level without side effects. How much one can absorb, how much one can improve, all depended on the individual's talent and potential. But he heard that even in the case of a warlord-level strongman who entered, they could at least improve by 3 or 4 levels, and in more cases, 6 or 7 levels. This was the resource he wanted most, without equal. However, the Dragon Nest recruitment chance rewarded to excellent performers after the Dragon Court competition seemed ordinary to Yuan. The Dragon Nest doesn't necessarily recruit real giant dragons, most of the time it can only recruit sub-dragon species or dragon descendants. Of course, the sub-dragon species and dragon descendants that come out from dragon nests are certainly the top tier among the elites, with extraordinary combat capabilities and extremely high potential. Nevertheless, fine, having a free dragon descendant or giant dragon is still pretty good. After all, it's free. Perhaps he could also become a dragon knight. He thought of the dragon blood martial maiden from the festival grounds, guessed she must be wandering somewhere. To increase the winning rate, the army soul embryo needs to be formed, Ilo, Raxhasa and others need to evolve, and the average level of the main force in the territory needs to be increased. As for myself, as a strength ranking in the top 3, or even top 2, in Tianyuan, he must exert his 99% diligence and perseverance. He took out the information he had downloaded and printed from the real world, which was put on special paper. Sitting in the city lord's mansion, with his legs on the table, the bound volume of information floated on front of him, and with a rustling sound page after page was automatically turned over. The mainstream battle system in the Eternal World can be divided into 2 types. One is based on the army, condenses the army soul embryo, and continues to hone and strengthen this army soul, providing vast power to the entire legion. The top legions can incarnate into a giant towering man that can slaughter gods and demons. Second, it is a combat system composed of numerous units and buildings to assist, with top-notch individual combatants as the core. The famous Lord of Hanyu City possesses a guard legion primarily made up of cold ice sword samurai. The function of this legion is not to defend her, but to provide her with vast support of homogeneous power when necessary. Lord Hanyu, already a top-tier strongman, has a limit to her individual strength, however, the way she builds her combat team around herself almost has no limit. In addition to Lord Hanyu, Sword Lord Liashi, a leading character from 2 generations ago, is also a representative figure of devoted to individual might. The two paths do not conflict and can be merged. Mr. Mu was no stranger to the path of devoted to individual might. His general dead bone was already on this path. Many of the abilities he possessed, such as Wraith Sacred Mountain, strategic talent undead control, etc., had advantages in this aspect. Thanks to the Lord's power, a Lord naturally holds the advantage in terms of utilizing external forces. If he could also awaken some special and unique strategic talents, his advantage would be even stronger. However, I don't need to charge deep into enemy lines. I spend most of my time at home in my territory, so apart from having suitable abilities to integrate, having enough strength and being handsome enough, my battle system has to be practical enough. His goal was to have long-range combat capability. It can either be supportive or offensive. By then, you can cooperate with your spiritual link talent, the field of vision sharing ability of the battle falcon, and my refined micro-operation ability to defeat the enemy from thousands of miles away. The difficulty lies in how to convey power. He had some ideas, originated from the gift of the ability to evolve. After he stepped into the professional level, he could remotely grant troops the baptism of evolution. How exactly does this mysterious power get transmitted? As long as he can figure out a bit of it, he could instantly solidify the system. The other path is to upgrade the territory. As long as the level of the territory increases, the Lord's power will also increase accordingly. By then, more tricks can be played. As for the Tianyuan territory, it met the conditions for promotion to the third level a few days ago, but he just delayed some time for the sake of maximizing benefits. Mu Yuan opens the panel and pulls out the troops list. Tree Demon Granny, Second Order, Level 1. Bone Little 6, First Order, Level 7. 0 Order 9 Great Perfection Troops, 233. Just like when he upgraded last time, Mu Yuan arranged for 120 of the most suitable apprentice-level troops to enter the 2 breakthrough dojos and asked the troops out there to return one after another. When everyone was ready, Mu Yuan murmured softly. Upgrade. Notice, Soul Crystal 2, Tianyuan Territory, Level 2 Territory, is being upgraded. In the overlooking view, the fog outside the territory receded once again, signifying that the king's land, representing power and authority, was expanding inch by inch. Cross the river, cross the forest. This expansion continued for half an hour before gradually ending. Notice, your territory has been upgraded to level 3. Notice, you've unlocked the permanent blueprint wall, ordinary, and received the blueprint guiding landmark, ordinary 3/3. Notice, you've received level 3 territory gain. Mu Yuan quickly scans the information. Now that the territory is sufficient, the biggest benefit of territory upgrading is that all buildings can be upgraded as well. If the breakthrough dojo is upgraded to level 3, there will be no increase in quota, but it can provide a breakthrough for professional level peak. As for the Tianyuan territory at present, elite soldiers like Bone Little 6 and others who rank in the first echelon are not far from the great perfection of professional level 9. Also, although the wall blueprint is only of ordinary level, it is still valuable. This wall appears to be 4 meters high when built, the solidity is also decent, but it is far from the wall of Shiling Town. Mu Yuan hesitates whether to build it or not. He naturally wants to build more robust and reliable high-level walls, but high-level wall blueprints are extremely rare, and one-time wall blueprints are useless. Only permanent blueprints can build a real, towering wall around the entire territory. The season of monster waves hasn't arrived yet. If appropriate blueprints are still not available by then, just build ordinary walls. While pondering, the daylight had fallen. Mu Yuan felt as if he was bathing in a hot spring, and all his cells were rejoicing. However, it's a pity that he is already an elite-level strongman. The reward from upgrading from level 2 to level 3 is not significant. It's just a slight rise half a level. He is more interested in the change of the Lord's power. So he closed his eyes and felt it carefully. Lord's power, the Lord can borrow the power of his troops, and according to the degree of trust of the troops, can exert 30%-80% of their ability. Currently, up to 3 templates can be preloaded. So this is how it is. The upper limit has not changed, but the operability has increased a lot. For example, he can borrow the power of 3 generals at the same time, z.0% plus 30% plus 30%, x 80%, and use this as the basis for skill combination. For example, in the next second after using the dead bone template, he can seamlessly switch to the Duo Li template, unlike the previous template conversion that had an interval time. At this moment, Mu Yuan was using two completely different forces. One from Dead Bone, the power of undead shadows, the other from Laney, the power of holy light. The mist of black swirling around, the light of pale gold shining brightly, they complemented each other on his left and right hands. At a glance, the power of holy light is not much weaker than that of the undead. That's natural. Laney is a first-tier mid-level, Lord Shepherd is a second-tier powerhouse with extremely powerful energy, and he has entered the Dead Bone template. His basic qualities even surpassed many third-tier existences when added on top of each other. Lord Shepherd's healing ability is stronger than Laney's, Proud Face. However, after loading most of the Dead Bone template, his body and energy became more inclined towards darkness, and when he tried to activate the power of holy light, there was a noticeable lack of coordination and blocking sensation. It's as if an Iceman is holding a blazing blade that keeps giving off flames. After experimenting for a while, Mu Yuan somewhat understood how to construct the personal combat system of a great lord. He could continue along this path. However, if he wanted to increase his combat power in the short term, he would have to start from the 3 template slots that could be preloaded and make a breakthrough. Wait, why should I be constrained by the proportion of power borrowed, rather than pulling a certain aspect of a certain template to the extreme? Chapter 180. Let me see your power. At this time, the usage ratio of Mu Yuan's 3 templates was 80% Dead Bone, 10% Laney, and 10% ILO. He could draw only a small degree of power from Laney and ILO. Laney herself was not very powerful and didn't have many advanced skills. Besides her body of brilliance talent, Mu Yuan could utilize most of her power. But when it came to ILO, Mu Yuan carefully perceived and discovered that he was unable to use many high-level skills like Star Road's Gate and Starry Array. Naturally, the Starlight body talent did not consolidate onto him. Even ILO's unique skill, the art of gathering stars, was a super incomplete version. It was as if borrowing this template was pointless. But what if he only utilized the energy and physical strength from the Dead Bone template, while maximizing borrowed abilities from ILO's skills? No, this combination is not strong enough, it needs some tweaking, maybe like this. Mu Yuan pondered and soon found an answer. In terms of basic qualities and amount of energy, General Duo Li is the strongest, he even outperforms Dead Bone by a long shot. Moreover, the energy in Duo Li is balanced. Using this as a basis for applying holy light or undead power would not result in any obstruction. As for Dead Bone, General Dead Bone has many strong points, but Dead Bone's combat skills cannot be replicated. Having its template does not mean that invincible power can be unleashed. Its artistic conception, domain, and light of will also cannot be borrowed by the Lord's power. If one were to search for the most suitable power to borrow from Dead Bone, he believed it must be Wraith Sacred Mountain and Strategic Talent Undead Control. As long as we have this combination, we will possess the ability of super backup energy and concentrating numerous powers into one body. Based on these two as the foundation, we'll pair them with a suitable set of combat skills, such as ILO's art of gathering stars, combined with my already strong basis. Wouldn't this make me invincible? He felt very strong even just thinking about it. Of course, achieving this would not be easy. It's related to your own control ability. It's like reaching into a pile of sand to precisely grab a grain with slightly different characteristics. Mu Yuan began to try. Mu Yuan furrowed his brows. He loaded all of Duo Li's template and began to eliminate all skills and talents except for the basic abilities. Forget, and release the remaining Lord's power. Strands of invisible and mysterious Lord's power flowed out as the abilities were eliminated. Mu Yuan vaguely felt that he could take this strand of power and call upon the other 2 preloaded templates. His conjecture was indeed feasible. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Snap! A slight fluctuation in concentration allowed the power of Duo Li to fade away with the flow of the Lord's power, diminishing rapidly. He felt like an inflated balloon that had deflated instantly, his energy depleted to almost nothing. Don't panic, as long as the thinking is correct it's fine. The rest is just practice. Practice. More practice. Over several consecutive days, Mu Yuan invested most of his energy into exercising the utilization of the Lord's power, spending his time eating, bathing, and sleeping in the spacious training field. The other matters. Internal affairs were being handled by Ilo, Sophia, Lulu, and others. Army soul grinding, external exploration, and monster corpse transportation were being managed by Deadbone and Duo Lai. What Mu Yuan did most often right now was to act like an emotionless remnant soul buying machine, though these days he even paused the buying of remnant souls. He must grasp this hard to come by feeling. Finally, a few days later, Mu Yuan emerged from the training field gate with disheveled hair, his eyes shining brightly, and his body enveloped in lingering undead energy. He had successfully developed the first combination. Duo Las Basics plus Deadbone's two big moves, and, not Ilo. Ilo's abilities were a bit hard to adapt to. Mu Yuan chose a combination that was easier to match and might even be stronger when deployed. That was Rakshasa. By sacrificing skills and talents such as Sinful Eye Prison and Resentment Absorption, he obtained Rakshasa's main power Evil Coagulation and Evil Body. Combining his own spear technique, spear artistic conception, and occasionally mastering basic skills such as thrust, sweeping, triple stab, rainstorm daisy gun. Mu Yuan believed that this power combination was quite invincible. Perhaps, it could challenge the position of General Deadbone, who was considered the number one under Tian Yuan. Enough, he was the lord, it was not appropriate to compare with his own generals. We'll see when he has his own domain. Mu Yuan concentrated, looking at the current accumulation of evolution points. The human evolution points had accumulated to over 4,100 units, not far from giving Ilo the baptism of Ultra Evolution. However, these were evolution points saved by being extremely frugal. Human evolution points were still tight. Lulu, 17, and other generals also needed epic evolution. Mu Yuan had already contacted old brother Mai Wa, preparing to make a big trade. On the other side, compared to the significant increase in his lord's power, the formation of the Undead Legion's army soul did not seem to be going as smoothly. It was still a bit off. Only 9 major battles have been experienced, which is quite a bit short. The level of the elite troops of the Undead Legion was also relatively low, forming another disadvantage. Other people's complete troop legions took 1 or 2 years or even longer to condense the army soul embryo. He wanted to take the road that others had traveled in several years in just a few days, which might be wishful thinking. But, it really was just a tiny bit away. Mu Yuan was confident. The black fog surging over his troops was already quick to incubate and manifest a certain image. With a few more times, the army soul would emerge. And the earlier the army soul condenses, the greater the benefit. But I can't. Other second-generation lords might have other resource channels to hone, but in my case, if I can't condense the army soul further, I can only fight the monster tribes and slowly temper it. Now, there is one last chance to challenge. Mu Yuan walked into the gate of the land of challenge. As soon as he stepped in, a female lord, tightly wrapped and only showing a pair of eyes, stood in front of him. Standing on tiptoes, she dropped her voice very low and said, "Hey, Tian Yuan, fight a game with me." Mu Yuan. He was not surprised that his identity was revealed. Through the messages passed on by Lu Miamu, he had long known the existence of Lord Shen Linglong, and he had guessed early that this person with a personality like a mummy and completely wrapped was Lord Linglong. However, was she suddenly proposing to fight a game? What's going on? Could you sort out the cause and effect? Don't worry, I will fight with you at the same level, just use the balanced battle mode. You should know that when you break into the third giant tower of the land of challenge, you will have some rights. I am now using these rights to invite you to fight. Shen Linglong continued to lower her voice, as if acting sneakily, but her eyes were burning with war and directly staring at him. At the same time, a prompting sound also rang in Mu Yuan's ear. Ding! Prompt, Lord Linglong invites you to team up, do you accept? Mu Yuan is not a green hand now. After all, he has a leg to stand on and has channels to access many secret information. He knew of this right. The owner can use the power of the land of challenge to open up a special space for their own combat, training, and play. The selection of the Dragon Court competition is actually the higher beings of Taishuan opening up a special space in the land of challenge and setting special rules to carry out. Now, Shen Linglong is inviting him to enter the special venue and fight. No matter what the reason is, having a fight with a high-ranking Great Lord is very beneficial to himself. Apart from top-tier second generations, other people don't even have this opportunity. However, The great Lord Shen seems to be more eager. If that's the case. After pondering for a while, Mr. Mu said, I can't fight for nothing. I have one condition. I want to borrow your training time. Deal? She said, and half a second later she changed her mind, no, it depends on whether you can satisfy me. If you do, I will give you 10 hours of training time, I only have 14 hours left now. So what would satisfy you? You have to last at least 10, no, 3 minutes in my hands. Then accompany me for a few more rounds. Deal? Shen Linglong's battle invitation was successful and she immediately headed for the giant tower, excited and impatient. Mu Yuan was also very pleased. Who doesn't like the opportunity for tempering that comes to the doorstep, and it also comes with 10 hours of training opportunity. When the time comes, as long as Shen Linglong brings out appropriate monster enemies, it will create a more suitable troop tempering environment than the 4th level of the Red Tower, and why worry about not condensing the army soul? At any rate, he must have a good fight. Mu Yuan walked towards the Red Tower. Ripples appeared in the space in front of him, and when he came to his senses again, he was not in the familiar waiting space, but in an independent space filled with many dolls. Shen Linglong was nearby. She operated something, and in the next moment, the space changed again, and a vast silver training field appeared right in front of them. The two stared at each other from a distance of thousands of meters. At this time, Shen Linglong had already taken off her mummy-like attire and replaced it with a silver and black interlaced armor and battle skirt. She was not tall, just over 1.6 meters, but she was holding a huge silver fork at least 2.6 meters long. It looked extremely mismatched. I'm about to start. Although we're at the same level, but my accumulation is several years more than you, my body has been tempered with the blood of a real dragon, and my deputy has unparalleled power. If you are careless, you might not be able to hold on for 2 rounds. Transform. The Lord's power surged, and the power of the deputy gathered around her again and again. Her flaxen hair danced wildly, and a faint golden light enveloped the black and white armor and battle skirt she wore. It's not over yet. She continued to load power. This time, the power came from talent. Shen Linglong has a recessive talent. After her own promotion and breakthrough, her talent awakened and evolved into a quite top-tier strategic talent glow of the Valkyrie. She can reassign individuals with certain talents, male or female, as the rare 3-star troops female warrior. If she leads the female warriors into battle, over the years, she has a chance to evolve the female warriors into outstanding 1-star troops. At the same time, whenever she reassigns and trains a female warrior, she will receive extra permanent body strength enhancement. This strategic talent of hers is even stronger than the top hero Valkyrie Loligia at the festival grounds. At this moment, Shen Linglong actively triggered her strategic talent. This is a high-level skill that only high-ranking individuals understand. Under the potential stimulation, her strength and momentum keep rising. A faint orange flame rose around her, stirring up a terrifying gust of wind. Immediately after, a vast troop array emerged faintly behind her. Vague figures of women dressed in exquisite armor could be seen, as if endless power was being projected into her body. Shen Linglong raised her giant halberd with one hand and pointed at Mu Yuan from afar. It's your turn, Tian Yuan. Let me see your power.